interaction with hexagons for a long time. You can find XRP Jenna with Crypto Cabana, Motley Investor, Crypto Vents, and I think Wendy's for Tennis on there also. Like of
okay, so she's been around
November
for a while,
of 2021. Yes, like trust me, like it's not her saying she's a Hexagon. It's been a long time coming, bro. It's been a long time coming. So
I think he's coming from like cloud chasing. Like you get these people.
It's been a long time coming, bro. It's been a long time coming. So
I think he's coming from like cloud chasing. Like you get these people who try to get some, they try to say the word hex and then get 1 million clicks, because all the hexagons jump on it.
I know exactly. I mean, look, hey, he's protecting the heart. Love this dude. Don't know you, love you, about to follow you.
Right. It may just be a little bit of drama or something.
Join my team.
Right. I mean, it's not really that interesting of an insight. I mean, like he's not the guy that defines who the hexagon is for us. So,
Yeah, I mean,
you're talking about me? You're saying me?
No, we're talking about.
No. I was talking about identity. I was saying, like,
okay.
his comment doesn't define the hexagon, mentality and system. Just whatever. It sounds like he was just sort of popping off.
But yeah, you too, Trap.
I mean, maybe not in a good way, but I was just kind of curious why it became such a big issue. That's why I was asking. Yeah,
It's just at the end of the day, it's just a technicality. But for somebody who's a new hexagon who wants to tell her community about this wonderful product, telling her, oh, you're not really a hexagon unless you do this is, it's condescending and it's not, a good look, for all of us. So he just said that anyone not using the product as intended is barely a holder. And I said, wrong again, sir. Anyone who put skin in the game and invested money in Hex and believes in our message is a hexagon, just not a sticker. So I'm not going to go back and forth all night, but, it's annoying as fuck.
Yeah, and I actually know Hex Jenna from I actually owned XRP from like 1 or 2 cents.
You called her Hex Jenna. That's awesome.
Sorry, yeah. Maybe that's the new.
I've been telling her to do that. I've been telling her to do it for fucking 2 months now.
Bro, that's just a tired mistake of mine. But
hey, awesome. Keep saying it. Look,
but the thing is I was a strong XRPer, so anybody can come throw hate at me, throw shade or whatever. But I literally, it was back in, actually it was for the sacrifice of PLS that I sold all my XRP.
Me too.
Except for the stuff that was that's still stuck on Coinbase. And I was actually a large
Same
holder.
here. Same.
And so like, you can hate on people like owning different products, but it's like you don't see people talking in the space about like, well, I own this piece of real estate in this town. Oh, well, you're not a, Montana maximalist because you don't own real estate in Montana.
Just wait till we have coins from every state in America on Pulse Chain. Then it's going to be a real war.
It's funny how we all did the same thing. I actually sacrificed XLM as well. But
yep, I sacrificed. Yeah, I mean, to be honest though, all my sacrifices I turned it into an Ethereum-based ERC20 style because I knew that the sacrifice phase was a big mess and a big mistake to accept everything on Earth. And I can track my sacrifices very easily because they're on the Ethereum chain only.
The XLM was annoying because I had it on Nexo to get interest, and I had to swap it to Ethereum. Then I had to send it to my Ethereum wallet because I guess in Nexo you can't send Ethereum to fucking anything else. You have to send it to my Ethereum wallet. Then I had to send that to MetaMask. Then I sacrificed it. I was like, Jesus Christ, never buying XLM again. Fucking horrible decision.
Make a YouTube video of that and repeat the same words you just said. You'll be
Yeah.
a legend one day. You'll be a legend one day if you do that. Mark my words.
Yeah, bro. I got a potential YouTube channel in the works, but I'm waiting for Pulse Chain.
Well, if you want to practice in the meantime, we've got numerous YouTube channels that we've been experimenting with. Numerous.
So like my idea is to like help bridge the gap between the average person, because I kind of like, I'm not one to toot my own horn, but I kind of have like a semi-interesting lifestyle because I have a Jeep, an older truck. I'm probably going to be moving to the coast soon, so like a lot of people like off-roading, a lot of people like saltwater fishing. So it's like, hey, here's this guy doing X, Y, and Z. How what is it that he's doing in his life that makes this possible? Well, here you go. Pulse Chain, Pulse X, and Hex. So that's kind of
Or,
my
hey, do you think one person, and this is one thing I've been asking myself, and I don't know the answer to this yet. Do you think if one person can do something like you're talking about, how many people could you onboard? Or if you had a group
well, I mean
of many people, like I'm saying 5 to 10.
oh, bro,
I'm talking about all around the world, though. I'm talking about all around the world. So we're talking about like 24/7 content.
well, the Jeep community is huge, and
No, I
the-
know this, but still, okay, the Jeep community is huge, but the
This-
Jeep
the-
community is probably 0.0001 of the crypto community, right? And the crypto community is already like a 0.0001 of like the real world.
but the saltwater fishing community is huge.
It's still a 0.00.
The amount of people that want to come to Florida community is huge. Traveling is huge.
I mean, everybody's got their place, but we got to find out what's the biggest place we can go, and how do we fork TikTok? How do we fork TikTok? We're gonna have to do
man.
it. So,
I don't know how you fork TikTok, but I
I don't think it works that. I don't think it works that way. Building a community, you can't just copy the top thing, and fork it.
but when I say fork, I'm
It's
not
bottom up.
saying copy like TikTok. But how do we engage everyone?
I don't know. Make TikToks, I guess. I mean, that sounds good.
We have to get them away from it.
Get them away from what?
TikTok.
No, I disagree with that. I mean,
No, you just put Hex.
Okay, so how many people are learning? Are people learning, or are people educating themselves when they're sitting there learning? These young girls from whatever age to whatever age. I don't know their ages. I don't even watch it. But when they're doing these little dances, what if we could teach them about crypto instead of them?
We do. Have you searched for Hex on TikTok? You should do that. There's some people out there making TikTok videos on Hex, and they are teaching.
there's tons of people doing that, actually.
Okay, but we need these people off it. We need TikTok done. Y'all don't get it.
No, you don't get it. There's nothing we can do.
Yeah.
about it.
No, y'all
So
don't get
all we can do, all we can do is add more educational
TikTok
content.
is destroying society. Like, instead of people building shit, they're learning how to do dances out there. You know, instead of them fucking actually learning real knowledge and understanding crypto or anything else out there, how them to fuck with magnets or electricity or anything like that.
You know what, Trav?
Trav,
It's up to you to
Bro.
put that content on there. That's how it is.
But okay,
It's-
so
It is,
so
but
they dance.
there's an advantage. So this is the advantage play too, right, Trav? So let's say you have kids. If my kids aren't using that service and copying it and just wasting their whole brain and life away, my kids are going to be 100x advantage over the people who are mind melted into that trash. You know what I mean? So the next generation, there's going to be winners and losers. Guess who are the losers are going to be? Guess what they're going to be doing? No, yeah. that's all right. There can be winners too.
Think about this. Was Hitler really wrong? Did what they do was really wrong?
Hey, Trap, I don't want the space to be about.
I'm just saying though. Like, look,
What?
Take-
What
they
the fuck is
they
that?
removed
What
a
the fuck
lot
is
of
that
fucking
statement? That's a
people out.
bullshit statement. That's ridiculous.
No,
Just,
it's
just
not.
stop.
No, it's
Just
not.
stop. Please
It's
stop,
truthful.
Trap. Let's talk about Pulse Chain and Hex and how we can get the message out. And the answer to that is put some little videos on TikTok if you don't like TikTok's content.
I
'Cause
already
it's not
put
going away.
I put videos on TikTok last summer. I haven't logged in since November.
Well, then work it harder, bro. I mean, like
Yeah,
your
man.
ideas
You
Oh
gotta-
are
yeah,
so.
you work
Yeah,
harder.
You gotta
you're
work
so-
that.
Hey man, TikTok is where all the millennials are. So that's I think that's the place
That's
to be
sick.
right now.
That's sick. That tells us our world's fucked, right? You realize that?
That's
Y'all-
irrelevant
y'all
to
don't
this
get it. Y'all don't get it.
conversation. We're trying to make the world better, and we'll just work with what we got.
The world has been fucked many times, and it also unfucks itself, and it's because of people like us in these communities that figure out a fucking solution. Only 40% of millennials are in crypto. So if we could somehow reach another,
That's a lot. That's an absolute lie. That's an
well,
absolute lie. The numbers
What's
are
the-
wrong.
what's the correct figure, Trap? I'm
Probably maybe 5% of millennials, maybe less than that.
perfect. So then fucking TikTok.
I
is
mean, it's even
obviously-
lower. It's lower. It's
Yeah.
extremely low.
I like it.
That's nonsense. I mean, I'm not sure what's that number? How do you even know such? I mean, this is ridiculous.
Okay, well, look, how many people have said Hex in the past year? It's all on chain. Let's just go off Hex. Can we just go off if we're gonna go off something, let's go off an mutable code that's built on Ethereum, something that can't be hacked, hasn't been hacked for 2.5 years. I think Hex would set the standard for us as what we go off of with that, right? I'm gonna wait on yours.
Yeah. That's a. I don't know what we go off of. What? What do you mean? You go off of
Ask-
Hex to do what?
I'm talking about what Swear Works is saying. What's he saying?
He's just talking about
I'm, sa-
millennials.
I'm
We're
saying
trying.
that you should use the platforms that are reaching billions of young people to get the message out. I mean, I have no idea what you're talking about.
What messages they? Okay, so you're saying TikTok's sending the message out to the people?
No,
Yes.
Trap.
I'm saying-
You said yes. You just said yes.
Listen,
Next thing
wait.
You said no.
Yes.
We're
said
talking
yes.
about something different. Yeah, he said yes.
Look.
Get the message out, and it's.
Yeah, I love
We're
everybody
saying-
in here.
listen, no.
Hookshot, follow me where I.
I'm gonna tell you how it is. He's telling you, put the message out on. He left. Every time, I swear to God.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to say that we should use the platforms that are available to us to get the message out. That's all I'm saying. I'm not.
I'm agreeing with you.
We can't rip down these platforms. If we think we can, that's even harder work than spreading
Exactly.
Hex. Yeah, I mean,
All we can do is work with what we got. We can't make a campaign against taking down TikTok. All we can do is just put Hex on TikTok at the moment. Exactly. I agree with you. Anyway, Trap was making something that was kind of, yeah. Anyway, so let's keep on this conversation about whatever. Other than the evils of the world, we're gonna make good for the world. What good can we do for the world besides making videos? on TikTok?
We are already doing it, girl. The communities, unifying communities, crypto communities, moving forward together, putting pressure. You know what? If we all get together, the pressure's going to get harder and harder, and we're going to break any barriers that are holding us back. So that is something important. Anything counts. Anything we can do counts. Anything that we can think of counts. It doesn't matter how crazy the idea is or how simple the idea is. The most important thing is to, push together forward. Go Poltergeist.
I'm sure we're all tired about talking about Identity Block, but I pinned something to the top because he said I was wrong. He fucking earned his title. So I just wanted some advice on how I should respond. Should I be a douchebag? Should I be condescending? Should I just
You're
leave it
talking about
alone?
the message that he put for Jenna, or the
I would-
response?
I would not respond, Poltergeist.
Yeah.
I'd rather you not respond, but have other people just back up our message if you haven't responded.
That's what That's
I'm
what I
gonna
was-
respond to him. I'm going to.
Oh, I'm sorry, I hit the mute button. Go ahead, Georgia. Oh, I didn't mean to.
I was kind of thinking the same, since he kind of like he's out of the closet now, because like he's
I'm going to say something, and I'm trying to figure out how to say it in English. But I'm going to respond to him. Yes, staking is very important, but to be a player, you don't only have to have the ball, but you have to put it on the shirt and work as a team player or something like that. But he's maybe it's too poetic and doesn't sound too well in English as it will be, in Spanish. But most of these people, that's what they want. They want to divide. They want a controversy. So silence is the most powerful weapon. Just
I think
ignored. Elizabeth, what was the Queen Elizabeth, the Virgin, the one that said that the ones that you love or the ones that you don't love, just kill them with silence. And that's the worst thing that could happen to them. Let's apply I don't know. I saw a movie and I heard her say something like that, but it was Queen Elizabeth the Virgin, who had a lover, and her lover betrayed her, or was trying to betray her, and she put him away and never talked to him again. So let's do that.
That's what I was thinking, because of what he just said. Anybody that goes through the comment trail is going to look and see, oh, okay, this guy's a dick.
Yeah,
But-
and we know
but
if
the-
you want to start a fire, what do? You blow on the fire, right? Don't make it bigger. Ignore it. That's it. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time.
I just
Yeah, I know. I was going to respond, but then I say, oh, whatever.
we all want to give somebody a piece of our mind sometimes, but
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I sent 2 messages maybe, and even TikTok got involved in that. It was weird, but and I got a response, but I quit. Yeah, not going any further. Because the more I
Yeah,
respond,
no, it,
yeah,
it was good that we responded to it, but once it's done, you
mhm,
do your statement, drop the mic, and walk away. That's it.
exactly. Yeah. It's just best for more people to do it. I'm not gonna do it anymore. Although I really am itching to, but yeah, but the more I say ugly things, the more he's gonna say ugly things. It just goes on and on. So yeah, we gotta stop. So if more people would just
Yep.
do it.
Yeah, you're just feeding the beast. Don't let it die. Let it die. If you don't blow on the fire, it will die.
dude, when I'm an OG Hexagon and I'm retired, the last thing I'm gonna do is spend my time worrying about a fucking technicality. What I'm probably gonna do is try to grow the community as much as possible and make sure that our financial product grows in an exponential fashion.
Absolutely.
Yes, silence is sometimes powerful.
Yeah.
You don't need to respond to every, thing that somebody says. And it sounds like your goal is to build up Hex. So is arguing with him about this achieving that, or is it just sort of a,
No,
I just like a petty thing? I mean, you won't even feel good about it even if you win, right? It's just sort of I don't know. It's like a meaningless argument, is what
So
I'm saying.
yeah, I did it more or less to support Jenna and not make her feel left out or cut down by his comment. That's why I wanted people to respond. It wasn't even. I was doing it more for Jenna's sake.
Yeah. And that's
we-
fine. And that's
Ma-
fine. but,
Maybe
you know,
maybe supporting her is more important than trying to wrong him. Is what I'm
No,
trying to say. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's why I made a comment and just left it alone. It's about her, yeah, and that's it.
we just want the XRP community to know that there's an overwhelming majority of Hexicans that, you know, don't feel this way. This guy doesn't speak for any of us in any, you know, in remotely any, you know, sense of the word.
Yeah, we want to welcome her in. We want to support her. Right. We don't want to win arguments with people. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But nah, man, I'm over it. What's up, Walrus? What's up, RDS?
What's going on?
Talking some bullshit, talking pulse chain, you know, usual stuff.
Yeah, trying to trap down again, you know, regular stuff.
Sounds like a Friday.
Friday, payday, let's go. Too bad I dumped it into my wife's car, $1,100, but I'm happy it's fixed, so whatevs.
sometimes we have to do those kind of things and spending other things that are not hex.
But hey, I'm blessed. I'm working tomorrow, so get some OT, and who knows, maybe I'll buy some Hex with it. We shall see.
I'm gonna have to mute this person in my tweets so I don't get hot. And the bad kind of hot, not sexy kind of hot. Hot under the collar.
And it's a Friday night and we're all hanging here at the Twitter space. I wish they had I wish this was like a real bar, guys, so we could all like virtually showed up and hey guys, anyone with an idea, just do a virtual bar so we can show up like in like Zoom. Hey, I think I have a Zoom account for 100 people. I should do that one day, right? If anyone's well, unless they're gonna be like naked on the other side. Imagine. I remember I watched one of the streams, the first stream that I watched from uh Discord ladies, and this guy got a hold of the stream and he was butt naked. It was funny.
Here's a good happy Friday thing for you. Hex is currently 5.1 cents, and
No. Ooh.
and Bitcoin is retracing.
Ooh. Should I buy more Hex?
And they said we're still we're not correlated anymore.
Wow. It's it is interesting. You know, I haven't been able to listen to all the streams that Richard did this week and last week, so that's a good task for this weekend to catch up with everything he has done. And you know, it is incredible the messages and all the things that I have not yet heard. So it's I recommend everyone who's new to Hex and things like that to go to the Richard Hart Win site user or whatever the Twitter account and check out the streams that he did so we can see what's going on. I don't know, just trying to fill out space, guys. I don't know what I started talking about something else and then I just went back to Richard.
No,
Doesn't
yeah,
matter what it is,
Kidco,
as long as it's positive. Oh my God.
Kidco, yeah, Kidco News. That is almost.
Yes.
I think he has almost 500,000. He has like 460,000 something people on his YouTube, and it's You know, the one from a year ago is one of my favorite things to share
Yeah.
with people. As
Yep.
far as onboarding, I want to share the Kitco news. Now, this one, I'm like, this is an updated version and it's just as good, if not better, because now Richard Hart's a little bit more right than he used to be, probably, because a lot of things came true. But it was pretty professional, and I like how that host questions. So yeah, this is definitely one of those that you should probably share with people, along with the Link Up TV with May. That one's another. That one, okay. I really want to check that one because that one is gonna hit like 1 million views, most
Oh,
likely. The
wow.
Link Up TV, maybe not yet. It's huge. It's massive. So I'm gonna pull it up right now and just check how many people have watched it because it might be 1 million.
Yeah, it's like, you know what, right now, guys, most likely with the wave of interviews that he has done, he's a lot of the new people who's interested in him are going to be recycling interviews. So he doesn't have to do so much yet because the people new who hasn't heard about him, who haven't heard about him, who doesn't know much about Hex, are going to be watching the old. Too bad they're going to be watching him costing and things like that. But
Okay, yeah, that one's up to 667,000 views on the Lin May Link
Damn.
Up TV. Yeah, 666. It's gonna hit 1 million probably. Who knows? That's
Swearworks
crazy.
has his hand up. Go ahead.
Just wanted to say that there are 2 episodes of the Kitco interview. Just make sure you guys, maybe people haven't seen both of them, but there are 2. So there's part 1 and part 2, and they're both doing quite well. So
amazing, amazing
yeah,
interview.
yeah, I agree. I think some people thought it was a one interview, but there's actually 2 about hour-long videos that are trending. So just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, and I like the interview because the host did not take, it was very neutral and very polite, and I like that. That gives a chance to level up, the host and the guests and be neutral and be
The first one's almost
Yeah.
90,000 views on the first one in like one day. So that's pretty impressive.
Pulsar, guys.
Yeah, I really enjoyed his last Twitter Space debate with Tone Vase and McShane and who was the other guy? Manoob, whatever his name is. It's always good when Richard just has, a normal conversation, but when other Bitcoiners are coming into our spaces and saying, yeah, I was a skeptic, but after listening to Richard, I'm starting to, warm up to you guys. That's fucking awesome.
And that's gonna happen more and more often now, guys. Because it's just like a child. Eat this. I don't like it. You never try it. I don't like it. And eventually, they will like it. And there's no way you cannot just like be so negative about something because that something has a 90% positive. So maybe 100. I don't want to be like, like
I think that's why Jack Levin is so sort of appreciated in the community, because he sort of really is back to these very, crypto principles, and he is giving it a nod, So I think it's one of the reasons why Jack is so, um, appreciated, because he's highlighting something that a lot of us know, which is a lot of these other things are garbage with terrible keys and terrible risks, and you know so yeah, these people will keep showing up slowly over time.
yeah, and it's like a domino effect. It's like a domino effect, no matter what. It's like it's the oldest and more efficient PR technique or marketing technique that there is, the word of mouth. You know, it's gonna be 2 are gonna watch it, then another 10 more. So it's gonna keep growing. It's just starting. It's just the engines are, on, and this is just the beginning. And I'm glad Richard is, you know, opening up to interviews, and this are very important interviews, but it's not like the major leagues yet. Imagine when they start calling him or or doing interviews with him and like hardcore media that people like me see at home every day. That's when things are going to be crazy. And I think that after the documentary, it's going to be big.
Guys, wait until BitBoy's on YouTube every day talking about how great Pulse Chain is because he sacrificed for it.
He's already starting to do that,
Yeah.
It's like I don't even know who he is. I know I saw a couple things in clips that you guys put out, but I'm sorry, but yeah, everybody's gonna have to. It's impossible not to.
Maybe there's people
Impossible.
that are bigger than him now, but I think he's still the biggest. He has like 1.5 million subscribers. So his endorsement is definitely beneficial to this community.
Yeah, you know what? We have to be welcome to everyone. We can all have our own opinion. I'm Team Richard Hart. Other are, Team Pulse, teams. We're part of the same league. That's what I'm trying to say. We're same league, different teams. Let's all play together. All roads. If all roads take me to Pulse Chain, I'm there.
What the hell is wrong with all these people responding to this stuff? I'm very disappointed.
What's going on?
Did we get wrecked?
No.
What's wrong, Hexy?
Someone exclaimed to be a hexakin, and a bunch of people are responding like, "You're not a hexakin until you stake 555 or 15 years," and they're just not accepting new people who own hex and saying you're not part of the family or because of this and that. It's just weird.
On your Twitter, or is there sort of a debate going on with you and identity on Twitter or something, or
No,
on your own?
Yeah, I did respond, but I'm not going to keep on responding. But it's just more than one person doing it now, and it's just very disappointing.
And do we know if those are real hexicans? That's what I'm telling you. We have to ignore it and blow out and make sure that the light goes.
What I'm
shines
very
off the
disappointed
filter.
about is TikTok agreeing and sending
Like TikTok, the girl TikTok?
yes, TikTok crypto. Yeah.
Doesn't seem like it's hexagons. It's just identity block or TikTok with them.
And TikTok. Sorry.
TikTok. Well, everybody
I
has
think
the right. Everybody has the right to their own opinion. You know what? We don't agree with it. Move on. We're just gonna make sure that we are welcome to everyone, to all the, to all the new hexicans and Jenna, that it's been wonderful. She has been promoting Hex for the last month on her spaces, at least that I have heard. She has welcomed all of us to her space, and we need to give her the same welcoming. So
These are the kind of arguments we have during a fucking bear market. After Pulse Chain launches, the only arguments we're going to be having is which fucking yacht is the best, the most reliable.
Yeah, that guy also thinks I'm part of an evil cabal to like steal hex users and record his phone calls, so I wouldn't lose a lot of sleep over it.
Dude, they one of the reasons why I'm getting divorced is because I'm a fanatic of Hex and Richard Hart. Come on. Oh my goodness, this is getting recorded. I don't give a shit. It is after 12, after midnight, 10, whatever. But people is crazy out there. They don't understand, when they don't have the same passion that we do, and when they don't understand, or they don't have the mind to accept and learn new things and educate themselves. We are different. Why? Because we learn, because we try to be better, because we try to look for ways out of the future that we don't want. you know that's a big.
Well, and I think a lot of it is just with everything in the world, like because the Hexagon culture is so strong, like everybody always wants to have like an us and them mentality so that they can kind of like lash out and have a place to offload some anger and feel powerful
Yeah.
and things like that in general. So, one, I think that the culture of Hexagons is really cool and that we do a lot of
Yeah.
neat things and preach a lot of cool stuff. But there always has to be room for someone who just wants to treat this as a financial instrument. Like Hex
Yeah.
works great. Like if you think that, if you don't like Hex is the way and you think that I'm dumb and you think all our spaces are stupid, you can still understand that, hey, Hex is a great financial tool and just use it. Like there's no need to be excluding those people or push away money who just maybe, I guess, if you want to be technical, aren't Hexicans in the sense that they don't like to be involved in the community. It doesn't mean you want to jade them away from just a good financial product. It's
Course.
fine. It works just good, fine that way.
Of course. Imagine now, imagine when we have celebrities be part of the Hexican community and they really get exposed, what we're all about out there. Just like, with other, like, other areas that have celebrities. I'm not going to say names because I don't want to get in trouble. But it is, there's no way they can stop Hex. It's coming, it's big, and it's going to hit like a pulse chain, and it's going to be hitting the earth and humanity the way that no one could ever imagine. And it's imminent. I think that's a word, right? Imminent. We can avoid it. So, oh well, we just have to prepare. I feel like I'm the one at home with my pantry full of food, and they're telling you something's going to happen, but we're prepared. We're preparing. The best we can do is, help people and share with them. If they want to take it, fine. If they don't, they're going to be they're going to be the same as always.
It's an inevitability.
Also,
Inevitability.
a community is bigger than one person's opinion on some tweet. So it doesn't really matter. It'll pass like other things have passed. I mean, quickly. It'll be forgotten in a day or two. What I think is cool is that there's lots of people that do care about bringing people in, and yeah, I mean that's way stronger than that is the community. That's
You're right,
cool.
but we
Yeah.
had to respond to make this new person feel more comfortable. That's why we were responding,
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
to
yeah.
not to
I'm not
lash
taking
out
that
at.
away.
Yeah.
I'm not, yeah.
No. I
Uh-huh.
agree with Hexy Cajun. I totally agree with what you're saying. The only thing I said that, okay, just go. I'm sorry, but if anyone's bug, I will go shoot straight for the head and just walk away. Just like, I'm not gonna be like cutting a finger, I'm just boom, that's it.
Hey guys, I'm gonna call it a night, but it was a great conversation. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Take care, guys. Guys, you want to hear something? I didn't know. I don't know if you know that I really enjoy shooting with the slingshot. I since I was a kid, I didn't know there was such a thing as people like professional slingshot shooters, whatever. It's crazy. It's something to look into it. It's fun and crazy, and it's good self-defense techniques. I just want to share that while we wait for the next speaker to come on board.
I one time on accident looked up professional Scrabble, and I do not want to admit how many hours of the Scrabble World Championships I watched in one sitting.
Oh Lord, was it good? Were you able to figure out any of the questions or things like that, or not questions, the words they use?
So I just like greatness in general. So like I'm literally I literally wrote it down. I'm gonna go watch some of these like professional slingshot shooters. I just like people who are exceptionally good at everything. And
You need
so
to watch
when I
it.
pulled
Like,
up,
it's great, incredible what they do.
yeah. So like when I pulled up the Scrabble, it was the players are incredible. What got me is it was not that long in the first match when the announcer I guess apparently the best Scrabble players like are able to document something like 94% of the entire English language, like some unreal amount of the words these guys know. And so like that stat like screwed my head up. So I was watching them play, just literally just still trying to like conceptualize this stat. And listening to the announcers talk about Scrabble championships was the funniest thing. They're just like, oh yeah, Bob, he's got the triple word laid out there. He's going to try to get xylophone. Yeah, yeah. I remember in the '94 championship they hit that and he crushed David Linderbaum. So we're going to see if they go xylophone in the triple word. It's an aggressive play here. It's going to open. I mean, it's hilarious. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, I have to go check that out. That's funny. Or watching the poker tournaments. The guys like 6 or 7 guys looking like they're dead, sitting with glasses.
Have you guys seen marble racing on YouTube? That's a whole nother thing. I mean,
Marble racing, what is that?
yes, it's like these tracks where people put marbles into race tracks. I mean, yeah, like it goes pretty deep, all the way down to turtles. I mean, there's so many weird things you can get into. So, yeah, marble racing.
Wow. We used to play marbles, like kicking the little balls with, but not like racing. Like there's dog racing, but any kind of racing. It's like, wait a minute, guys, this is for you. The puppy bowl, like during Super Bowl. I think it's the hours before the Super Bowl or after you have the puppy bowl. Have you ever watched that? No one has watched the puppy bowl? Where they have a bunch of puppies playing football? Did I get wrecked?
No, never seen it.
Never. Are you kidding me? It's the cutest thing ever. They even have someone telling people how the game, which puppy's winning, and they have a ball and they play around. It is fun. The puppy bowl is a classic. Crazy, crazy.
Anybody have dreams about like hex and pulse chain and stuff where you're talking to people in your dreams about this stuff? I'm just curious if anybody has had that experience.
Actually, I have not. I can say I haven't.
Yeah, I've had a couple of those, and so just that's the definition of a hex again. You have to dream about hex. I'm just kidding.
That's right. Put that in the comments. It's like, have you had a dream with hex? If you haven't had a dream, you're not a hexican.
And it has to be confirmed Inception style.
Yes.
No honor system.
Yes.
Oh, damn. I'm out. Shit. I'll work on it tonight.
That's funny. Guys, I just want to say goodnight to everyone. I'm about to leave. My kids haven't had dinner yet, and it's 10:45, I guess, here. So
Now that's a Hexagon right there.
that is a Hexican. You know what? You're not a Hexican unless you starve your kids because you were on a space, on a Twitter space. So there you go. That is a
That's
Hexican.
that's a lot more than a 5555. I can
I'm
tell you
gonna
that
put
much.
that in there. I'm gonna put that in there. I'll answer that way. Let's see what he says.
Night, Miss Georgia. Be safe.
Take care, guys. Kisses. Bye bye.
Hex Deck isn't going to starve because I just finished up cooking 5 pounds of chicken and 3 pounds of ribeye. So I'm going to be containerizing the stuff and going to bed myself soon.
Oh,
Nice.
damn. I thought you meant you just ate that much. I was like, holy shit. You mean you cooked it and you're putting it away, right?
Yeah, it's meal preps for the next 3 days.
Oh,
Keep up the protein content. We're ending the 90-day fitness challenge here, and things have wrapped up. So I'm not going to stop. So I really appreciate the encouragement for people who've been participating in this whole crypto fitness challenge thing.
I honestly registered and I lasted about 2 days and I said, fuck it. And I didn't keep doing it. But anyway, that's my failure story. Sorry.
No worries. You can always restart. I was joking with Hex Iron about doing the next one because Jim Rat was talking about doing it. And I said, what about a 369 fitness crypto challenge?
And what does that entail? 3.69?
Well, it's based on the inflation rate of Hex, 3.69. So 369 days of
Oh, the days. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
continuous effort. Because 30 days has been amazing. I mean, like I did fall short of my goal. I was 1.8 pounds short of 174 pounds, but like I went up from like 150 pounds. So
And just put some heavier shoes on or something and you'll make it.
I should have held that roll of quarters. Kinetics was joking about that on Discord Syndicate. He was talking about
Man,
who's that?
you just go to the buffet, man. You just hit one buffet and you'll be up.
I thought about using I think it was Hexologist with his cheater code about bulking up on McDonald's or something, but I didn't do it.
I'd say go the other way. Instead of going, 369 days, go for like 3.69 minutes. Like, can you just at least work out that much every day? Because like little habits every day work better than huge goals that you never do.
Oh no, I forget I average 27 minutes in the gym, and they have an Olympic-sized swimming pool here, so 40 minutes in the swimming pool, and then 14 minutes in the sauna.
Hey, I applaud you. I mean, I wasn't digging on you. I was saying like there's some research that shows that if you do things even just the minimal every day or two or whatever often, you'll actually pick up that habit. And if you just keep putting these huge goals out in the future, you'll never do it. You just keep making bigger things that you're not going to do. Like Atomic Habits is like this huge book that kind of explains this whole thing. But yeah, I mean, working out is just it's a habit. It's not a big thing.
Oh, it's a positive habit. That's the thing. Is like it takes, like you said, it takes a little bit of time. And if anybody's studied this, there's been a lot of like books or theories about like 21 days to change a habit. It really takes a good like 35 days to get consistent to where you just go, even if you don't want to go, and you just go and do it.
Not to push anything specific or whatever, I found that when I got a Apple Watch and the fitness thing, it just was so easy. It's like I could just work out at home. There's thousands of things you can do. So easy to work out. Like the excuse just almost disappears. So I found that helpful. I'm not saying it's something you should do. I just thought it was useful for me.
Yeah, no, I actually went out during this 90 days at the beginning of the 90 days fitness challenge. I think about 3 weeks into it, but I ordered, I call it calisthenics because it's basically like a dip bar, push up, and then like the pull ups, and then so very simple piece. And then I ordered a small weight rack that goes from like 15 pounds down to 35 pounds, just dumbbells. And so if I am not motivated to get to the gym that day, or I'm running out of time or space, I can crunch it in.
One thing I'd recommend, because I love pull-ups, if you'll get one of those like little resistance bands you tie around, it'll help like where you can actually get like a lot of clean reps with the pull-ups and kind of adjust the weight. It's really helpful.
Nice. I'll have to look into that.
That's like a sort of a bar you screw together with sort of handles and then certain things you pull. I thought some of that maybe broke off. And is that what you're talking about, or do those things actually work?
If you're talking to me, I mean, there's a lot of ways to like do the pull-up bars or any of those things. The ones I'm talking about is they make those like big resistance bands. Like a lot of times you see like girls use variations on them on their legs, and they'll do the like side steps, or you'll see fighters or pro athletes use them for like footwork. But they make thicker ones, and you kind of like you lash it around there, and you put your foot on it and stand with one foot while you do your pull-up, and it just helps to remove some of the weight, the resistance there. And it helps a lot, like where you can actually like rep out like sets of 10 or 15 depending on the your own fitness and the band. So it helps a lot to get like good clean reps for pull-ups.
So it's sort of like a metal bar with some belts and then hand grips or whatever that you can pull on. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Those things work in your opinion? Yeah.
Oh, pull-ups are awesome, man.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I pinned it up at the top. This is a simple gym setup I have here at the house.
Did Richard make some sort of decision to sort of stop the outrage marketing thing? Because the Kitco interviews were pretty like sort of back to old Richard, So did something happen? Did he announce something, or was that interview just sort of one of the older ones that sort of seems more like it used to be before, rather than flexing or whatever?
He did kind of announce a little bit that he was, let's just say, tweaking the outrage a little bit. He sent a couple tweets about it. Also, I think he mentioned it in that interview a little bit, right?
What were the tweaks that he was talking about, or was he sort of just pulling back on some of the PP stuff? Is that what you're saying, or was there something else?
Yes. Well, and we don't know for sure. I mean, Richard Art's going to do whatever he wants, but he was kind of leaning towards a little bit less of that, plus a little bit less of swearing, I guess, but probably not less of clothes or cars or whatever else, making new cryptos that take over the world. Ultimate flex.
It was, I think, a great set of interviews. I mean, it was, I think, some of his best in terms of actually teaching people stuff too, not just answering questions, but dropping bombs. I mean, just great information.
Is my mic still working? Are we still here? Testing.
Yep.
Still here.
So LL put out their SAC totals, and whether or not you care about the project by itself particularly, one thing the tool they built is super cool. And it actually has a ticket system in there that's anonymized. That's really cool. I hope we get to see that used more commonly in the spaces where you can actually, interact with whatever kind of dApps or even centralized organizations and not have to dox your wallet. So that's pretty slick. Hopefully that becomes more of a standard moving forward.
Yeah. And TJ, I'm trying to approve you for the second time and it's not working. I don't know why. But yeah, I'm checking your balance without doxing your wallet is awesome. Or if you could just put the wallet address in, is that how it works? You put the wallet address in and it tells you what it is? That's
Yeah, so the SAC total stuff there is clean and pretty standard. But like if you have an issue, like to put in tickets, you don't have to dox the wallet or yourself or your email or anything. So like if you think there's a missing transaction or any of these issues, you can do the anonymous tickets and say like just again anonymize and say, hey, this wallet's missing this, or I think the bonus is wrong or anything like that.
oh, so it won't give your screen name.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is cool. I'm gonna look into it and talk to those guys a little more. I talked to Christian and Scottish Dave earlier. I'm gonna talk to them about how they built that tool. That's something that I think we'll want to integrate into like the NFT marketplace, so that if you have listing issues or any of those things, that people are able to essentially ask questions, clarify about a particular transaction without having to dox their addresses and things. That's pretty cool.
Did they do a video or something about this, or where did they explain this?
Yeah, there's a video. Yeah, there's a video up. I think it's Matt. I think it's Matt's channel if you want to check it out.
Yeah, I only saw the beginning of the clip. Does he actually show the ticket system in that, Dylan?
I haven't watched the video. I just saw them come out with it just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, hopefully they actually just kind of go over the ticket system from, again, even if again, just that side of the tool itself is really cool. I'm pretty psyched about it.
Oh man, there's gonna be so much more to talk about when Pulse Chain comes out. It's like I run out of things to say, right?
It's coming together. I mean, a lot of the really cool DeFi projects are all, getting stuff really nice and polished up. It's kind of gotten quiet because there's, some of that buzz is wore off them. Like the Hurricash guys, they're improving from some of their anonymity stuff, going from like 5 to 7. So that stuff's really complicated cryptography, but I actually think that using Hurricash for Pulse will actually give you I don't know how you want to quantify it. Essentially better anonymity than using Monero. The Pulse LN guys, their connectivity, like the Lightning Network, so that you'd be able to move your value. It also helps again with privacy, but all your value to like use all the Bitcoin Lightning Network infrastructure and all those places. Those guys' testnet went really well. So there's a lot of great DeFi already built around. And all these are projects where, if you participated, you like their tokens, cool, great, hope number goes up. But all those are just good, useful protocols for, Pulse and PulseX. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah. There was a project in here earlier called dogging.io. He just was a listener, and but he sent a DM with a link to his site and offered to let him come speak, but he didn't come back. So he was offering a free airdrop, or that's so. Anyway,
Is the Hurricash, is that like a Pulse Chain thing, or is that on Ethereum with? I'm just trying to understand where that's
Chain.
coming from. Sorry.
Yeah, it's on Pulse Chain.
Only Pulse Chain, not
Yeah.
not
So Ethereum has Tornado Cash.
So like Hurricash is sort of the Pulse Chain version of Tornado Cash. Is that the basic concept?
Yeah, it just again, like I'm sure the Tornado Cash guys would have their own 2 cents on it. But the Hurricash guys have expanded. It's not just a fork of Tornado Cash. They wrote their own code and expanded on, like, again, the ring set. So it's really, really private. It's very, very hard to do chain analysis and really come back on there. You'd have to do some really neat things where you actually participated in the sets and try to sort of isolate people's transactions. Like it's really difficult to actually try to attack the anonymity that these guys wrote.
Well, that's interesting for sure. I mean, especially if everyone here is obviously early to Pulse Chain, so having an anonymity is useful from the beginning for at least some of your stack. So interesting. So are the guys from Tornado Cash running are coming over to Pulse Chain, or are they not commented, or is there any are they planning on playing on Pulse Chain or no?
So their contract will come over. The issue is it's written in ETH, so it would actually Tornado Cash would work, but I think the largest set would only let you send. Someone can double check me. I don't remember what the largest set
It
of
might
ETH
be
is.
10. I think it might be 10. I can't remember, but that wouldn't really help you too much if you're sending 10 polls.
Yeah, exactly. But there's another There's
Ah,
another project that's building now on Ethereum that I'm trying to get to come over, and they've got some other utility, but they fort Tornado Cash, and they're going to keep open the admin key part of that contract so that when it comes to Pulse, they can go in there and adjust those values. So we'll have a Tornado Cash fork that'll function with values that make sense for Pulse, and then we'll have Hurricash.
just real quick. I mean, you mentioned that Hurricash sort of did some things that were even more secure than Tornado Cash. Without getting too technical, could you explain that in a way that's, I don't know, just why do you think that's even better than security wise in terms of Tornado Cash versus Hurricane or Hurricash? Sorry, is there something there that is there some technical
One, I would really recommend, if anyone is ever just feeling a little too cocky about their blockchain crypto knowledge, go read bulletproofs or ring signatures and look at the cryptography around like Monero and see if you can understand that math, because it is the most crazy difficult stuff I've ever read in my life. I've tried to read this stuff over and over and over again, and I maybe sort of barely understand it. It is extremely difficult math. But the Hurricash guys have just added rings, and the rings are these anonymity sets that help move it out. And I guess they say that in some ways it's similar to garlic routing, where just the data sets obfuscate at even higher levels, and it's more difficult, and you'd have to take up more of the people that are using it to actually be able to like eliminate the other variables and track it down. It's really, really cool stuff.
Cool. Well, that makes me even more interested in it. I mean, listen, if you got into ETH when it started and you also could hide some of your stuff, you wouldn't be upset about it. It's worth learning about, for sure.
Yeah, and like again, like we have like we have employees that we pay in crypto. We'll have more and more clients, so like it's really needed to have good privacy tech like that just to actually be able to interact with this stuff, to do a lot of commerce that we think is standard, right? Like I helped two guys. I helped them do escrow. They actually wanted to sell a hex watch, and they were like, hey, like let's grab somebody we both know to like just hold the funds. And so to kind of keep it private, like all three of us go create new wallets and everything, because it's easier than having to Tornado Cash the funds. They wanted to pay in USDC. It takes time, right? Like that's tricky to move all that stuff around. But so again, like having that stuff to be nice and secure, to be able to make just again payments, pay employees, as we move into those layers, like it's you have to have it for just basic commerce. So it's really nice that we have it.
That's super compelling. Sounds good. Thanks for explaining that. I appreciate it.
For sure. Yeah, I always like to bring up that just like obvious use case of the privacy tech, because whenever we think of it, we just again, because it's most of us use these things in a way where they're not if you're primarily just if you're like providing liquidity and hex and a few things, you may not be interacting with that many people independently, it's pretty easy to kind of keep addresses private, or you can segregate between. But if you're using this stuff as currency in any way, or again, if you're making payments or having to interact with individual people, you can quickly like dox addresses. And no one here would want to use Cash App if you sent me $40, if I could look through your bank history, like no one would do that. So those privacy elements are like we're used to a certain level of privacy in the first place, just even with common banking. So having that stuff around so that again you can pay vendors or employees, or just send funds back and forth and not dox the rest of that history is really important.
Yeah. And also, I think that you don't have to be sort of all in or all out, which I think maybe people do, which is like, oh well, like my whole stack is not anonymized, or it's KYC'd. You could still start slowly doing a little bit of this Tornado Cash, a little bit of this. I mean Tornado Cash has served me well. Not my whole stack at all, but yeah, it's worth at least considering. Yeah. So
Yeah,
thanks.
I brought up.
Thanks. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
you don't have to
absolutely.
go all in. You can go halfway in. You can go, just a little bit in. You can just, move a few coins over and check it out and play with it, and and over time maybe you add more. Or yeah,
Yeah, I've recommended for people to that one of the things that, so again, if you had the sort of foresight, or depending on the way other things you have, right? If you have hex stakes and obviously you're married to seeds, or if you don't use a lot of wallets, that's one thing. But if you used a relatively clean address, or an address that you can, distance yourself from, if you don't have hex stakes or things like that, um, the pulse chain and sacrifice sets are going to be, especially if you're a larger sacrificer, like that's going to be a list of addresses that get airdropped, that people dust attack, that gets looked at for all types of things, that people are going to want to follow the big addresses, see what they do. Assuming these things do 50, 100,000x, you didn't have to put in that much money if you catch 1,000x and you haven't sold, to have a large wallet. Maybe you don't want to be just, be popping up on whale bots and things like that. So if you, again, use some of these privacy things to obfuscate from those addresses, just again, for security, to just not be one of these addresses that gets watched. Again, these are things that, take your time and, use the tools how you choose.
Currently is Tornado Cash like it was kind of expensive about a year ago or so. The last time I messed with it, is it sort of affordable and cheap nowadays with the Gwei, or is it still pretty hard to jump into?
No,
I haven't
it's
messed with
it's
it for a
really
while, so
expensive now.
yeah, okay. See, that's the problem. I mean that keeps people away from it, because they're like, well, I can't even assemble 10 ETH or 1 ETH or something to play with it. So hopefully Pulse Chain can fix that a little bit with this. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that keeps people away. I mean,
yeah. I actually brought this up in a stream the other day, that some of the things that we design in our NFT marketplace, we like lean on the fact that Pulse Chain that has great throughput, that the fees are extremely inexpensive, that we kind of trust the Pulse Chain dev team to keep it inexpensive for a long length of time. And so we were able to not have to take certain gas optimization routes that are either less user friendly or less secure in certain ways. So a lot of these DeFi projects, again, we always just talk about fees in a certain sense of like saving funds, but again, that fees can be the deciding factor on whether or not people take privacy steps to keep themselves secure, whether again, like things like the NFT contracts actually go through more secure routes, because they're not trying to do everything they can to just be so inexpensive that people can actually afford to use them. So the fees are actually going to impact a lot of things more than just sort of what we think of as when we're like, hey, I spent $100, now I'm only going to spend $4. Awesome. But there's just things that you weren't even going to do because of the cost, right? People don't use Gnosis multi-sigs, they don't use Tornado Cash, they won't buy on DEXs. All types of activities in the DeFi space, that the fees, modify your behaviors either in how much you use them or when you choose to. So it makes a big difference. I'm really excited to see how that plays out too.
that's cool to hear. Thank you. That's interesting. I mean, it makes me even more interested in playing with something on Pulse Chain. Yeah, it was so expensive on Tornado. I mean, it still is, I guess, as you were saying, but it was so expensive for a while that it was
Oh
just
yeah,
almost
you could pay
prohibitive. Yeah.
100. Yeah, you could pay $100 to move a couple $1,000, basically, right? So at that point, it's like, yeah, it's almost like paying taxes.
Yeah, I wanted to do a demo for like a small little private room that's mostly just kind of friends and things like that. And to do a demo where like I created a Gnosis sig, added them on, and then we went through and like removed 1 or 2 people that didn't come, and like changed the parameter, did a transaction. We barely did anything, and it still was like $300 in fees between setting up the wallet and a couple transactions. Like, like no one's going to do that, right? So like to even let alone using it as a standard way if you transact a lot, like just to basically do a live demo and kind of show some people Gnosis Sig, like it cost me like $300.
Hey Walrus, you know your money's still in that Gnosis safe. We have to sign it out to you.
The Gwei's
And I
probably
still-
cheap enough. I could probably go get, what is
and
it,
I-
like 30 bucks an each?
And I still have the video recording of when we did that too.
Nice. Yeah, we could. Oh, I'm
Well,
gonna
I
have
think
that
you've
copy
got-
on Pulse
I
Chain,
think-
man. We're gonna have a copy of it.
Yeah, I think you've got $120 or something in there still left over from when we did that.
What? I'm rich.
You might be able to pull it out right now if you could catch a cheap way.
Yeah, pull it out and yeah, nice. Maybe I'll get the group together and we'll make a DGen play. We'll all get in there and sign, and we're gonna buy some 60,000 market cap coin and see what we can do.
Deal.
Hey, Wallace, how would you define a hexagon? Who's a hexagon in your mind?
To
I
me, it's
couldn't
just
help but comment.
go
Sorry,
ahead,
Warren,
DJ, get
go
it.
ahead. No, I was just having a little chuckle over that thread, but no, over to you.
Yeah, to me, it's there's no real high bar. It's just the people that participate in the community. You know what I mean? Like, there's one of my favorite quotes that just for any of these types of things when it comes to, kind of setting standards. It's that comment. It's from Caesar, where he said that it's not that I love Caesar less, it's that I love Rome more. And that, like, I've always loved that quote because, like, you can sort of say, like, hey, like, Hex is the way. That dude's a hexagon, right? Like, this dude, like, lives it, breathes it, speaks it in 2 languages. Like, you can say, like, he's a true hexagon and kind of talk him up and cool stuff, right? And we have tons of people like that in the space. But so you can kind of say that, like, you kind of love Hex is the way more as a hexagon, but it doesn't mean that, like, hey, if XRP Jenna goes and buys some Hex, wants to, like, kind of show up for the community, doesn't mean she's not a hexagon, right? So, anyone that just really participates in the community, like, you're a hexagon in any way, right? So there's always gonna be some that you like more, but if you're participating in the community, you're a hexagon.
Cheers.
I've talked to a few people who were saving up for weeks or a month maybe to purchase Hex for the first time. You know what I mean? And to me it was like, wow, that much effort, and they're making it. They're in the chats, they're talking to people, they're learning, they're gonna get their first Hex. And that was pretty impressive right there. And so to just say you have to do, step 1, 2, 3, and all of a sudden magically poof, you're a hexagon is, yeah, just doesn't make any sense.
I gotta say that was sort of touching. Like, if someone's saving up to become a hexagon, they sort of already are one. That's kind of crazy in a weird way.
That's what I'm
It's like,
saying. They were
yeah, it's like-
hexagon to me.
yeah, it's pretty, yeah.
They were literally helping people in the Hex chat while they didn't even own Hex yet, but they were saving, like, they were preparing to do their first purchase, right? So they were going to be able to legitimately stake, some Hex, but they weren't going to just go out and buy 1 Hex and say they were a hexagon. They actually wanted to do proper, Hex stake.
I mean, I imagine some of us here have, obviously onboarded people, and we've helped them a lot, but they're not hexagons in a weird way. They're sort of just, they sort of bought something you said you should do, and I mean, not to try to parse this out too far, but it's like, there's got to be some sort of interest, some sort of caring, something more than just, buying the thing or doing a certain, little action. It's about sort of I don't know, caring about something. So
Have by chance have any of you guys ever used Hex Radio, the one on YouTube that streams like the pulse chain channels and all that stuff?
Yeah.
I used to always listen to it. Telegram never worked on my mobile data, so it was great.
So Hex is the way. I think you probably already know. He's probably heard me tell the story, and he was there when I met him. So one of the absolute unquestioned underrated Hexicans in the community is Togosh, who has done all kinds of cool stuff, including like Hex Daily Stats and all that stuff. So I didn't realize that this was the same guy at the time. Anyway, but I'd messaged him a few times about, little things. Like we were like, hey, can you put like a UTC clock on there? Because like, as admins, we'd go back and listen to things or check this out, or like, people would clip when, interesting discussions came up, all kinds of stuff. We used it for all, tons and tons of things. And anyway, so I was meeting, I met Togosh, and, he also does a lot of like the Hex postcards. He does all kinds of cool stuff, man. And not to mention, just a good guy. Anyway, so I'm sitting here talking to Togosh, and he was like, oh yeah, you're Walrus, one of the admins, like, cool, man. Like, he acted like he was excited to meet me. And I was like, oh man, like you built Hex, the radio app, man. Like, how cool is that? And he kind of looked like, if he's like, what do you mean? And I was like, what do you mean? What do I mean? Like, no, man, like this is really, really cool, man. Like we love this tool. It's so helpful. Like people use it all the time. We onboard with it. And he goes, oh, I didn't really think it was that big a deal. And we're like, yeah, man, it's really cool that you built this, man. And I'm not joking. He just looks calmly and he shrugs his shoulders and goes, yeah, I just couldn't use Telegram on my work computer. So I just built it. Figure everybody else would want it too.
That is awesome.
Yep. No reason. Didn't ask anything. Never brought it up. Never flexed for credit. Literally nothing. He was just like, yeah, I just couldn't use Telegram on my work computer. And I figured the rest of Hexicans would want it too. And he literally just does it for nothing. Doesn't ask anybody. When the tour was going through, they had their billboard up there on the still picture. He put a clock on there to help. He literally just set all that up. He set it up for himself. And then because people wanted to use it and thought it was cool, he would just update it as people asked and just literally gave it to the community. Never said a word.
That's cool. Yeah, that is cool. But let me ask this. If someone said to you, I'm a Hexican, are you going to say, well, are you going to question them and say, well, do you have this? Do you have that?
No, man. I'd just be excited.
Exactly. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about
Awesome.
it, Hexy. I think it's a bit silly.
if someone tells you they're a Hexican, they are. That's just obvious, right? Who would claim such a thing if they weren't?
I got recognized one time in person in Austin, Texas. And the person who recognized me was actually wearing like a Pulse Chain t-shirt. And I swear it was like seeing a unicorn in the wild. It was so cool.
It's not going to be a unicorn before long.
I've had 2 experiences in airports. Yeah, it's crazy when you see someone with a shirt on or something. And yeah, it's only 2, but it was still exciting. It was thrilling, to be honest. It wasn't even just exciting.
Yeah, I bring up all the time that like the conferences, like there's a lot of cool stuff that goes on during them, and like, some of the interviews, but the absolute best part is just like the normal conversations that go around where you're just, again, kind of surrounded by people on the same wavelength. It's so cool. The first time that I met like Abit and Patrick and all those guys, that's Hex Lion, all the German guys. One, they're just an absolute riot. They do a cool job. They work really, really hard. And all that stuff's really cool, right? That's the kind of thing that you would almost tell somebody. But like my favorite part is like literally we went back to the Airbnb and like we're all hanging out, just sitting around, and like it's like, I don't know, like 1 a.m. Everyone's kind of just, drinking a few beers, hanging out, and like, just someone in the corner is like, Has anyone checked the T-share today? Like, just like, you know what I mean? Just all the stuff that gets talked about in spaces. And it's just like, a group of nerds hanging around, just having an absolute blast, just talking about, crypto stuff, man. So fun.
Yeah, my wife, she got a little while back, she got a different job, and she went with those like coworkers, and they had like a after work meeting or whatever, and the one of the coworkers had a wife, and so she started talking with that lady, and come to find out, man, she was in Hex, she sacrificed for Pulse Chain, Pulsex. It was like, what on
Bro, it's
earth?
like, that's so crazy. Like, it's just, even when you said that, it's so exciting. Like, if you
And my
bump into
wife is
someone,
not, my
yeah,
wife's not really like really deep into crypto or anything. Like she will talk about it once in a while. Like she's not like going all out trying to hunt for a hexagon or something. So somehow it just, the conversation led a certain way, and before you know it, yeah, they found each other.
we out here, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's wild. I mean, Richard mentioned this, on that Kiko interview. It's 100,000 hexagons, right? I mean, 100,000 stakes. So it's just so early. It's just,
To me,
it'll just
a
keep
hundred
happening more and
thousand.
more and more. I mean, more and more
To
and
me,
more.
I translate that into divided by 4 or divided by 5. So to me, that's
Sure,
like,
I mean, sure,
wow, we
multiple
got
stakes, but
20,000
nevertheless,
people.
yeah.
We're so early.
What we should do is match wallet creations or stakes versus these interviews. That would be interesting.
It's, yeah, man, this metric is going to have to be looked at differently because of all these new products coming out. Because like Maximus, and you start to add this different layer of it, basically liquid staking, right? And so you could have 20,000 people using the Maximus contract that basically amounts to one hex stake, right? So it muddles up that parameter that we used to look for and count on, like, hey, you're a staker, But that's how we're growing. So it's cool. I mean, the broader crypto community really loves liquid staking, and so although it's kind of, to me, it's like, well, it's kind of weak, compared to staking hex. Staking hex is like, my goodness, you're literally cementing your foot in the ground. But
Yeah. We have
people
HSI
love it.
stakes too.
Yeah, I mean, people love liquid staking. Look at STE. Look at all these other protocols coming out with liquid staking. So it's, whether we like it or not, I think it'll probably help in the long run.
Was that Stargate?
I'm talking about just in general crypto. So STETH, so that's
Oh,
Beacon Chain Ethereum with the, what is it, Lido Finance or whatever. That's one of the biggest liquid staking out there because you can't touch your stake over on the other ETH chain.
yeah.
And of course, they recently became kind of famous because it lost its peg for a while with Ethereum. But besides that, no, they're pushing for that in a lot of different areas. So whether it be even delegated proof of stake, people are going to try to push for your delegated proof of stake to also be a liquid, basically like a Maxi style delegated proof of stake. So things like that are what people are trying to develop and push for. And don't ask me how, and don't ask me if it's more secure.
Well, I mean, isn't it? Isn't this like, the surge, the purge, the verge, I mean, like, what the hell's going on? I mean, my brain is not really understanding what the plan is exactly. It just sounds like a bunch of sort of marketing nonsense, which is not helpful. Maybe I'm missing it. I don't know. I mean, what's going on with it? With this move to 2.0.
Slowly but surely creeping along, maybe, maybe or
I
maybe
think
not.
Is it? Is it though?
I
I
don't know.
think
It
if
might
it
be.
doesn't, I
I
mean,
don't
if
know.
it doesn't happen this year, I think we're going to see
Is there like
Ethereum a
something
lot lower.
is there like something we could play with on the test net? Or not really, huh? Not that I want to, but is it like
Well, I
it
mean,
makes me
I'm
wonder.
happy to play with it, but it just seems like when you come out with 5 little phases that all rhyme, like what are we doing? I mean, I don't know.
It's Vitalik. It's because Vitalik is in charge of the name.
Yeah. It sounds kind of like Android phones, how they come out with all the Kit Kats and the marshmallows and the
I think Lido made a lot of its TVL because I don't believe you need to lock up that 32 ETH as well, I believe.
Surprised it didn't
yeah.
name Unicorn Butterflies.
Yeah, so that's another idea is not
Well,
having to stake so much.
yeah.
That's one of the things of legitimacy about Hex that we don't talk about. It's total value locked. I mean, we just basically term it, hey, we got a bunch of stakers, but to point, and of course, this matters more when Hex is a larger value. So when Hex is like 30, 40 cents, the value locked, of course, is 10 times more. And when you point to that to people, it's very compelling. You're like, we've got $40 billion staked right now. And right now it's more like what, 2, 3 billion. So it seems like, all right, that's cool. But when you look at how much is locked up in something like Uniswap, it's like what, 4.4 billion or something. Or some of these other dexes, it's even less than that. So if you could point to Hex and say, my goodness, we have 15 or 30 or 40 billion dollars staked, instead of focusing on like the market cap per se and just call it value locked, because that's a term that people use in crypto a lot for DeFi to show how used it is, kind of like a volume metric almost, right? It's our staked value metric, and I think if we point to that, that's a good selling point.
Yeah, I was just having a quick look. It's not even on DeFi Llama. I mean, it is there at 3 point something billion.
Did they put it on rank on that website?
Oh, let me take a look.
Because yeah, if you even so remember Luna at one point you could see like, okay, wow, they have their stable coin is worth this amount of money, and then their other coin is worth this amount of market cap, and it kind of grew out to this $40 billion. So
No, man,
yeah.
it's not even ranked.
So yeah, I mean, not all these websites are going to be accurate, but it's one thing that we can point to. It's a metric that we know. So yeah, if we have more value locked in Uniswap, that's a beast right there. That's amazing. How much? I'd be curious how much ST ETH is locked up. That's a good one to compare against.
Is that posted somewhere, the amount? Or
Yeah, we got to look it up. Basically, people would have to move over. So
More gatekeeping, right?
Yeah, so it looks like the SDETH right now is about $7 billion. So how
How
much would Hex? How much Hex is? How much stake do we have?
mm, I just wanted to say how much ETH, actual ETH, 7 billion divided by 17, I guess.
Yeah, so right now we're at 3 billion Hex locked or staked. Total value locked 3 billion, which is out of 9.5% staked. We are close to half of the STE, which all it takes is Hex to go up to like what, maybe 11 or 12 cents, and we'd have more staked or locked than Ethereum has. And yeah, we could go up to 10 or 11 cents.
What site or tool are you using to look at that?
Well, for ours, we have Hex daily stats. They show the value locked. For the STETH, I pulled up on coinranking.com.
Yeah, I normally use DeFi Lab.
Value locked, you mean like in liquidity or in stakes?
In stakes. So
Okay.
kind of like, yeah, STETH is staked and you can't access your Ethereum, so they made STETH so you could liquid, like move it around. Kind of the equivalent to like Maxi for us.
Yeah, it's kind of like a technical semantic thing when you say locked hex staked because they're really not there, they're burnt. So, or they're really not locked, they're just gone. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
terminology is confusing, so I just wanted to make sure.
our contract is a little confusing because although they're destroyed, they still are counted as existing for the concept of creating new inflation. So, which it gets kind of confusing, right? Because you would think, okay, well, how much inflation is going to exist?
You're right.
You would take the total number of hex. No, you don't. You take the total number of hex, but you also take the number of hex that was burnt. So you take that entire total of those two, and then you figure out your inflation, which, so even though it's kind of like it's a ode, right? So it's like, yeah, you destroyed them, but the hex is owed to you as long as you follow, the contract agreement.
I like that. It's both ode and an ode. Yes.
And if you do it too early, it's oh no.
No, it's mine if you do it too early.
So, TJ, what do you think about potentially moving Maximus over to Evmos chain or another EVM like Binance or something?
That would be interesting.
I mean, the original idea of encapsulated stakes. I think the reason why Richard Hart talked about it like a year ago was because of the concept of bringing Hex over to different blockchains, right? It wasn't to do it on Ethereum. It was, hey, how on earth could you get a Hex stake over to a different blockchain? Well, you could encapsulate it. And basically, Maximus has made that kind of simplified to the point where it's just an ERC20. So if you could bridge over an asset, like bridge over this one that has a bunch of liquidity, you got your hex stake on a different chain. It's going to be wrapped. So in order to redeem it 15 years from now, you're going to have to bridge it back over to the other chain and then, claim your hex. But in the meantime, it should serve a similar purpose. It should probably have some type of parity, I would say, with the other chain.
Or no wrapping
Yeah,
and no
liquidity
bridges.
provided. We have to have enough to make a pool to make it work, right?
So that's what I'm talking about. If I was somebody like, let's just say I had a ton of Maxi and I was like, just wanted to bring adoption and Hex. Yeah, I could try to figure out how to get that over to a different chain and have it be a wrap Maxi coin over there, provide liquidity, arbitrage it if you have to make it, I mean, these are the kind of things that could bring adoption. Imagine you had tons of these locked up in different places.
But I mean,
Yeah, they tried
something
doing
like
that on the Polygon with the hex.
See, so Hexy, this is the whole point. Pull all that out of Polygon and put Maxi in there instead. Why on earth would you want to have Hex sitting on Polygon? You can't stake it. You would rather have Maxi over there, right? That
Yeah.
would be might be the first one to try, would be the Polygon one potentially.
How does NFTs work? Are we able to bridge over NFTs like the HSI stakes? I don't know how that works. Probably not, huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. That's a good question, but I'm just saying Maximus simplified it so because you want liquidity, you want to be able to have a decent chunk of them, so then you can have a liquidity pool so people can pick it up on the other chain.
But what if we didn't have to bridge?
We barely have enough to fill on the Ethereum, much less.
That's the point, Hexication. You take it away, and guess what happens? The price skyrockets. So, where'd TJ go? He's saying, what if you didn't have to bridge? Did he just disappear?
Yeah, I see he's connecting.
Oh
So
my
you
goodness.
take it out of Uniswap, but we'll just have our own people going over there and bringing it back if,
So, I mean, technically, Maximus is a trading coin. Wouldn't you want to trade it with almost no fees? I mean,
mm, not if the coin you want to trade it with is not on the platform, like a Hex. Most people trade it back and forth with Hex and USDC. I don't know if you.
TJ, what were you asking before? Like, what if you don't have to bridge it? What do you mean exactly?
Well, I was thinking of something like IBC. Am I still wrecked?
No, you sound fine. So are you saying they're trying to connect the IBC directly with Ethereum?
Well, I know with Evmos you've got it, but I mean something like, the whole beauty of having native hex and no wrapping and no bridges and unified liquidity pools. That whole concept and that idea solves a whole lot of problems. Yeah, that would be magical for something like, as you mentioned, Maxi, even hex.
Well, I'm not exactly following you with what you're saying, because if you're talking about something like Evmos, then you would be bridging it still through to Evmos, right? It would be wrapped. And then from there, it gets assigned basically the code for being used on the IBC for all those blockchains. Is that what you're meaning?
I think my internet's gone again.
We hear you.
Mm,
You hear
Yeah,
us?
you sound fine. Do you hear us? You sound good.
Hex is away. I don't know how those the dexes over there work. Like, is it the osmosis? What's the dex? It just has
Mm-hmm.
to be listed on the dex. Is that osmosis dex only for Evmos, or is it for like the whole cos whatever the cosmos?
I mean, yeah, you can use it for anything because all those chains are connected, so you could
So you just listed on
bring
the dex.
coins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Gold Key. Gold
Hey
Key.
guys, how's it going?
We're talking about my pet project that I can't make happen, but I just think it would be fun.
Your what? Your pet project?
I mean, it's just one of my, it's one of those things like Richard Hart originally talked about encapsulated stakes were a potential way to make Hex available on other blockchains. Now, fast forward a year, we've got Maximus. It's a liquid Hex stake that's an ERC20, which means it can have liquidity and potentially could be brought over on a ERC20 bridge to be wrapped over on a different blockchain. So that's kind of what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, we got Pulse Chain coming up quite soon, and it'll make it real easy for bridging and just having a copy on both. But yeah, I was
I know,
listening a little
but
bit.
we're talking about other, like
Yeah.
either a Binance or get it over on Cosmos
And
or
what would be the
Polygon.
purpose?
Just more users, more adoption potentially, or who knows? Maybe people learn about us and then they go and live on Pulse Chain in the future. Advertising.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, especially with Maxi, just because it's unlike most coins on the market, and it's interesting because like I'm curious how many people have bought Maxi that don't even know it holds a redemption value. That in 15 years they can redeem it for this other token, and that percentage of people will just grow. So I mean, in a way, I could see. I could see some value bridging over, but unless there's like I think I heard you saying about low gas transactions being a positive for that. I don't know. I think it might be a little premature because I think I just want to see what's going to happen with the next bull run. See how those pools play out. But I like the idea. I'm always open for new ideas. That sounds interesting.
Well, you know, it would take let's just say not a maxi whale, but it would take somebody has a chunk of maxi and has this as a pet idea, because potentially, let's just imagine you pull 50,000 or 100,000 maxi and then put it over to a new chain, and then what are you going to pair it with, right? If maybe you pair it with something or other, but um there might be arbitrage opportunities there too, right? So at a certain point, if it gets too cheap compared to the one on Ethereum or on Pulse Chain or something, man, people go over there, purchase it, bring it back through a bridge. I don't know. It's just we've seen Hex on Polygon work for a year. It's maintained the price parity. It has not tons of Hex over there. It's like I can't remember 60, 50,000 Hex, something like that is usually what's maintained in that pool. You can't stake it. It's really pointless that Hex is over there, but people just, I guess, trade it. They think it's cheaper to buy it over there than they're not going to get their Pulse Chain copy. They got to bridge it. So it ends up being more expensive for sure. But
Yeah,
if Maximus was over there, they could bridge it over to Ethereum and they could turn it into Hex 15 years from now.
I think my fear would be, just the same thing that happens with Hex, that's happened with Hex on Polygon. I don't see why that wouldn't happen with Maxi as well. I feel like to do something like that, it would need a purpose, like, some utility for sending, like just, needing cheap transactions. But then again, it's like with Pulse Chain coming out, whenever it does, do we spend the effort to like do a move like that with Pulse Chain impending? And I don't know. I'll think about it. That's a new idea though.
Well, to be honest, yeah, I would rather consider putting it somewhere else like Cosmos or Binance rather than Polygon. But just to grab the largest user base you could possibly find, basically, because if you're limited to just another one, then maybe stay on ETH or stay on Pulse Chain. But
yeah, I think one of the hard things with that too is I don't know, just it's almost like Maxi is almost too valuable of a token to do a play like that. Like I could see a meme token with a huge supply that could be thrown around for more projects and people more willing to like utilize it for more of a marketing play. Maybe there are some whales in our community that would do that.
well, so here's the thing, Goldkey. So if somebody's invested in multiple ecosystems, this is where it might be interesting, right? For that person. So if they like to use, let's just say somebody is invested heavily into Binance Smart Chain, right? And they're always over there and they don't want to use Ethereum and they want to pull Maxi over there. It's like a pet project of somebody. They would have to have a, decent chunk.
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, it's interesting to think about because in a way though, like to actually utilize it at some point, they would need to come back to Ethereum eventually if they are going to actually redeem with it.
Somebody
yeah,
would, but it would be 15 years. And what if they don't? That'd be cool
exactly.
too. Don't come over.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, cross chain. I'm very interested in cross chain. I think a lot of people are very focused on with Pulse Chain, especially just focused on the Ethereum bridge. But the more we progress, and just kind of the developments across all the chains coming out, I do feel like the more you can tap into kind of the multi-chain ecosystem, it could bring in a lot of value. But I don't know. It's like, do we need to do that out of the gate too? Just because I feel like the marketing of the largest airdrop to Ethereum, maybe it's best to like stay focused on that initially until that market figures out the value of all those free tokens and it kind of settles. And then as we're looking in the future to like expand the chain, we look to more chains to, I don't know, like either bridge, or maybe we do another massive airdrop to like fully copy other EVMs. The sky's kind of the limit there, but I think the more economic energy we can bring in a Pulse chain, I think the better. But just how we go about that is definitely something to think about.
Yeah, and onboarding the new cash rather than just cannibalizing the old crypto community. Like cannibalizing crypto is not actually that great when you're in a bear market because all the value is destroyed. So it's like, yeah, you're bringing in something, but it's worth 80% less than it used to be. So your economic push isn't going to help us as much as it used to. So yeah, definitely new cash is nice.
I think the killer app with Pulse Chain, if somebody builds, and this is something that like Bitcoin's even struggling with, right? Like the cash element for real world utility, getting people to pay for things. I think if someone could, it's a big task because it's like, how do you approach that? I was in a space the other day. Someone was like trying to build. I mean, they have a huge. I think it was Intercoin. That the guy from Intercoin. They're trying to basically bring their token into this massive marketplace app that they have with like 10 million users. I think that's a really innovative way to try to kind of allow people to transact with crypto without it feeling like crypto, making it really easy. I think ideas like that on Pulse Chain have a huge opportunity because of the cheap gas and fast transactions. It really fosters a big opportunity there and could really, I don't know, it would take a lot of energy to kind of create that in a very strategic launch to get businesses or websites to accept a crypto. You got to build like an incentive structure on that. I don't know. We'll see if someone actually does that, but I think it'd be cool.
So yeah, that's one. But who knows? Maybe music NFT might be better even. Like something people enjoy using, like Audius, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think, people love, okay. So something I was thinking about today a lot was that, I tweeted out that I don't think NFTs are like as market efficient as coins, as like an ERC20 market, just because like with NFTs, like when I say market efficiency, like for a buyer to find, or for a seller to find a buyer, you've got to look at like the floor price and you're looking at traits and you're kind of like guessing, you're speculating on future value on all these different things. It's it's harder to value those things, but there's big opportunity within that, because it isn't as clear what the value of those things are. And so I that was a different thought I was thinking about, but another thing I was researching too was there's an app called StepN, and I think it's on Solana, or Solana, yeah. And it's basically an app. Oh, that's where I was going with the NFT things. The thing with NFTs, although they're not as market efficient, unlike ERC20s and DeFi, someone can go into NFTs with no money, aside from gas, and actually make money. With DeFi, you really need money going in to make money. And it, so a lot of people, they have like $1,000, they're trying to like make $1 million. It's hard. But I think like with NFTs, that opens the door for people to actually make money without money. And I think cool apps like this app I was looking at called StepN, which people can earn crypto by exercising. And it's like a step, like you earn by getting steps in every day. And it is actually like the biggest app on Solana, and was driving huge adoption. So I think cool ideas like that could also, cool storylines that aren't necessarily like, there will be like, obviously there's already stuff being built for opportunities to make investment money. But I think ideas that
Well,
like step in where you can make money with nothing.
yeah, I heard about it. But yeah, could be Pulse Academy, could be something that would help, kind of similar, where it brings some real world use case with crypto, learning, education environments. But we would need to build it out like the Udemy or, Khan Academy style education. I might actually, I don't know, I might participate in that a little bit just because I think that it's nice for either kids or adults, whoever needs to learn. If we approached learning that way instead of just, sometimes we're just doing either a Medium article or a YouTube, and that's a whole nother module style education system that we could reach a different audience. And it might not be a crypto audience so much, right? But they could come into crypto through using it. So yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to. I didn't think I would, but just going into these Twitter spaces and listening to Pulse Academy for a little bit, I was like, okay, I could see that if our community build out the first 50 to 100 education things, then you know if it's pretty easy for people to use. I mean, I've never used it, so I have no clue. But I'm just thinking, I've always thought about education, getting kids like young into learning in a simple format. And then potentially through that experience, they get some crypto or they get to use it somehow. That's so I might try something on there.
Yeah, I heard along the education point. I didn't invest. I know like within our community, people are definitely invested. I know Hexdex is in it, but Polygon, I think Polygon, they instilled some element of if you have this NFT, you can, there's going to be ways to earn badges through education. I think that's depending on how they gamify that, kids love Pokemon, and if it's, I don't know at what level they're going to set that bar, but yeah, honestly, gamifying like simple concepts, I think could be really beneficial. I mean, I learned the stock market on this online game called Neopets, and it was like this random game that you could trade items, but the market, like, I mean, the DEX on this market, the stock market of items was like legit stock market. And that's how I learned, and I still like the things I learned there, like I still hold today on how how markets work. And yeah, I think those things are really important. I think it's just a matter of like not, I don't know, doing it in a way that is beneficial to them and not like actually they're not like losing all their parents' money or something. But yeah, education is a very, very cool, if it's done in the right way. It's got to be fun if you're talking about kids, but even for adults, I mean, gamifying definitely makes things more fun, and so people want to use that. But yeah, education could be huge. So when you were talking education, are you talking about you were saying Udemy? Are you talking about people being able to earn for teaching as well, or what were you?
Well, I think on there you can actually like even sell your courses or whatever you want. I was actually thinking of, I mean, my personal idea is more like, yeah, free, and then they actually get paid to learn. So even so, for example, language, right? You could have a language course for a beginner child to learn Korean. If they complete certain steps, then they're able to earn crypto, which would be on Pulse Chain. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So
Okay. So
there's like,
yeah.
so there's Korean schools that teach their kids certain things, so you could actually integrate it into these different schools around America. And who knows, right? Like this type of, this is all like just speculation in my mind about how to get crypto adoption in a younger age group for Pulse Chain, but it might be pretty fun.
Yeah. It's interesting within our community. There's a stigma around paid courses, which I think, to be honest, if I'm being frank, I think it's unfortunate, because if someone really, it's just it's just because so many people have invested a lot of time. So I understand, like,
Free time, yeah.
into free material, and that's their
Mhm.
choice, and that's great. But at the same time, like, I always respect anyone that has put their time and energy towards something to be able to, like, it just, you can't do stuff for free all the time. And like, why does education have to be such a no for like people to charge for, if they're bringing value? It's kind of a weird thing, but
Mhm. I think Richard Artis come out several times and said to charge. He even told the Pulse Tour that they needed to charge around, I think it was $250 in order for people to get in order for them to learn about Pulse Chain. And that's a more sustainable model than just raising money from Mexicans and then letting everybody in for free. And he was saying that more people would value it. And of course, you could play with the number of $250. Maybe it's only 50 to get in. You know what I mean? To this training, but these things do cost money. They're renting out hotels, getting all this crew through, and traveling, and giving out free coins, and
Yeah.
so I agree with you, and I think those doors are coming down. Crypto Coffee's had his course for a long time. With something like Pulse Academy, there'll be a lot of courses out there that'll be paid. You could have portions that aren't, portions that are, I believe. So I think that'll help. And I think Matty All In is doing one on there. So, like you get bigger community members doing it, and before you know it, the stigma, breaks the ice. And yeah,
Yeah.
we'll
It's yeah. I mean, it is like a, I get it in some regard with, I think the narrative is like, why should someone pay for your course rather than just in investing in Hex? So I get that, but at the same time, you look at courses, like, they're one of the biggest industries on the internet, and if we can capture some of that energy in Pulse Chain, I think that would be super, super powerful. But I mean,
So
yeah.
you and Dip Capture could come out with a course on all the steps to get your cryptocurrency out there. You know, like all the branding, getting listed on these things. That could be, you know, $50, $500 course, whatever it may be. All the insights of the hard work that you've gone through, and basically you're going to help people to cut weeks or months out of their effort, and that's worth $500. That's worth 1,000 or whatever you're going to charge for that. That's what I would recommend to you guys if you have some spare time after you're done with like all these other contracts. Like you could, like some of these checklists of things that you've gone through. Well, my goodness, that's valuable information, and other people who may end up being may be wealthy enough to pay 500 or 1,000 for that course and want to skip the pains of learning the hard way, right? They could learn from somebody who has experience. Well, there you go, right? And it's not like you're taking advantage of a community member. You know what I mean? You're literally providing value.
No, you have no idea. That would like the amount of that is one thing about Maximus that I did not expect, is all this like nuance stuff with launching your token and all these like, you know, getting it on Etherscan, getting it right on Uniswap. And I, you know, what's interesting is that actually is a big problem, and the market's actually pretty. I mean, my DMs are constantly filled with people reaching out like, "Oh, you know, I can get you listed here." So there is a market for that for sure. But I think that's a good approach on just like the simple stuff, and what's most important of it all. For me, and I don't plan on monetizing this. It's more of this is kind of like more broad part of Maximus that isn't just the products that we're launching. I want to elevate everyone's financial literacy with their own financial planning. When I first graduated college, I studied finance, and I wanted to be a financial advisor. So I interned for about 8 months under somebody, and so I learned how they assess risk, and then they supplement, you know, with the right financial products to meet their risk tolerance. And honestly, with financial advising, like traditional, it's very easy. They typically just like there's so many mutual funds that they're set for like certain risk tolerances, but then there's also elements of like life insurance and a whole other gamut of like tools. But what's cool with Maximus and you know, these new pools that are coming out is it really opens up the door for like utilizing each one of these pools for your risk tolerance, you know. And so the things that go into that is like, you know, what's your age, what's your family status, what's your financial goals. And obviously I'm not going to be people's financial advisors, but I want to, you know, initially start out just like sharing how a financial advisor would walk you through those steps of like the things to think about when you're looking at, and this knowledge will actually extend beyond like just Maximus products. Like, you know, Hex is another tool within this, and using native Hex stakes to, you know, build your long-term goals with maybe locking in, you know, 5555s for that, and that's your retirement fund, and then you have all these other funds, and just allocating your resources better. Because what I found in crypto is that I think the reason so many people get wrecked is because they don't know, you know, especially if you're a low capital investor with like maybe $1,000, there's so many shiny objects that you throw that $1,000 into a meme coin or something because you want to flip it into $1 million. But if you do that over and over, and you end up wrecked, and you haven't made any progress. So, you know, even bringing in maybe like a certain percentage of your capital towards that, just to, you know, take advantage of that high risk opportunity. But yeah, basically just teaching people how to assess their own risk tolerance. And it changes throughout your life, right? Like as you have a family, as you have responsibilities, your investing has to change. And so, yeah, it'll probably start out with just, education, and maybe at some point actually building a product that, takes people through the steps, from, maybe including that like baseline information about crypto, but more so focused on how to allocate your resources.
And then, yeah, so if you have all these different years for, the Maximus, basically you could have a front end which basically allows people to, find different risk ranges. And then if they click that button, it could purchase, 60% of this, 20% of that, 10% of that, or whatever, depending on what they select. And then that creates a little basket, where they didn't have to exactly figure it out. Have a little risk slider or something on there.
No, exactly. I mean,
Oh
in
man.
my mind, how it would work is, maybe walking through certain, risk assessment questions, which actually like financial advisors do. I mean, they basically just ask you baseline questions, and then like the guy I worked for had his own system that he just plugged in answers, and then it literally gave him like what they should invest in. And like with Maximus, I don't think we'll. I mean,
Yeah.
we're really focused on getting this built, like the actual contracts and the UI for just baseline minting ready for launch. But in the future, basically, once your risk tolerance is identified, then it could kind of automatically allocate. Not like it would just set up a transaction for you, and then you just hit a button and it buys. I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, so think about the 401k style of working at a job, every paycheck, the money comes out. You don't even think about it. It just goes into these funds. Whether they're successful or not, in the end, you'll probably end up winning if you just wait 40 stinking years. But I mean, if we can incorporate some of that, into our pulse chain world, I think that'd be great. It's something, it's one of those things where, we're not trying to force people what to do, but if you simplify it, it seems like the legacy finance world, got it down to the point where they capture so much money into it automatically, right? Without any thought whatsoever. And it's sad because some of those models, of risk and all this is all mandated by the government, and it's really questionable in my opinion. But it's the standard. That's what they've been going by for so many years, that people could totally get wrecked. Like they don't show you certain things like, wow, if you don't pull all your money out of the stock market right now, because we've been going up like crazy for 10 years and the Fed has inflated things to the max, if you don't do this right now, you're going to lose half your money or something, right? Like there's a certain point where the market has gone way beyond, over exuberance. And yeah, and then if you're expecting to retire in the next year, instead they just kind of slide you over to bonds. And anyway,
No, absolutely. It's weird.
I'm just rambling like
No,
this
I love it.
because
I
one of
love
my
this
coworkers
conversation.
is retiring
Yeah.
and the market crashed, and so he was like, yeah, today I'm negative 100 grand and I'm still trying to retire today.
No, that's a reality. But it's interesting just with, we are going through kind of a generational, like, I'll say, I feel like my generation, I'm a millennial, and I think my generation is on the tail end of, the typical 401k to retire at 65 type of structure. And it is, crypto is a part of that. That there is like another way to invest that isn't 401k. People still my age still use 401ks, but the job market right now is so like different from even 5 years ago when I first got into the job market, with people hopping around different jobs, changing careers. So it's not like so that's a bigger element almost. But then you have crypto and, no one really wants to save till they're 65 and retire. And crypto to a lot of people looks like this new outlet, because so many people, like especially early Bitcoin people, you see all these young kids that bought Bitcoin in 2010 and now they're, multimillionaires. So there's this appeal to get into crypto for that, that get rich quick. And, as our market's progressing, like I think the timing of Hex was so perfect because, although compared to like a lot of stuff that's going on in the market that's like exciting and there's a lot of people that win and a lot of people that lose. I mean, not a lot of people that win, a lot of people that lose. It might seem more boring, but the people that are in Hex, because it does have that lock mechanism, you're forced into it. You're forced into that longer term thinking in a way. And so while everything else is going on, you have a solid long-term plan, and not many people have that like baseline 401k that is your retirement essentially. Like it's life-changing. It really is. And that's why I love Hex, is just because it's like it's bringing some, I don't know, some stronger ethos to crypto that has been missing for a long time. But at the same time, it's like, if you can master your capital allocation and not get wrecked by spending all your money, at the lotto, maybe spending 5 to 10%, depending on your risk, you'll actually make progress and not end up broke. And that's not even talking about all the leverage stuff, all the margin trading, but that's not just happening in crypto. That's happening in like with Robinhood and, all these easy trading platforms that are opening the door to margin trading for kids, essentially. People are getting wrecked in the real world too. So it's not just crypto. But yeah, the sooner you can start building that long-term strategy, and build that base, like then you have more freedom to actually invest in the more riskier assets too. But I also think, sorry to keep going on, but I also do think that,
Real quick, while you were talking, I don't know why I saw this, but Future Us from Maddie Allen, sometimes she's on there.
yeah.
So, he's into like coding and stuff. And so this is just tying along with our education talk. He recently tweeted several tweets about like if somebody were to code an admin key into a contract, it might look like this, And so he has different posts about here's C++ or here's Solidity, or I don't know, I have to look at them all, but that right there is a portion of an education that I believe many, many, many people in our community would love to have on a course format where, there's certain things that even though we're not necessarily coders, if we have those sample sets there, and we can use them and review them and then just flip back to them, we could gain a lot and potentially protect, thousands of people in our community.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like just empowering people. We talk about kind of self sovereignty with crypto, and that crypto provides that for you. But yet, I think it definitely gets lost. The value gets lost, and also people don't, although they are self sovereign in holdings of their crypto, um, they are still dependent on a lot of information intake from other people, and they have to trust that, which I don't foresee. I foresee most people still depending on that, but I think the more easy you make it for people to be able to do their own research, actually do their own research, I think it's powerful. But I don't know, man. Like the admin keys, I had a really good discussion with Mandalorian and Bullish about admin keys, and it's just one of those things that I mean, they were talking it from the perspective that there are products that there's just a necessity. There's no other way currently to do them, and the bridge for Pulse Chain was their biggest example. But it's kind of one of those things that's like, yeah, like I do understand their necessity in some cases, but regardless of the necessity, it does add risk, like regardless what the admin keys does. And I personally just think that if we advocate, because not many people even know about admin keys in crypto, the more we advocate for or pushing for no admin keys, a more trustless like DeFi, I think that's how we get the products that currently need admin keys to not have them. I think that's the only way.
Exactly. Modifications to the plans that allow you not to have an admin key, right? So it's almost like, does it get to the point where people are using sloppy thinking for their development, right? Because it's like, okay, yeah, we got to do an admin key for that. So this can do that. And it's like, wait a second. What if there's a different way you could do this, right? And challenge it and push back. And that's kind of what Richard Hart did. And um, I, yeah, I think I was there for a lot of that conversation. And some people, I think some people believe that DeFi is so important that it becomes not DeFi anymore, because it has to be in order to make it work, and it's like, well, you are putting yourself at risk. So is this, like how, okay, for some people, they can throw money at anything and some of it sticks and sometimes they get rich and sometimes they don't and sometimes they don't care. But for other people, like even for myself, I would say investing $1 is pretty precious and I need to be responsible for where that dollar goes or that $10 or that 1,000. And because to me, it's like $100 could be 100x, so I'm thinking in the future, 5, 10, 15, 20 years later, if I put it in the right item and it's more secure, then it could potentially be a lot more than just, rolling dice and, hoping for a 5x or something. So hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things like, especially with some products coming out that do have admin keys because they're dependent. It's hard to, hold the stance, like to really push for no admin keys, especially when Richard Hart is introducing a product with admin keys. And he was kind of the one that's instilled that in all of us. At the same time, I kind of just view it as a risk factor. And if you're willing to take that, like it's on you, but making people aware of the risk of admin keys is good. And so I'm going to keep doing it. And I know, that's going to be a point of contention for moving forward for a long time, but it is what it is. And I don't think we progress if we just accept that admin keys are okay, because, you look at the track record of, just the biggest failure of recent time, and majority of them were the result of admin keys. So it's kind of like, I don't know. It's like, that's just a fact. And
Well, Richard R. points to inflation bugs as the worst risk in crypto, which makes a lot of sense because we're trying not to double spend. But possibly the second one would be, if the admin keys go awry, like Do Kwon's, where he literally had the ability to do whatever he wanted with his Luna protocol. Like, what? But no, on Pulse Chain, yeah, it is scary. It's one of those things where the bridge, where it's like, okay, to some extent, something like what Pulse LN is doing could be safer than using the bridge, even though it's, the devs, the Richard Arts, the Pulse Ramp, but still, there's the short-term trust and there's the long-term trust. So with the bridge, the problem, let's just say you bridge in some USDC. Well, okay, if you swap that USDC straight into Pulse and now you just have Pulse, you're good to go. But if you bridged over to Wrap, now it's wrapped USDC. Let's say that bridge gets hacked on the other side, and then all the wrapped USDC on Pulse Chain becomes worthless, right? Then all of a sudden, the whole network of Pulse Chain is at risk and the values are all going crazy. All because you have a wrap token basically over there. And so do you want to be the one that has the liquidity pool that has wrapped USDC and Hex, or wrapped USDC and PulseX? Because as long as you have that wrapped, the other side of it's sitting on the other side of the bridge at risk forever, as long as you have it, right? Whereas if you had a native coin, let's say like a Hex, Hex to Pulse pair, and that's the ones you're providing liquidity for, well, my goodness, you're good to go. Then again, if you brought over the wrapped Hex, so now you got wrapped Hex and Hex, well, there is actually a little more risk in doing that. So like with the Pulse LN style of thinking, it's a little more like a shorter term handshake risk for that 10 seconds or whatever. And, we'll see how it goes when it's live, but you might be able to go straight into Pulse or straight into Pulse or Hex, straight into Hex. And so then your trust is basically on that service as a centralized service for, however long you used it for with the money you used it for. But then after that short-term risk, you're good. You have the native coins and you don't have to worry about nothing basically. So yeah, it's different ways to think about it, but I'm really, I've used a lot of bridges, in the past couple of years, and I don't like any of them. So I'll be like maybe using it, but most likely I'm going to be trying to avoid as much as I can relying on something like that.
Hey,
Yeah.
bro.
What's up, Tiger? How's it going, man?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. What's your prediction on the timeline for the launch? When do you think?
Man, that's the $1 billion question for real. No one knows at this point. And it's it's just one of those things you just gotta like. I mean, we're now over a year since we sacrificed, and there's been, I don't know, like throughout that year, multiple times where it has felt like it's right around the corner. I, personally, like when we first sacrificed, I thought it was going to be by end of year. I don't know if
Oh yeah.
and then
Other networks forked fast,
yeah,
but they weren't doing this same thing. So
exactly.
it's hard to compare. Yeah, we were like, okay,
Yeah, and
November,
so
December.
the last time I ever thought that it was right around the corner was definitely mid-May. I think, and I don't think that's wrong to think that, because it was definitely hyped up to be. Since then, man, it's just kind of one of those things like no one knows. Richard doesn't even know at this point. Some speculate that he might be market timing it. I don't think so. And personally, especially with what we were just talking about on the bridge, I don't even know if they're still working on the bridge, but I would, much rather take as much time as you need rather than being a Solana and being down. So
There
yeah,
was an
sorry.
issue with the bridge, actually. So yeah, there was an issue with the bridge. It had an error where it wasn't processing through. But that was actually some validators that weren't updating their stuff. So they traced it back to that, and once they got the validators to update, then I guess it was working fine. But that was a little scare.
And
But yeah, Tiger, I mean, to be
yeah,
honest, after May, I just pushed my expectations back to December. I was the one that was always like, it's only 2 months away, but now I'm like, okay, let me just get it in my mind that it's going to be Christmas. Richard Hart's the Santa Claus of crypto. He's going to give gifts to all of us. It could actually be next year. I don't know, but I'm just throwing that out there that, hey, that would be cool if we got a big Christmas present.
yeah, I think anytime this year is nice. Anytime before the end of the year, but I heard you say you kind of got that feeling before we was close. Like, is anyone getting the feeling we're close again? Because I'm kind of getting that feeling again, because he's kind of picking up the pace with his with everything he's doing, like his public speaking and everything. He's kind of picking up the pace with that, and it seems more confidence in the launch. Is anyone else getting that vibe?
I'm kind of getting that vibe, but that doesn't mean much. And I don't get the vibe. I haven't gotten the vibe before, but I don't know. I am feeling it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, true,
Oh,
true, true.
September 19th, supposedly ETH is going to push the merge. Yeah, but, like even Richard Hart said, like he's not trying to do this before Ethereum 2.0. Like if they merge first, hey, we got a better thing than them anyways. The gas fees don't get fixed anyways. So even that, at first I was like, man, Richard Hart really should release this before Ethereum, but now it's like, whatever. If he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
It's interesting to think about too. Like I haven't really thought deeply into this, but what the difference is as far as with the system state copy pre-merge versus post-merge. I wonder if it would be better, or which one would be better. I haven't thought about that, but yeah, I mean, as far as trying to sense when Pulse Chain's going to launch, I just think like your energy is better spent, focusing on trying to accumulate the best assets you can before the fork, and just look at the delay as more opportunity to have a bigger launch balance on Pulse Chain, is how I
No,
view
I
it.
totally agree. I actually kind of gave up on Pulse Chain in March. I mean, that's when I said, okay, whatever. I'm staking all my eggs, and I'll just keep DCAing after that, because it got to be where it doesn't really matter too much, really. I mean, it's great if it comes sooner, but if you have more chance to pick up good assets, you're going to be doubling up. So.
But here's the thing, I recently realized that I hadn't really thought about, because I haven't sacrificed for anything, besides Pulse Chain and PulseX, but there are a lot of people that have money tied up not only in those two, but other Pulse Chain projects that they sacrifice for. So not only are they waiting for Pulse and PulseX, but they're also waiting for these other platforms to launch so they can actually get those tokens as well, which I hadn't really thought of.
That's a good point. I didn't really think about that either.
I don't know. I don't know why more. I mean, especially with this delay, why more people wouldn't just launch to Ethereum and have their project on both chains. I think it's like, some I understand, like if your product is like dependent on maybe the transaction speed or the gas fees, but aside from that, I don't really understand why you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Or at least like even if you don't want to launch on Ethereum and get the copy for your community, like launch on another EVM. Like you were talking about when you first started talking Hex the Way, like that would be a way to build, a community outside of our echo chamber, is to launch your product on another chain, get the ball rolling, and then you have a base of users on this other chain, drawing people in. And then when you do launch on Pulse Chain, a lot easier, or just more economic energy and bigger community to bring to Pulse Chain. But I don't know. I'm throwing out. I'm sure the projects that haven't launched have their reasons. I'm just saying, they could, because it is an Ethereum fork, you can launch on Ethereum and be on Pulse Chain as well. But it's interesting. But yeah, Hex is the Way. You brought us some really good points about bridge risk, and the more I think about the kind of multi-chain ecosystem and building bridges across other chains, man, it's hard. I've only used one bridge to Avalanche to just participate in this random project over there, but aside from that, like, you really have to trust the people that are building the bridge to use it. And personally, with Pulse Chain, Richard Hart's bridge is probably the only chain I'm going to use, at least for a while, until these new bridges prove themselves. But yeah, that's kind of the riskiest thing of this whole thing, is probably the bridge for me, from my perspective.
So, and this is the Greg guy from Intercoin. He's trying to develop some kind of swap, like cross chain swap. And I know there's I think it's like Thor chain swap. So some of these use swaps, and actually, so I get it. Richard Hart wants money to push into the chain, economic mass, pushing the coins up. However, to me, it seems like if the liquidity's there on both sides of the chain, if both people accept on both sides, then it seems like that type of a swap system is a lot less risky. But you're not getting the other side. You're not getting the coins up. But if maybe you connect it to PulseX, where you have tons of liquidity, maybe you can connect it to the other DEX on the other side. So two of you have to do the handshakes of both, or you have automated market maker that's willing to, agree to the swaps. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's something I'm thinking as far as what I would be willing to, because essentially Pulse LN is kind of like a centralized swap, right? Where he's taking your one coin, giving you the other coin, right? Basically. But if you could do that in more of a trustless manner, maybe with a DEX, that would be, I think it's pretty interesting. I know it doesn't necessarily bring economic mass to the beginning of a chain. However, in the end, people are going to be going back and forth between the chains. So using a swap is kind of the same thing, right? Like sometimes you'll have more going up on one side, sometimes more on the other side of demand, but hopefully you'd have more liquidity because some of these bridges are so horrible as far as liquidity. It's like you're trying to get out, you try to go to the decks, you're losing 10% slippage, every 50 or $100, and you're like, oh my goodness, I just lost all my value. Or it just gets stuck in the bridge because there isn't liquidity to pull it out. Or I don't know. It's asking a lot for being a layer one, I guess, and trying to connect to another layer one when they're not compatible. And maybe the technology will get better. I've enjoyed using the Cosmos because with their IBC, you can, has that layer 0 function where you can send coins to all these different chains and they all work fine. But Ethereum's not like that. I imagine like Pulse Chain. What if there's a game that launches on Pulse Chain that just takes up a lot, and so it needs to be like a side chain or a layer 2 or something connected on the Pulse Chain? Are we going to get to that point too? I don't know.
That I feel like that's the goal. If we can get to that point. But yeah, as far as the Intercoin bridge, I've been in some. We've both been in rooms with Walrus and the guy from Intercoin, and great conversations there. I can understand where Walrus is coming from, and I probably agree with him as far as like actually bringing value to the chain. But it's interesting. It's kind of one of those things where, back to our discussion about admin keys for bridges, it's like, well, if no one can figure out a way to create an admin keyless bridge, this is a solution for that. It's like kind of one of those things, like a necessary innovation that people might not like because it doesn't, necessarily add value, but it solves a problem. And I'm curious. I'm just curious what the user experience is going to be like, and just see how it is from like an efficiency standpoint. Because in my mind, it's just like, although it's like a trade-off with an Oracle and an admin key for a bridge, the rate, like the market rate set on PulseX for coins is accurate when you swap or when you bridge. And with that kind of swap, it's kind of like, it's not in my mind as efficient, but who knows, man? If it is more efficient, it's gonna win. But for me, I think
here's what I was thinking when you said that. Like, okay, now you've got some centralized risk. You might as well just use a centralized exchange ported straight into Pulse Chain at that point. What's the difference, right? So, and then at least you're getting the coins that you want directly for your cash. So and that's almost where the Pulse LN one's going to, right? Where it's like, okay, bypass that idea, and be a little, which centralized risk do you want? Because we might actually get a centralized exchange or two that link up to it, and then the bridge is obsolete at that point because they're basically doing the same, it's a centralized function, but hey, it works, and then you don't have to trust after you get your coins out. It's over, you're good.
Yeah, it's definitely a trade-off. And it's also just a matter of like adoption too. Like, are people going to use it? Because if no one's using it, then no one can use it. I mean, if not enough people are using it, then no one can use it really. But it's interesting. I don't think most people know that there's like an OTC hex marketplace for people to sell. But it's been around for like, I don't know, like over a year or two, and no one uses it. So I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never used it, but I've heard of it.
Yeah.
I like Uniswap. I've always liked Uniswap.
I thought it was for NFTs, the HSI.
No, that's different. Yeah, that's for HS, not the Hex Marketplace. It's
Oh,
a Hex. It's a over the counter Hex platform for people to sell outside of like a decentralized exchange. So they basically just list the Hex and kind of do it over the counter. But yeah, I've every time I look on there, like the same 3 listings are there. So I don't know. It's interesting because the trade-off with that one is like if you're not using Uniswap to buy Hex, you're not pushing the price up, and so it's kind of the same kind of trade-off with the OTC bridge, or bridge swap, whatever you want to call it, because you're not creating wrap tokens. But yeah, it'll be fun to watch. I'm excited, man. I think I'm not like eager, like I'm not driven. My eagerness isn't driven because I want my Pulse and my PulseX anymore. It used to be that way, but now I'm just like, I just want to see all this stuff hit the market, and just see what works and what doesn't. And also just watching. I mean, the first year, honestly, is just going to be so crazy with price discovery, with all these copied coins and new platforms, and I don't know. It's going to be wild. It's going to be very exciting. But I gotta drop, guys. It's been a pleasure. Hexy, thanks for having me up. Hex the way, Hex Deck. Good to see you guys. I'll talk to you. Talk to you soon.
all right. Bye.
Yep, sounds great. Great conversation.
TJ posted something up top about this DeFi llama, and I checked it out, and I don't know. It looks like it's in production type thing. It's total volume lock data. But to include more analytics and products. I looked up Hex, and it showed like it was blank until I had to like click some different options for it to show up. I don't know. But he's having trouble speaking, it looks like.
What was the value locked on Hex?
I have to look it up again. Hold on. It was about 45 minutes ago. I didn't want to interrupt y'all's conversation. All right. 3 billion. 3.09 billion. That's including staking.
Mm-hmm. That sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right for how many people or how much value is staked with this low Hex price.
So that is the staking, huh? Total value locked. That's only stakes. Okay. That's why I had I had to click on to include staking. Otherwise it was blank, and then I, clicked on staking and it showed that number. But all it shows is that value locked, volume value, whatever. I wish it would just show a regular graph with price trends, or anyway, it says the site is adding different features still.
So I don't know if you checked out the post of the future Russ. I could pin it up top. It's good. He started showing some code for admin keys.
What is this all about? Feature us?
All right, I'm going to pin him to the top. He goes through. Let's see. So he goes through the smart contracts. If it's written in this code, this language, I should say, not code. If it's written in this language, this is kind of how a admin key function might look.
Rug pull now. What? Like they would put that in the code. Wrecked. Yeah, that's just a joke. I see it 3 times, or is this 3 different ones?
Yeah, I guess that's 3 different ones, but
Wrecked noobs. Future us. I never heard of him.
yeah, really, he's the one who created the tshare.app for Matty Allen and go.tshare.app, I believe. Yeah. It's another front end to StakeX. One of them has like a little game, I guess, before you get in stake. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I could see myself doing, or my wife, I don't know, doing something on that Pulse Academy. I mean, hey, even my kids, it's like one of those things where maybe you bring crypto more into a mainstream.
Yeah, if it's watch to learn or watch to earn or whatever.
Hmm. I mean, they have different ways. I think initially they wanted to do something like that where it's like pay to earn. You get paid, no, paid to earn, paid to learn,
Okay.
paid to learn. So you get paid to learn. Yeah, so that's good. But you could also set up like,
I,
okay, learn the first, 3 portions. After that, this one's gonna
but
cost you
I
some.
asked him, how is that supposed to work if people are supposed to like submit content for free? And he talks about advertisers paying, but the advertisers pay for the token. So
Right.
how do the educators get paid? I couldn't understand.
Yeah. Right.
And how does the and the founder of the project's got to get paid, and it's not it's not is it I don't know. You're getting paid in crypto, so I guess what I gotta send KYC or what?
Well, we'll see. No, I don't know. Apparently, he's has some experience in this whole thing, so it's not like he's never done this. I guess he's like coming in from the outside.
Well, no, he's never done this before. He was with
Yeah,
AMA here. It must have been 3, 4 weeks ago. I had a ton of questions for him, and he was mainly. It's more or less like it seemed at that time, at least. It was a bunch of, oh, we plan on doing this, we plan on doing that. Yeah, we plan on this and that. It's like it wasn't set in stone or anything. So I don't even know why he introduced it in the community if it hadn't been really worked on to some extent. Like they don't have educators lined up, they don't have advertisers lined up, they don't have code, they don't even have tokenomics down. So it's just the name of a project with a dream. Which I guess you got to start somewhere.
do you know if they have a website? Like, what's their website?
I don't remember. I can look. They don't. They don't show one on their Twitter page. Just a TikTok.
What you guys are talking about?
Oh my God. I just looked at his TikToks. What the fuck? Is he trolling us or what? He's like, oh, it's just a bunch of people looking for clout. Anybody can make videos and YouTubes and talk about Richard Hart and it's and they expect clout. I don't it's like my God, what? You gotta watch that. This dude's crazy. I don't know if that's the same guy that's shilling the academy, but yeah.
Oh, great.
Pulse Chain Com, TikTok. Oh fuck no. Bunch of trolling. Troll City. Wow.
Are you talking about Pulse Chain Academy TikTok?
Hex is the way. When she's on TikTok, she cannot listen to us.
No, I'm sorry. I had my mic off. No, I'm looking at I'm looking at it on the computer. So I went to the Twitter page for Pulse Academy, and I'm looking at the @PLS_Academy. And listen, it's like this. Oh my God, it's a bunch of people who talk about flat Earth.
Crazy group in crypto that are like the flat earthers of crypto, and they're the hex deniers. Hex deniers don't believe in hex because it utilizes a degree of Ponzi-nomics. Now, Ponzi-nomics.
Fuck. You guys are crazy. The Ponzi-nomics. What? This motherfucker. Wait till I get a hold of this fucker. And I'm following it. Oh no, he's following me. I'm not following him. It's hard to say if this is like just a troll account or the real guy who is shilling Pulse Academy. I don't know.
So the one I see from his account's like @Pulse Chain Academy on TikTok.
Oh yeah, the TikTok screen name is @Pulse Academy, but the Twitter account is PLS_Academy. And it's like his Twitter is support. His Twitter account seems like no, this is him. I don't know what to think anymore. Strange.
You're disappointed by the outrageous TikToks or what?
It's not outrageous TikToks. It's so Richard has outrageous marketing. Yeah, big PP, fuck this, fuck that, and look at my Lambo. But this guy is like Hex's Ponzi, and Hexicans are flat earthers who are stupid and or like lost in with reality or whatever. And you can call that outrage marketing too, I guess. But it's nothing to do with Pulse Academy. How are you going to expect people to go use your Pulse Academy app saying stuff like that? You know what I mean? Kind of weird. It's It's supposed to be like supposed to talk good about things if you want people to go and use your app or your token. And he said he's gonna be at PulseCon to have an after party. This guy is crazy. He goes back and forth about I'm not sure if he's for us or against us or just has a bad sense of direction on how to market. Y'all are quiet. Are y'all watching his TikToks?
If you're talking about the Pulsion Academy, I just visited his TikTok. I think you're. I mean, I don't see anything wrong.
Okay.
There might be different, fake accounts as well. The one that I'm watching has 16.2 thousand followers.
Uh-huh.
Is it the right one?
Yeah.
Okay, where did he say anything wrong?
All right.
I'm so happy to see how successful all of these girls that talk about Hex and PulseX and Pulse Chain are doing. They're having guys give them tons of money. They're instantly getting famous. They're instantly getting clout. Seems like all anyone has to do to go viral is to just talk about Richard Hart, Hex, Pulse Chain, and PulseX. It's a freaking gold mine. I mean, it's harder for me because I don't have lady lumps to swing around at you. But man, these girls are freaking killing it. I'm so happy to see how successful.
All right. So that one wasn't so bad, but so they talk about how we're flat earthers and it's just
Exie.
yeah.
Isn't it Johnny? You know Johnny 555?
Yeah. I don't know what John. Well, I don't know. Oh my God. Let me listen to him without looking.
Because it's the voice is quite similar.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute for a second.
Good call, Sean. Oh man.
Holy shit. Hey, did you see his? So I'm asking you this because he showed his face. I got some kind of video the other night from him that's posted on YouTube. It shows his face, but he's got a lot of facial hair. And in these TikToks, there's this guy. I'm trying to see if that might be the same person or not. But the voice, yeah, it does sound like him.
Let's take a look at the Bitcoin chart to try and guess what Pulse Chain is going to.
It sounds like him, but on the videos it's in a more calmer way. You can say he's speaking, but when on the spaces he speaks so fucking
I'm
like.
gonna send you a video from YouTube. And you'll see his facial expressions, demeanor, and all that. Because he doesn't look like he sounded to me either. When I saw him, I was like, "What?" When he talks on Twitter, he's really loud, and it's like he's yelling. But I think it's just the way he has his mouth at his mic. Let's see if I can find him.
I just got a notification that Plan B has blocked me. Who the fuck is Plan B?
That's
Plan B.
Bitcoin. That's
I think
Bitcoin people.
exactly, but what the fuck?
What? So we get notified when we get blocked? I don't get those.
No, I have some kind of other shit.
So I sent you a Johnny 5 YouTube video.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it now. I actually have 4 devices connected to everything, Twitter and every fucking shit.
What the fuck? God, didn't even tell you to start. Say start. I didn't even attempt to say start. Oh, this is gonna be a good one. It's always worse than I fucking thought. All right, I'm gonna start off the video with an excerpt from 1984. Throughout recorded time and probably since the end of the Neolithic age, there have been 3 kinds of people in the world: the high, the middle, and the low. They have been subdivided in many ways. They have borne countless different names, and their relative numbers, as well as their attitude towards one another, have varied from age to age, but the essential structure of society is never altered. Even after enormous upheavals and seemingly irrevocable changes, the same pattern is always reasserted itself, just as a gyroscope will always return to equilibrium, like when I lay my motorcycle over. Anywho, however far it is pushed one way or the other. And that's chapter 1. Ignorance is strength. And I believe that's the book that, what is it, the Winston character gives the other guy? I don't know. I have to go back. Anywho, that's that. And I have another quote I would like to read, and it's a Joseph Campbell quote. You see, consciousness thinks it's running the shop, but it's a secondary organ of the total human being, and it must.
Yeah, Hixie, he sounds a little bit, but the guy on the spaces, the Johnny on the spaces, he has a little bit different, deeper pitch. I don't know if I'm using the right word. He has, he has a kind of voice that, itches the brain when he's shouting. But he also sounds quite similar to Johnny. But his voice is a little bit more round, you can say. I don't see that loud pitch, you can say.
Man, my phone's locked up. Fuck. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I think his mic, whenever he's talking on Twitter, his mic is like too close to his mouth, maybe or something. But so you don't
Yeah,
think this is him on the video?
I will see. I have it. I have the video. I will check. Is he as a Mexican?
Who, Johnny Five? Yeah,
This guy. No, this guy. The one that you sent me.
that is Johnny.
Are you sure? It can be. The names looks quite similar. KRAU 555. It can be. While we are doing this, Hexes, are you there?
Um, yeah, I'm almost falling asleep. I was listening to that a little bit. To be honest,
Yeah, I
maybe
will
I'm
not.
tired, but it kind of sounds very similar to me right now.
Yeah, Hex, I have a question for you, irrelevant from this topic. If you want to get rid of your Ethereum, when you gonna sell it? And we say if you bought it in average between like below 200, because I started to buy at 100, below 150 and up to 300 per coin. If you want to get rid of them, when is the best time you can? I'm asking, and when you gonna sell?
Man, I mean, the perfect move is to sell at the top. I sold all my Ethereum last year at $3,900. It wasn't the perfect top. I wish I would have had the perfect top, but that was pretty
You
good.
just dollar cost out as just like you.
Yeah. So you got a dollar cost out. Like right now, selling Ethereum is kind of dumb, right? I mean,
I would actually. I think it's about to tank, but that's
it
just.
could tank. Yeah, I was just about to say, my goodness, it could crash down to. If they mess up this merge, we could go down to $600 or $700 pretty easily.
I predicted a tank next week.
Some people predict 300, but I think that's pushing it. Ethereum does have, people who like it. So
I also don't believe that it will drop below 600, but I'm not.
yeah.
I'm not in hurry. First of all, I'm not in need of money. I don't need money right now. But I'm asking, what is the top? You bought it around 200 per coin. When you're gonna sell it? At 5, 6, 10?
If you bought it at 200, yeah, you definitely want more than a 10x, right? 10, probably 20x at that point,
I'm
because
not.
it
I'm not
it
selling
should
below
go.
4,000. This is my plan.
Ethereum can go past the all-time highs it used to have. It's been on an inflation path ever since it existed. And right now it's on a double inflation. But once they push the merge through, if this really works, they're actually going to be deflationary. I don't know. I'm on the fence with them. The devs, I've been wronged by them for so many years that it's really hard to believe in them. But I think they're gonna force it through, but we'll see.
Okay,
Oh man.
because if things go as I have expected, I'm waiting for my citizenship. I think I've
Mm-hmm.
said this before because I've done so many fucked up things that they took my citizenship. So I've applied. When I get my citizenship, I'm moving from here. So the only two things that I have right now that I can sell and start somewhere else is Ethereum and my apartment. So that's why I was just wondering. I am not in rush. I mean, I can wait. I'm still waiting for my citizenship, and then I will. Even if I get it tomorrow, I will not move from Sweden to another country right away. I'm gonna wait until everything is settled. You know, the crisis, the big all the shit that's happening right now. I was just wondering, what is your price? If you had
Ethereum
bought it
can
at,
pump back up to $2,000, and if you got it at 200, that's a pretty good move because you know the bull market probably won't come back for Ethereum's 2025. So how long are you going to try to wait to get up to $6,000 or $10,000? Are you going to really wait 3 years or 2 years? I don't know. Seems like a lot.
don't you think that it's gonna pump until 2000? I mean, up to the end of 2023?
Yeah, well, man,
I know it's difficult to predict. I'm just asking, because you have been in this in Ethereum for a long time.
if you really believe in Bitcoin halvings, forcing the narrative of crypto, that means Ethereum will be moving up in like 2024, end of 2024 maybe, or 2025.
Yeah, it'll peak
But
at the halving. It'll have a bull market around the halving for sure.
after, probably, yeah, like a little bit after
Or
having,
before.
which would be in
People
the
are going to be trying to buy it up before halving. Yeah.
anyway, these things are new though. That's looking at the past. Ethereum's never been deflationary. Bitcoin's always been inflationary. Same with Ethereum. So, what does Ethereum need to do? They need to be deflationary, which means kill the miners. If they could kill the miners, if they really do pull it off and they go deflation, well, man, they might see the problem with mining is this people mine and they swap their Ethereum for Bitcoin. So they mine Ethereum, then they swap it for Bitcoin, which is a negative on Ethereum. On
Exactly.
top of Ethereum being traded for Bitcoin on liquidity pools and all the dexes, and it's like I guess USDC is helping, but it seems like they're still kind of in a trading pair between
But wait,
mining and between
I
trades.
think there's still going to be some new Ethereum minted. When people stake, you get yield.
So yes, it's true, but it's minute compared to what it is right now. So what they're paying the miners is a lot more Ethereum than what they're going to pay the stakers. It's literally like it's like a quarter or something. And then with this burn, the burn cancels it out. So it's almost like Ethereum might be deflationary. It would be great if they put a cap on Ethereum and said, "My goodness, they haven't agreed to it, I guess, yet." But if they could put a cap on Ethereum, like say we have a max supply of 200 million Ethereum, that's it forever, or 210 million to be like Bitcoin's. Oh man, I'm actually looking forward to buying some Ethereum if it collapses. So I have cash waiting. If Ethereum goes down again more, I'll buy some more. But to be honest with you, I did sell some Ethereum at almost 1600 because I'm expecting it might go down.
Okay. Hopefully. I'm just hoping, because I want to sell my bag somewhere at the end of 2023 or 2024.
Yeah, if you can wait that long, I mean, you got hex stakes, man. So Ethereum most likely is going to be useful. And hey, worst case scenario, what if they fork Ethereum and the miners do go crazy and make their own Ethereum network? That means you're going to be split, and now you're going to have double the Ethereum. It might not be worth as much on one chain, but it would be kind of fun.
Yeah, but it will never drop below 200. This much
Man.
I'm sure.
No, I don't think so.
So I will
I think Ethereum is going to be taking over Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin goes to, let's say Bitcoin successfully reaches 50K, and Ethereum overtakes it, then what does that put it at? That's what we need to figure out. It's going to be
that's around
closer.
8,000.
Yeah, it's going to be right. It's going to be closer to 10,000, but I don't know if it'll actually reach 10,000, but these round numbers, right? Like it's like Hex at $1. I'm scared of Hex at $1 because everybody talks about it. Like let's hit 92 cents. That'd be really cool. Oh man, maybe. Yeah, I think if we take the Bitcoin market caps, divide by the coins, and then do that for Ethereum, and say if Ethereum reaches parity with Bitcoin or above, then where are we going to be? So yeah, like what you're saying, either it goes past and we hit that 10K Ethereum. So to be honest, if you're willing to wait, if you got no reason to sell, sure, you got hex stakes anyway too, so you need some Ethereum. So be patient, man.
Yeah, I have made my
I'm
money.
I'm yeah, you're still, it's one of those chains which is probably most likely going to become very valuable, though if it all works out, if the devs pull through, who knows? It could take over.
But regarding to what you said, that if the miners split, make their own shit, it was, I was not expecting to hear that, but well, that's something new, because I thought
I
maybe
don't
the
think
merge.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think the miners are going to fork Ethereum. Some Mexicans think so. I don't think so. Right now, we're seeing the Ethereum miners are moving over to Ethereum Classic as we speak because they're both able to mine the same thing.
Yeah.
They will just sell Ethereum Classic. That's the first move of the miners, the simple move. You move from Ethereum to Ethereum Classic. You still get some revenue for a little while. And I don't know, that's what I've been seeing some people are doing. If some try to fork it, they're going to have to get organized, and they've never been able to do that before. So I doubt it.
Yeah, it's unlikely to happen. But
The
I gotta
best
wait.
thing they should do is sell their equipment like I did. Yeah, that's the best way to go. Sell all your equipment and buy Ethereum if you want, or Hex. Eventually I got into Hex, but yeah, it's useful. I mean,
And I'm really hoping that Hex goes up before 2023, because some of my stakes will be unstaked at January.
no, you're fine. I mean, 2023 is probably good for us. You got Pulse Chain launching. I think that'll help.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna sell. I'm
But
gonna be
October, we got September, October. I don't know. Maybe that's the worst months. Maybe we dip a little bit more. I don't know. So
I also believe that, to be honest.
I don't think this whole like people are excited. They're thinking, oh, we're going up again. And it's like, you guys are crazy.
Do you remember I talked about having 11,000 on the side to buy? I've made it to 14,000, and
that's good.
I'm still waiting. I'm not buying anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
I believe it's gonna dip
I know.
somewhere at 2 cents or below 2 cents. I'm not sure if it's gonna go to 1 cent. I really don't believe that.
I don't think so. Yeah, so
even
it's
at
up to the big players though. They gotta sell some. So are they gonna sell or not? If they don't, it won't. So it's we're such an individual coin, you got how many people who could actually make it go down to that price? There's only several hundred people who could do it, or else it's not gonna happen. I don't know. I bought a bunch of X at 3 cents, and if it went to 2.5 cents, I'll definitely buy more. Even if it goes to 3 cents again, I might buy more, sure.
Maybe I do that. I start to buy a little bit at 3 cents
Yeah.
because
I mean,
I'm not too certain. I'm not too sure that it's gonna even drop to two and a
it
half.
might, it might not. That might, it went to 2.8 cents. Bitcoin and Ethereum might crash, and Hex, just let's just say Pulse Chain launches in October and people get excited again. And then Ethereum and Bitcoin are being decimated at the same time. We don't have to move with them. We got Pulse Chain. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah.
So
And
we
then
saw Hex go to 19 cents really quick just because Pulse Chain launched. That type of speculation is really possible. We got a 140 million X for sale. That's it. You know,
Mm.
I'm saving up a little bit of money right now, but even at 5 cents, I'm definitely going to buy Hex.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I will start. To be honest, I will start at 3 cents. I will start. Maybe 25 to 30% of whatever cash I have up to that time. I will buy at 3 cents. Then I will wait. If it dips, I'll keep buying. If it doesn't, and if things just looks to go positively upward, I'll buy it. Doesn't matter if I buy it at 5.
Yeah. So for me, like Ethereum, I'm just trying to get into things that are moving faster than Ethereum. So odds are if you buy Hex at 3 cents, it's going back to 10 or 20 cents. Pretty good odds on that one. I don't think Ethereum's going to move that fast. So for me, yeah, I would rather be in the faster horse. Um, I'm also over on EVMOS. So I've got a bunch of EVMOS now. The EVMOS is earning me enough to where I can save it, and then maybe I'll buy some Ethereum with it. I don't know, but the inflation is so much better than mining Ethereum. So I don't know. I'm more interested on a new. So with EVMOS, the market cap is like $400 million. That's it. Chances are
400.
it goes 400 million. So chances are it goes up 10x or whatever. I don't think Ethereum's going up 10x right now. So I got more involved in that one. We'll see how it plays out. But in the meantime, I'm earning like, I don't know how much right now, maybe $80 a day every day, with
Damn.
inflation. I was at $100 every day for inflation. So, and you cash it out every day. So I'm like, I'll do that instead of Ethereum.
How long you
I'm
been in EVMOS?
since April, so it's been pretty stable. End of April, but I really started getting in June. I mean, like
Yeah,
heavy.
I think that was the time everyone had started to talk about EVMOS in our spaces.
So I got rid of the rest of my mining equipment. I dumped it in there. It's one of those things where it's like, well, Ethereum's how old? It's how heavy. Uh, like Evmos is light and it's brand new and it has tons of coins coming out. So it's chances are, if it does anything, I'll probably be better off than Ethereum at this point. So I'm gonna try it out, take the risk. But like same with you though, Sean. I have some money ready to buy. Like if I can get some cheaper price on either Hex or Ethereum, yeah. Oh man.
I'm not
That's
gonna invest on Ethereum, to be honest. I have like 95 left.
yeah.
I'm waiting till it crosses 4,000. Then I will start thinking about selling it. But I'm not gonna sell it below 4,000. It's never gonna happen. I believe that's gonna go, but I don't know how long it's gonna take.
Yeah, it's worth waiting a couple of years. Just keep it secure. I don't know, some of that other protocol for Ethereum, it's risky. If I was you, I would seriously debate doing some liquidity pool with like Ethereum or Hex or I don't know, something like that. Maybe,
I have to be honest, I'm afraid of all those shit.
but yeah, what's worse that could happen? You get more Hex or you get more Ethereum. Either way, you get the fees. If you're gonna hold for 2-3 years, you might as well put a little bit to work. But I would wait till after Pulse Chain.
Yeah. I will wait. I will wait. I have no rush. Nothing. I had 2 apartments. I sold one. Now it's not the right time to sell. Yeah, so it's really, my apartment dropped around $20,000 just in a matter of months. Its value, I mean. So I'm not gonna sell it, but at the same time, I need a place to live too. So I'm not selling my apartment right now, but as soon as I get my citizenship, I will start thinking about where. Then I will visit that country, see if the environment is good for me. Then I will plan. Even if I sell my apartment, not the Ethereum, that will be quite enough for me to start over. I mean, in a new place, in a new country, it's gonna take time to find job or whatever. Although I speak many languages, I can work in different places. I can work as a teacher, I can work as a cook, I can work as a in customer service in hotels, guide, whatever. So that's not a big problem for me
That's
to
what I
find
like
job.
about you. Yeah, you've got a hustle and you have some skills, so you'll make it work.
Yeah, I have done a lot of this kind of things. I have worked in different places, and I'm like, I'm not a person who sticks to one thing. I'm not like, okay, I'm interested in teaching. I love teaching. I have to be honest, I love teaching kids more than anything. But because of the problems that I have, I'm not allowed to teach, because when you have in Swedish we call it points. When you have points in your police register, if you apply for a job in a school, the administrator or whatever you call it, they cannot see what you have done, but they can like suspect you as a what do you call it, proof pedophile, rapist, or whatever, because it just shows that you have pricks or picks on your points on your register. So that's why I cannot apply for teaching. But the good thing is that whatever I have done so far, I have done it with passion, and that made me to learn that thing. So it works for me. I worked as a bartender, it worked. Everyone liked me. I liked my job. I improved myself. I worked in a kitchen in a like cook assistant, then I even became a cook. I loved it, and even people trust me more than their own cooks, because I do it with passion. The same thing as a guide, as a interpreter, as different things. I mean, right now in what do you call customer service, I do my job in the best way. I'm not like go there, pass the time, just earn money and that's enough. No, I do my job. I really. So that's not a big deal. But I have to have some capital to start over. So that's why I think my apartment would be quite enough for a while if I stay in Europe, because in Europe I know that I can easily find job. But if I move somewhere else, if my plans, changes, that's gonna be a little bit hard, but I will still manage somehow.
You're gonna manage to go to Portugal with the famous Mexican.
Where?
Portugal.
Yeah, I will visit Portugal, to be honest. I have been to Spain so many times, but I even had plans to go to Portugal, to Lisbon, but something came up and I didn't. I was like, okay, it's quite similar to Spain, so I'll go again to Spain. But I will visit Portugal, but let's see. I have to see, I have to visit, I have to see the opportunities, and then I will decide. And Portugal is among the few countries in Europe which is a tax haven, even for crypto. It's totally tax free.
What is there to decide, man? Come on, man. Next year, man, I give you a job, man. Let's go, man. Come on, man.
Dude, you're starting to become like me. Have you slept
Yeah,
properly?
of course. The fuck?
How many hours?
I started like what 10 o'clock, 10:30 last night. Woke up at 7.
What the fuck you're talking about? We were awake until 1 o'clock Portugal time.
Oh yeah. Well, then I went to bed at 1 of the morning.
Yeah, it is.
I
It
didn't
is
realize.
9 o'clock in Portugal, almost
Oh yeah,
10.
you're
Yeah,
right.
you're.
You're right. It was 1 in the morning. Yes, yeah. I went to bed. I was in bed. I went to bed. What am I doing? Woke up this morning, but
Dude, just
fucking.
don't
I
waste
actually
your
get more
time.
sleep
If
now.
you
I actually get more sleep now,
okay,
Sean, than I used to do before. To be honest with you.
that's good because it is a fucking pain in the ass if you don't sleep properly. I sleep between 3 to 4 hours daily, and I have a fucking headache almost from the time I'm awake until I come to the bed. Even look, it continues the next day. So it is fucking pain in the ass. It kills your tolerance. My tolerance is sometimes at 0. That's why I don't want to talk with people, because I can't, you know, flip out, you call it, or become aggressive. That's why I know it is mostly because of my sleep deprivation, or what do you call it, insomnia. So just because of the spaces, don't stay awake. If you can't sleep, sleep. I can't. Even prescription medicine, it's called prescribed medicine, I think. Yeah, doesn't work on me. A week it works. After a week, I have to double the dose. And if I keep doubling the dose, I will become a fucking addicted. So I'm not doing that. I'm taking one day in between, like 3 days in a week. But seriously, it doesn't work. So if you can sleep, fuck the spaces. You can join the space and you can create the space tomorrow, the day after, but sleep properly.
We have Donald Trump that has joined us. And get the celebrities. No. I know y'all don't trust my my predictions, but I'm telling y'all, Bitcoin and Ethereum's dumping this week. If not during the weekend, it's about that time.
Yeah. You should check out the macroeconomical events that are happening this week. I think there's a couple of Swiss, German, couple of things happening in the world.
Oh, but that I don't know if that has anything to do with the big red wicks that keep happening. So it happened at the end of April, end of June. Now we're at the end of July. $10,000 dip, all in one day. Okay, maybe 2 days. It's probably got people making limit orders. Yeah, that's a shame. Exchanges and everyone else just playing against the market trap. Someone's gonna say something? I interrupted.
No, I was just wondering if Hezbollah is awake. Oh, you're awake. Hey, welcome, Hezbollah.
What's up, buddy?
How are you?
Amazing. How are you?
I'm fine. I just want to tell you that your enemy is in the room.
My enemy?
Yeah.
Who, Donald Trump? It's not my enemy. Who's my enemy?
I was joking. I was joking.
Damn, so it's about that thing, right?
Again?
No, we good, man.
Yeah, but your sound echoes a little bit. Seamus, you're complaining about the sun, about not rain, no rain, nothing. I swear, I'm not lying to you. I slept under a fucking blanket in the middle of the summer. Imagine what kind of life we have.
Yeah, man, I'm not complaining about no rain. I'm just saying here, it never rains. You never gotta worry, wake up and be like, oh shit, is it gonna rain today? It never fucking rains. There's not one cloud in the sky, man. Hi, John.
Yeah.
Does it ever rain here?
Wait until the end of autumn. It's gonna be a fucking monsoon weather there.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
quite
yeah. I
similar
won't be here.
to Spain.
Yeah, that's good.
But
No. What'd you say, Sean?
it will still be better than Canada,
Yeah, well, in
even
the
the winter.
winter, I wouldn't mind. In the winter, whatever. If I could go there for 2 weeks, go play a bit of hockey outside, case of beer. I'm telling you, this it's pretty cool, man. You know, you go to the outside rink, you get dressed nice, go play, and then you have like a nice case of beer in the snow. It's
Mm.
a fun time, man. But living there and having to shovel your snow every fucking day and going out and there's slush, it ruins your shoes, then your car, then you fucking lose your keys in the
Uh, uh,
snow.
will you go back to Canada?
Yeah, to go see my mother, of course.
Okay, but how long you gonna stay there?
Not
Through the
long.
winter?
No. Christmas
If,
maybe.
if you are
1 month and
tired
that's
of
it.
snow, stay in Portugal, visit your family, and then come back. The
What do
weather
you
is
mean? Yeah,
much more.
well, no,
The
I'm
weather
gonna
is.
stay there for a month. I'm gonna stay there for a month, but I'm not going back until I have my. I'm not going back until I have my residency here. Like when I have my residency approved, then I'm laughing.
Because this winter in the Scandinavians mostly visit Spain, Portugal, and Italy, the warmest places during the winter because the weather is so good,
Not
even
only
if it
that, I'm
rains
going to
sometimes.
Ecuador. Not only that, I'm planning on really going to Ecuador approximately in November. So yeah, man, maybe be chilling. Plus, I might come to the States too. So winter, I don't know. Winter, I don't know, man. We'll see what the plan is.
But what about your work? Will you have work? I mean, will you have things to do even during the winter if you stay in Portugal?
Yeah, well, I could just close the thing for a month.
Okay.
I could just like close all the dates and just not have to worry, or my friend could take care of it, or it depends, man. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You get one person a month. Fuck it. I'd rather just close. In 3 hours.
Hey, famous or Hexbullah, if I put if I put one of your co-hosts, can y'all like put the settings to where anybody can be a speaker for me?
Yeah, well, what you need to do is you go and you click the three dots. You see on next to leave, it says the three dots. Then you click adjust settings, like the third option. And then you click it where it's like everyone could just come in.
That wasn't there before, but now it is. Okay. Wait, let's see. No, I don't have it.
In the three
Adjust
dots,
settings.
when you click the three dots, it should say adjust settings.
Yeah, it says adjust settings. All I have is the captions
Android?
for clips and the sound effects.
Is it Android?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, make me a call. Man, that clip option, guys, is really important. As a community, we need to utilize that clip option. So you want everyone or just people you follow? Okay. So what happened when I fell asleep?
But I don't care what you put. Any, mini, money, mo.
That's good. So what happened last night? Nothing?
Nothing unusual. Not really nothing, no. Same old stuff, Trap gets upset and storms out, same stuff. Jenna announced she's a Hexagon, so go tell her welcome to the family. Jenna XRP.
Hexy Cajun.
Hey. What's up?
What is up is the dollar against the euro. That's for damn sure.
That's amazing, man, for you guys.
Oh, we
Such good stuff
can
over
go
here.
into Europe right now for hella cheap. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It is hella cheap too, also. So
I'll keep letting the trend go, and yeah, by the end of the year, I'll be able to get some good real estate.
I think so. Yeah, I've been waiting for this cycle to hit for years, So I'm excited to see especially on the real estate side, see the prices kind of
are you
come
looking
down.
at anything in particular, Mendo? Are you looking at anything particular, Mendo?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was America.
Not in Europe, man. No, I'm in America. I
No,
my
okay,
pay, my
because I thought you said because of the dollar.
no, just visiting. Just going to Europe, enjoying it. Meeting a bunch of people out
Mm.
there. It's gorgeous, man. Right? But
Yeah, it is,
with the
man.
euro coming down so much against the dollar, it's much more affordable to go out and travel out there.
Yep, I agree. And also, even real estate, man, you'd be very surprised, man. Right next to the beach, less than 200,000. It's a beautiful thing, man.
I like Costa Rica. I like Puerto
Oh, yeah.
Rico. I like where else? I like Miami, Florida. Those are Sarasota, like the Keys, Siesta
My parents
Keys.
are in Sarasota right now. That is honestly, man, the Siesta Key Beach is the nicest beach because of that fucking white sand.
Well,
In
then
my
you know
opinion,
exactly what I'm talking about, brother.
Yeah, of course, the Grove, right next to, where the bridge is.
Yeah,
I've
man.
been those timeshares. I've been there since a kid, man. We were actually in the Hurricane
You
Andrew
gotta admit,
when I was a kid.
the sand is literally nothing but
It's the nicest beach.
shells.
It's one of the it's one of the
It's
nicest
fucking
beaches. But the sand
the
is white.
sand
White,
is
white, white, white,
literally
white, white.
shells. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
it doesn't hurt your feet. It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. And the beach, the water is so warm. Like here in Portugal, the water is so cold, but the water in Sarasota is beautiful because you're in the Gulf. But yeah, it's so funny you said Siesta Key, man. I've been there my whole life, so yeah, man, it's a beautiful place. Nice place for older.
I
people.
like Destin, like up on the Panhandle in Florida, like where the base is up there. There's just beautiful places everywhere, man.
Yeah, well, Florida's Florida. You know what I mean, man. Florida is Florida.
This market is crazy right now, man. Like nobody knows what the fuck is going on. It's like limbo world. Swear to God.
Well, right now, I really do think that ETH is gonna take some step on BTC, like the ratio between them two. I think it's gonna go up because now it's still at 7.3%. So if it could pass that 8, then they could drop. As long as it keeps its ratio at 8%, then the next time it will go back up, it'll be easier to hit back the 15% all-time high ratio. So I'm really thinking ETH is going to take over Bitcoin because right now, if you look at it, who's getting their Ethereum assets liquidated? No one. Well, they're only getting their Bitcoin assets liquidated. All the exchanges, they're all selling off their Bitcoin, not their Ethereum. The Ethereum bags are still the same. Whales have been taking out their liquidity positions, depegging their LPs. It's a positioning. The market's positioning itself.
Man, I cannot wait till Pulse Chain launches, bro. Like, I'm like Richard, let's go. Let's go, brother. Kick the fire and light the tires. You know what I mean? But
100%.
Yeah, there's so many awesome protocols that I want to be using right now. It's like, come on, man.
Like, how bullish does that sound? You know what I mean? Because like everything else, it was like, okay, let the mainnet go up, and then the projects will come on because they'll start building when the mainnet's up. Now it's like, nah, man, mainnet goes live. Fucking projects are going live. So it's like, that beginning dip that everyone gets. Like, will we get it? I don't know.
I like what Jake said, man. Just about the floor. Being at that 3 zeros and a 1-esque average price, and there's going to be selling, yeah, but I mean the amount of individuals that are going to be holding that 3 zeros and a 1 to 4 zeros and a 1 is a lot. Like, there's just not a lot of people that just plan on dumping everything right out of the gate. And the liquidity pools are going to be a lot less in terms of how many tokens are available. A lot less than people think, man, in my opinion. So Richard has pumpamentals built in. He invented the word pumpamentals. Just be real. The thing's going to be a beast.
So the deflationary aspect of it.
And let me
sounds
tell you,
so
mid-May, it's a blessing. It's an absolute blessing because we were supposed to launch in mid-May, but because we haven't, we're battle testing, we're battle hardening the network. And at the same time, way more people have learned about Pulse Chain since then, man. So when Pulse deploys, we're going to have hundreds of thousands of users, dude. At least 200,000 users, in my opinion. So and that's even before the airdrop to 20 plus million Ethereum wallets or whatever it is, right? So yeah. So at the end of the day,
No, I agree. I agree,
the,
man. You're absolutely right.
but bringing it back to just the overall world economy, it's just weird right now, man. Like it just, I don't know. You know, it's like they just literally just called a recession. You know, 2 quarters of GDP decline, and they're trying to redefine recession. And you know, Russia's about to freaking close down natural gas to Germany and to parts of Europe. It's like really in the middle of the winter. So it's very interesting to see what's happening, man. On like just a humanity level, you know, it's like, well, why does it got to be like that? It's just crazy.
Is it really crazy? Because like we've always been like that.
No, like Russia shutting off all the natural gas to Germany just before winter. Like generally that doesn't happen, man.
Doesn't surprise me that humans fuck other humans. Then, to be honest with you, 30 years on this planet, I've only seen that.
Hey, do you think Richard's right about going to 10,000, 11,000 Bitcoin?
I think he did.
I think he got rugged.
Fuck, I rug myself.
Do you, Hexy Cajun? Do you still think?
Oh yeah, I do. Mhm. I was just saying that I was going to take next week. I don't know all the way down to 11, but I don't know. Bitcoin 15 next week.
Bitcoin 15 next week. That's hilarious.
You don't think so?
Well, you want to know what? I don't know. I don't care, really, to be honest with you.
Well, you asked about it. You must care.
No, I mean, not in the ultimate sense. Yes, I respectfully, like, I don't really care in the sense of it doesn't matter what it's going to do. I'm holding because my time frame is 2025 at this point. So what I have in my portfolio, I'm good. I'm not trying to worry about it. I'm not trying to trade and all this and that. I have a couple bags for swing trading and stuff like that, but just park your shit 2025. That's my worldview.
For some reason, I got 2027 in my head, man.
So I'm simply going off of the Bitcoin halving, which will be in 2024, right? And you know, after the Bitcoin halving will generally get front run, and then you'll have a run for however many days. So to me, that's 2025, early 2026 latest, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's around that time.
Yeah, it's interesting. You go back and you look at the last 3 cycles with, you know, after the halving, how many days was it until the top?
Usually, I think that the number has been going down though. every happening, it's been going faster and faster to its next top. If I'm not mistaken.
How do they calculate the happening? Does it happen after so many at a
Right?
certain block level, or so many days, or what?
Yeah, it's every 4 years essentially, and it goes by block height. So I think so. You had a happening in.
So I was.
Yeah, like a dog just lifting its leg, pissing everywhere.
Oh, I was wondering
Bro, there's
if
like this Malokio in the house, bro. Someone's talking shit.
if people stopped using
It's
the,
you,
well, not
huh?
stop, if people
There's like
slow
this.
down on the, hey, famous, if people slow down using the Bitcoins, uh, will it take longer to get to the halvening?
No.
Okay. So it's going to come at the same time, no matter what happens. So
let's think about it. How does it work? I'm like drunk and stoned at the same time right now. So, come on, guys. Bitcoin happening. How many blocks? It's how many blocks per whatever.
I'll research it myself. That's how I learn better anyway.
But I like that orange Lambo. I think it's nice. So is this open forum in here, or is this just Pulse Chain? Can we talk about other things? We're good. Can we talk about other
As
cryptos?
long as it's not a negative, I guess you say.
Well,
Like what?
I'm not negative on anything. I'm good with everything. So I just was trying to ask. It says Pulse Chain, so.
Yeah, if it's on Pulse Chain, you can talk about it.
Okay, so what do you guys think about that crypto that's about to launch on Pulse Chain? Texas token, whatever. It's kind of like I know it's
about it.
It's like a hex, It looks to me like a hex kind of thing.
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
It sounds good when you talk about it, but I don't even, I don't know.
Do you buy the narrative? Do you buy his narrative of the whole, the thing and starting a whole new Texas state or whatever? I mean, do you buy that narrative?
They've been talking about it a long time, and although they have this token, I really don't think that's going to come to light. Them succeeding from the U.S. Although it's more or less to support this political party, I think, and I have no interest in the political party, but I'm willing to maybe make some gains, just from having a token. So I did make a small sacrifice, and it's not even for the cause. It's just for the gains.
I'll be honest with you. I do like the fact that you're given to this Texas. It's like a legit, just trying to ensure freedom for Texas or whatever, and you're just donating basically. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. I do live
I have not donated. I have not done anything with it, but was just wondering what you guys thought.
I live in Louisiana, so I hear their struggles all the time. So I support their succession. I hope it happens. I just don't think there's greater powers who will prevent it. it won't happen unless the people have a physical uprising, in my opinion. You know, to show strength in numbers. So the threat of it happening might straighten up politicians, you know, before any action takes place. And I think that's what it's more about. They just wanted to show politicians that they're able to organize a movement in order to get their way on certain, I don't know, on certain, you know, issues. Whatever they're unhappy about. It kind of started with the vaccines and whatnot, the mandatory laws on the vaccines.
Cajun, are you going to PulseCon?
Yeah.
Famous, are you going?
I'm sorry, what did you guys say?
Are you going to PulseCon?
No, unfortunately, I might not make it. No, I'm okay. I don't want that.
Yeah, definitely making it.
It's at the beginning of September, right? It
Yep.
really depends on what happens to my situation, because I might have to stay here, or I have to go back to Montreal to facilitate the document. Like, it's so weird the way the Italian government has it set up for me to apply as a resident in the Schengen. Like, I need this like paper. It's either that or because I wasn't in Montreal when I got accepted, because I got accepted a couple weeks ago. I might have to go back to finish the process. So if I go back, yeah, Vegas would be very easy for me to go to.
So you're living
but I'm probably
in
not.
Italy now?
Europe. No, I'm
You're
in
living in
Portugal.
Italy?
In the Algarve.
Oh, Portugal.
No, in Portugal,
Oh, nice,
in the
man.
Algarve. Yeah, man. Been to send you some documents about like, there's a lot of things that are occurring right now where your properties you could purchase with Bitcoin, and the banks in Portugal are really stepping up. Like, now there's certain websites that are facilitating clients and explaining clients how to, if they're interested in purchasing with Bitcoin, what are the steps, what do you have to do, who do you contact. So yeah, it's Portugal's getting in motion, and I'm very eager to start dabbling in it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, man. I'm in the southern part of Portugal, in Praia da Rocha. There's actually a couple of Hexicans that live here. Actually, he lives like 2 blocks away. Tell M. I know Erwin's gonna come on down. He's gonna be living like really like right next to me. Beautiful spot, man. That's what I was telling you, man. Like 2-minute, 5-minute walk from the beach under $200,000 is a beautiful vacation home, man. Your home mortgage for the year's paid in fucking 4 months of rent, max. If it doesn't go well, if it does well, you get it in 3 weeks.
Shit, man. I'm gonna have a waterfront ride in Miami, bro. Screw it.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. But hey, man, you get a property, you get the beautiful perks of. Well, you got Puerto Rico. You see, as American, Puerto Rico, man, you can't say no to that, man. That's beautiful.
Absolutely,
You know what I mean?
it is.
You can't say no to that. Plus, it's not even that far from you guys, so
That
it's
whole
kind of hard
coast
to
from
commit.
Miami up to, like, you know, Fort Lauderdale, even up past that, it's just paradise right there, man.
But I bet you there's some Hexicans that have have the right to acquire their citizenship, just like the way I did, because it's by blood. You're able to get it by blood. So I'm pretty sure there are some American like Europeans that are able, like Spanish, French, Italians, that are able to acquire their citizenship by their grandparents or whatever. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure we could get some Mexicans to profit from this Portuguese law, where it's no capital gains. But
that's great.
You know? Yeah, because it would stop people from having to buy it. You know, to get a residency, you just get a residency due to your bloodline. You know, it's pretty cool. That's what I got. So I'm never going back to Canada. I don't want to go back. If I have to, I'm going. I'm gonna be in agony, man. But keep positive. Positive will happen. I'm confident of that.
What do you think about that Kitco interview?
At first, the first time I watched it, I guess it was because I was like half in, half out with the spaces. I didn't really like it, but then after listening to it last night again, I think that was part two though. Yesterday in the spaces when Sean was playing it, I think it was part two. Part one I didn't really like that much. Part two, I guess, was so much better, and I appreciated how he.
You didn't watch the video?
The video itself, no. We were listening to it in spaces. Like Sean was just playing the audio, and we were listening to it. But no, I didn't watch the video.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you're watching what he said or listening to what he said,
A bunch of parts from in the first one, and like I think I listened to like 20 minutes of it, if I'm not mistaken. But the second part, we listened to most of it, and I was pretty fucking bullish, man. Like the way he was, like I really feel like Richard should emphasize more on the test chain and explain more on how, like, you know, when he's in those situations, like people are like, well, it's not out yet. Well, it is. You can do everything I'm telling you you're going to be able to do. That's going to be valuable, but right now it's not because it's test net. So you could go ahead and test it out as a demo. Like, you know, I would love for him to emphasize more on that, because if people were to go and test it out, which our test net is not like normal test nets, because there's actually a lot of shit you can do on the test net, which is makes it like a fun place to be, right? Like being able to, you know, just to interact with the DEX, with the protocol of Hex. Like let's say Hedron, you could play around with Fiat, you could play around with Pulse LN, you could play around with the faucets, with PulsePot, with all of these tokens on testnet. So it's like if people are saying, "Where's your product?" Well, we have a testnet. You can go check the demo. You know, it's like I've never heard someone complain about FIFA 22 when it was 21, and the demo came out. Oh, you're not gonna put out the game because the demo's out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make sense. You know how many times as a kid I would go and download the demo of a game before the game comes out? Like, it's just, to me, it just doesn't, I don't understand why we're not emphasizing more on this, right? But yeah, I really liked it that he mentioned it. And then he mentioned, like, you know, how actually it works and what he's providing. Yeah, man, I really liked it. And I liked the questions that the guy was asking too, because it was perfect questions to be set up in a context where the person on the other side won't argue with Richard. It's just gonna let him speak and let him talk, you know. So I showed my uncle who actually works.
he
for
let
Bitcoin
him
Hive,
talk a lot.
he-
Like Richard,
Yeah.
when he gets on, he commands a presence. You can tell. There's this respect that he's developing between the interviewee and or the interviewer and him. And it's like, okay, Richard, let's you got to let him know, like, let's go on to the next thing, kind of thing. But he's just smart as shit. Richard is just. That's why they hate him so damn much. It's because he's just fucking smarter than everybody else, dude. You know, and he doesn't.
It's the same reason why everyone.
He doesn't embellish.
It's the same reason why no one
he's
wants to give Cristiano Ronaldo his praise as the best soccer player that ever lived. It's because they're not on his team. It's the same reason why everyone hates Michael Jordan. It's because he wasn't on their team. Because if everyone was a Bulls fan, they would love Michael Jordan. If everyone was a Portuguese, they would love Cristiano. You know what I mean? Like, or Real Madrid fan or Man U.
Yeah, man. I think it's great timing for that interview, though. That's great timing to get a update on Kitco. And that was much more detailed. They let him speak on the economy. They let him speak on Bitcoin. They let him speak on the markets. They let him talk about hack. I mean, it was like a lot. You know, it was much better than the first one. Even, the first one was good, but this one was much better.
Hey, Marco, flow back. I don't think I've met y'all before.
Hello, everyone. Just wondering when's part 2 coming out, or did it already?
Yeah, it's out. It's on Kitco, on the Kitco YouTube channel. I'm sure there's some links. Let's see if I can find it for me to pin up top.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Mandalorian, how you been, man? Oh, I think you just left.
All right, I think I pinned it. Show up soon.
Yo, I gotta ask. I'm in the early time zone. It's about 2:38 a.m. What the fuck is everybody up for? What do you guys do around this time? Very curious, please.
Well, it's 4:30 where I'm at. But what do we do?
We're
I
doing
don't know.
methamphetamines.
I don't know. I ain't doing shit. I'm laying in bed actually. Sometimes I'm just unable to sleep. Sometimes I'm cleaning the house while I'm talking. Sometimes I'm driving around.
Man, Famous is always fucking on. Famous, what the fuck you doing right now?
Right now, I'm getting ready for some check-ins. You?
You're getting ready for what?
Some chicken.
Check-ins.
That
Like
motherfucker
Victoria's
does not
Airbnb.
sleep, man. That fucking guy does not sleep at all.
He's a meth dealer.
Yeah, well, no, he's doing all the math. He ain't dealing.
Who, me, bro? I look
So,
bald.
huh?
Do I look
So what are you
bald?
doing up?
What do you mean what I'm doing? It's 10:30.
No,
Kind
I'm
of look
talking
at the
about
clock.
King Leo. What's King Leo doing up? He says 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, so I barely hop on this shit around this time. But right now, what I'm doing, to be honest, I did a couple of reps, had a couple of drinks. I'm sitting in my bar. That's about it.
All
That's
right.
cool, man. Have another one.
I'm out.
Have another one if you love Hex, man.
I got some friends coming by, but I'm contemplating. I'm like, fuck, should I bring them to my house or not? Old lady's upstairs sleeping. I don't know. I don't know.
What's your other options? Are they lady friends?
Well, it is a soundproof joint. No, just bunch of friends coming, and when they come, we're gonna make some ruckus. Let's see. Hexy, you're around? Wake up. Join the party.
Oh yeah. Huh. Is it tonight?
Right now.
Oh wow. You're 2 time zones away. Oh well, my neighbor just started practicing his electric guitar. How about that? Thank God I wasn't trying to sleep.
Perfect.
Anyone in this group want a pulse card?
Oh yeah, I'll be going.
Hexy, do you have anybody that wants another ticket? It looks like Canada is a fucking bullshit country, and I might not be able to travel.
I do not know of anyone
It's true. King Leo's a Canadian, man. How's it going, bud?
unless you're giving it away because I didn't buy one because of the price.
Famous, man. What I'm hearing is fucking that I can't go to Vegas, man. I just found out today. Like, if you look at the fine print, I don't know,
You
man.
can't travel if you're not vaxxed.
Hey?
You can't travel if you're not vaxxed.
Yeah, but I thought everything was dropped. Like I'm gonna travel to Edmonton.
You can 100% travel. I don't know what who told you this.
No, we went on the website. They said, I don't know why the fuck it says about
Fuck the
Vegas.
website, man. The website says you can't do shit. The website says no countries allowing people in. The fuck does the website know? It's a bunch of fucking unionized pieces of shit that are not working and they're always complaining. Well, you know how it is, bro. They don't even update the fucking thing properly.
Yeah. You know what the fucked up thing is? On the website, they had a clear, like a fucking line item saying unvaccinated can't travel to fucking Las Vegas. I swear to God, they had like a line item saying that. And wifey pulled it up and said, "Hey, you can't travel." I'm like, "What? What do you mean I can't fucking travel?" She sent it to me today. I don't know. Maybe she doesn't want me to go alone, so I don't know.
Yeah, man, you gotta see that for yourself, huh? Did you buy her a ticket?
No, she honestly, to be honest, she don't know about this shit, and she don't give a fuck about this shit. Um, she's like, oh, she's so against it, but we'll prove her wrong. I'm hoping I can go by myself. I'll probably have more fun, to be honest. You're famous. Are you going?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Are you going to the convention?
No, man, I'm probably not.
Why?
I'm busy here, man, in Europe. And if I come back home, I gotta stay home. So until I get my European passport, I'm not really leaving Europe, in my opinion.
Love it, man. Do your thing, brother.
Because then I'm stuck home for 180 days until the Europeans allow me again in their fucking visa. 190 days. You know what I mean? So it's like until I get the passport, I'm stuck in fucking Canada doing fuck all. Which could be good for the community, but yeah.
Famous, man. Majority of my life, I thought Canada was the best country. Honestly, I thought that.
It was. It was
Yeah,
at
it
one
was.
point.
It
Then
was.
it just switched up. It switched up
Yeah.
hard though.
Yeah.
Trudeau's, man.
Yeah, these motherfuckers, man. They're
Fucking,
like the bush. They're like
fucking
bushes
French
of the
Canadians,
fucking
man.
neck.
Telling you, it's the French Quebecers, man.
Famous. I thought my life was made. I'm good. I got a beautiful country. I got good money. I got it made. But all that shit just fucking changed, man. I don't trust none of this fucking shit anymore. It's done.
Yeah, man. I feel you, man. A lot of opportunity, but it's just what's opportunity without being able to enjoy yourself? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Fucking weird. Fucking weird, man. How they like switched up on people is fucking weird.
Hey, Hexy, you have someone that'll buy my ticket? Or honestly, I'll give a discount.
Say that again.
Do you have anybody that wants another ticket? Like, I was probably, I don't know, man. I was probably the first, I don't know, maybe 50 to 100 people. And the thing is, now my country, I don't know the rules and shit. Famous is saying, don't, who gives a fuck about the internet? Which I agree. But I don't want to be that motherfucker in the airport where these guys say, hey, man, fuck off. So I have a ticket if anybody wants it at a discount.
If I hear of anyone, I'll send them your way. I don't know of anybody offhand.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You know, I hardly ever put out tweets or replies. I often retweet or I'll like someone else's tweets, but I'll be damned. I tweeted something tonight, and this is why I don't tweet. I had so many dumbass or smartass, assholish replies. I hadn't muted so many people in one day ever so far. Some stuff I hate. That's why I hate Twitter. I shouldn't even read this shit. I should have known better though. That's why I don't tweet.
Quiet night.
Yeah, it is.
Who's speaking?
It's Cajun.
Oh, hi, Cajun. How you doing?
Hi.
So deep in this goddamn test, my brain hurts. I need to sleep for a little bit. Fuck my life. But such is life.
Life goes on.
Did you say you fuck your life or fuck my life?
You can do both. The question is always survive, never get caught, divided by it's not peer pressure, it's just your turn. I bring my lube to work because I know I like to get fucked comfortably. One more shake and then I have to go to bed. I don't want to do this no more. Why do I do CJ? Ugh. Oh, if you just fucking crash in a kite. Save as. So what's up, Tim? I'm only in for a little minute, and then my poor little brain needs to rest.
I'm chilling, man. What's happening? What's happening, Kool-Aid? You good?
Yeah,
How's the game coming along?
the shit I'm
You
building.
done? You done yet?
The shit I'm building is nuts, and I still have a couple more days to build this goddamn nonsense. I've been at it for a week and a half, It's basically 200 hours worth of work. Let's say 2 weeks worth of work. Yeah, 2 months worth of work in 2 weeks. How about that? I literally can't stand the fact that I do CG. But that's how all of us feel when we have to talk to stupid people about how common sense works. By the way, my phone's off, as it always is. Is that Famous I was talking before?
Yeah, that was me.
My boy. How the fuck you doing, brother? You doing good? Did you get muted?
Nah, I'm doing good, man. Just busy, but it's Saturday morning for us. Busy now. Early August.
You're in the UK?
No, I'm in Portugal.
Ah, dude, that's. I am gonna make my home there. Markable went out there for a while, and
for sure, man, I can show you a bunch of places in the Algarve, man.
Yes, sir.
The
Yes,
south
sir.
part of Portugal is beautiful, and right now it's a perfect time for you to come and check it out, man, and invest.
Let me
It was once upon a time, a 5 minute. Once upon a time, and this is like a couple years ago, but it was started at condo 5 minutes from the beach. Now they're at 120. So,
sir, let me tell you about the reverse Americana. Are we being recorded? Not being recorded. Yes, no.
we are being recorded currently.
Yeah, record button's on.
Oh, I cannot talk about my reverse Americana. I'm sorry, friends. My reverse Americana.
It's okay, don't worry.
No, it's you're a badass, good sir. We will talk privately as anyone that's OG.
100%. We could definitely talk.
Yeah. No, I've got a reverse.
I have your number, eh?
Yeah, that's why you know you're a fucking proper OG. It's not that you got in big payday, got anything else. You have my cell phone. You are an actual goddamn OG because I have everybody's number. Because I'm the goddamn Oracle. But that's fine. We all build, we all create, we help. And that's what we do as good goddamn fucking humans, right?
Amen.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. I don't want to do CG no more.
Should also check out southern Spain too. There's some very nice places near Marbella, Malaga. Really nice spots. When we went, we were very impressed.
Oh, dude, I've got some. Because you can from an American mindset, you can do to Puerto Rico. The problem with Puerto Rico is they're just a tax mindset by offsetting their ability to vote. But Portugal's got some very, very interesting things. I'm sorry, someone said something? I'm sorry, I'm not looking at my phone.
Man, I'm freaking out. Why is there so many people? Is Russia cutting off gas to Europe or just Germany?
Well, first and foremost, we all learned what fiat is. Listen to Wales. And so
because the gas station is packed. I just saw 3 gas stations in a row. Packed. I don't know what the fuck's happening, but this is not normal. This is not normal.
I mean, gas stations is in utility or gas stations in Russia. There's very, very different, especially when
No, here, like currently, like I'm 5 feet away from a gas station. Like it's just abnormally packed.
No.
I wonder if they're cutting it off to Europe in general, and not just Germany, because someone mentioned Germany.
Well, so Germany is trying to de-risk from natural gas and oil from Russia. But what Russia did is it kind of took a feather from Richard Hart's hat, unfortunately, because I lost my entire ex-fiance family. They disappeared in the whole Ukraine nonsense, which I don't want to get into because I will crumble. But if you look at the logistics of what's going on, Putin, because of the sanctions, reinstated the ruble be marked in gold again. So what they did is, if you want to go back to Wales Only stream with the golden Pepe, me, Axis, and Wales, we're talking about the anniversary of, who is it, Nixon, that pulled the fiat standard from the American dollar. So what Putin did is he basically took all their gold reserves and reinstigated it back to marry into a ruble, and then from there forced everyone to pay in rubles because they earned what? The yield of gas reserves. It's chess. It's not good chess, because I personally have a lot of heart, sorrow, and loss from what is going on, but that has no bearing into global markets. I am just a simple human. I do not have way to sway over global markets, but it's not like it doesn't matter to me. But what they did is they did that. They reinstigated fucking fiat to actually be bonded to a core asset. Bonded liquidity always works. That is Hart's law. But, yeah, there's that. I just make silly things move over a fucking screen. That's about it. So Famous, you're UK bound? Is that what you said earlier? Sorry, my brain hurts right now.
No, Portugal, man.
That's right. That's in
Portugal.
So how?
I recently acquired a citizenship by bloodline, my Italian citizenship.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Yeah, Mark.
We're establishing here.
Yeah, no. I actually think Portugal is the premium place to go for Hexaco. Just because Puerto Rico, I mean, obviously we're a global community, not an American community. Portugal got fucked, but also has a benefit because it got fucked to be a tax haven. But what Portugal, I believe, in Germany also is using progressive crypto rights. But look at like El Salvador, they just picked the wrong token. And where it will go in the future, sir. And ideally, you want to allow countries to earn yield to pay their citizens to earn yield on that. That's what I always said. If you listen to any of my Cameo streams, when you pay people to be entertained, then they are and such and appreciate said and such value. So those countries long term will be the gladiators that will fucking stupid Polygon. Sorry, I'm building right now. Will be the gladiators to allow those things to come to fruition, which is probably the most important thing in the world. That's why I have my reverse Americano laughable strategy, which I will tell you personally, because obviously being recorded, I cannot share that.
It's booming here. I'm
sorry.
I'm telling you from now, it's booming, and there's a lot of lots that we can do something and build something from the ground up and generate economical power and put that into crypto, or give people the chance to use their crypto to benefit and not have to pull out always from crypto.
Correct. Because when we can trade and leverage our crypto, we can actually build and leverage our ideals, which was, air quote, what was it? The fucking shining city on a hill, which was air quote the old American ideal, which is not today. It is absolutely the worst today. Why did you just break? No, stop. Sorry, again, I'm building. I just saw Famous, so I figured I'd come in and say hello because he's a goddamn fucking motherfucker. And you, Cajun too. You're a delightful friend.
Well, thank you. Glad you stopped by.
Of course. Do you have any questions that I can answer you? I know I confuse everyone, but if you had a question that I can softly answer, I would be happy to help, friend. But most of my answers will.
Did you see you saw the Kiko? I'm presuming you saw the Kiko interview.
Yeah, no, that was a good one. And then there was another one on Pro Talk or whatever the fuck that was a hippie. And I really, really, really wanted to fucking show my big peepee and fucking like destroy them, but I just don't have the goddamn time. And nor do I even want to fucking get the flack or genuflection because I do my own shit that's fucking exhausting and crazy and all the rest of that. But yeah, no, the Kiko was really great. What, a year ago? I think it was even before the Pulse.
No, they did it. They just did 2 back-to-back, part 1, part 2 recently.
No, I know that, but the first one was a year ago.
Oh yeah. Exactly, and he went back and he was like, "Oh, you said a year ago that I was gonna do it." Like, that's like the most flexist part of the interview, in my opinion. It's like, yeah, you have him back on a year ago, and the man was completely right.
Correct. And then there was
wrong maybe by 5%, like give or take. Like regardless, the man's helped everyone.
Hey, no, Rich is not a god. What he is a very, very smart human. I said it before Big Payday, I believe, that Richard's playing StarCraft with finance because he likes to flower his big peepee that he was a StarCraft god. Okay, well, that means you understand real-time strategy. So that way you're actually playing real-time strategy with real-time strategy assets. Why do I know this? This is my job. And that's why I'm still working at 3 a.m. But like seeing it into full fruition is curious, interesting, and good. And who was I just listening to? It was Gary and Ken Levin or whatever the fuck it is. Googler number 26. It's interesting because when you see that paradigm of people that have access to this kind of information, kind of like I have access to anything that goes CG, anything that goes air quote metaverse, I know it better than they will. You can see how the paradigm confolds back to itself and how those that understand the vernacular, they understand it as nauseum, whereas everyone else will be chasing to divide by 0.01%. Because they're always chasing the pump, the dump, and the hype. Those that actually understand are the people that held the Bitcoin, that did all the rest of the shit that we've been talking about forever. But they're also on the forefront of what the technology aspect will build, which is actually more important because it goes back to my fax machine maximalism thing. Fax machines were great. Till you got the internet. And then after the internet, why is it good? Because you had an attachment feature. You didn't have to fucking, in the olden days, yes, you did have to do a handshake, do a dial-up fucking constraint, go online. Sure. But now everything has an interoperable layer that makes it unique and profitable. So you have to look at everything together to truly understand how it works and to give a fucking accurate update. I can't, again, the mail company that starts with the Protons. It's not Proton Mail, but it's close enough. I literally almost just scolded them on Twitter, and then I'm just like, I don't have time to respond to this. Fuck them. I do not care about helping them. I care about helping real people that do their own real research, not make hit pieces. Fucking save. So how is it out in Portugal, sir? Like again, that I think that is my landing place when I decided.
Okay, so it has not rained since I got here on May 18th. It has not rained once. It's beautiful, no cloud in the sky, sun, booming. Tourism is at its peak. The beach is packed. There was there was 3 successful massive festivals on the beach.
Good.
It's been and now currently right now it's like the Portuguese vacation season.
Sure.
A lot of Portuguese people are coming down, so this is the spot, man. It's the city is booming right now.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I live directly next to LAX in California, and I don't leave my fucking island. I like it. I like that I don't have to do shit. But Portugal has a golden visa. It seems that they're friendly with the opportunity to build their own future, which is ideal. That is what we teach. And ideally, those that conform and build early will reap the succor of those that do not and then try to get it late. That's why El Salvador making Bitcoin legal tender is still a tip of the hat in the forward direction that no one else had, because they have to figure out how to circumvent themselves against the US dollar, because that's all they have. They have 2 constraints: global reserve currency, their own currency goes in free fall. Let's look at Venezuela. Let's look at oh God,
Well, don't get me wrong. The people here in Portugal are not really good, man. There's a housing crisis. They make like 700 euros a month. It's not the good part is that there's a lot of UK, Spanish, Italian, French people come for vacation here because it's just beautiful. It's cheap, and you have like a whole southern part. It shares the Iberian coast with Spain, and it has this. It looks exactly like Spain, and Spain looks exactly like it. Like the Algarve. So, I don't know.
No, that's good. Again, like Markable was out there with his van for like 2 months or whatever the fuck it was, and I used to heckle him to get back to fucking Norway and get his beard back to fucking work and make some fucking art. But he absolutely loved it out there, and I really think that it's one of the real destinations for real Hexago.
100%.
Have you always been Portuguese?
No, I'm Italian. It's one of my best friends. Is Portuguese, and he basically inspired this whole thing.
Sure. Did you ever go to Sun and Base in Sardinia?
Sorry, did we go where?
Sun and Base in Sardinia.
No, I have not been to Sardinia, but my parents love Sardinia, and I'm probably getting a place in Sardinia. So Sardinia is beautiful. I know.
Sure.
I just have pictures. My whole family went, but not me because I was here last year.
That's all right. That's all right, sir. So it's one of
But
those.
I'm very down. I'm very down for. There's some beautiful spots in Sardinia. Don't get me wrong, beautiful,
Sure.
and it's cheap.
Well, the thing is that it's one of the largest drum and bass invite-only festivals in the world. Is in Sardinia. So that's how I know it. I actually had tickets to go in 2018, but it was the bottom of the bear, and I lost all my money. But like I already pre-bought all my DJ friends' tickets, so I was the custodian, so I had to like check them in. And I went back into the industry, so I had to move to Seattle. And so like all my DJ friends like called me to check them in for their tours through that. But I have not gotten across the big pond yet.
That's dope.
Hi.
You're into we go bass, but more specifically, probably your time. You like techno, trance, and all
Yeah.
the shit.
Hey, but techno was 93, man. So like I danced on stage for Crystal Method in what, fucking 98 when I was 16 or something like that. Like I had my mom in the fucking crowd with like an OG VHS fucking camera recording that shit. But I know pretty much every major, 2 Degrees of Bacon, every OG drum and bass, massive DJ in the world. But I mean, I'm a stage dancer, so like, I mean, that's what I was most of my life. That's what I do for fun. Crypto is one thing, but like, I love to dance and I love drum and bass, so that's what we do. I do need to go to bed.
Sorry, give me a second. Ordering something on Burger King.
Dude, you're good. I'm just I saw you in here, so I popped on in just to say hello. My poor little brain hurts. I can't stand doing this shit anymore, but I'm apparently good at it, so I do what I do. Cajun, how you doing?
Good.
Good. We had a few fun talks. We talked about a bunch of good stuff. Do you have any questions, concerns, or things that maybe I can elaborate on?
Not that I could think of.
No pressure, love. No pressure. You're just good family to me now, and I can't stand Twitter Spaces because I hate the API. I hate all of it. But you're always around, so you have predicate to be family to me. So should you ever have a question, you're always welcome. Not just to ask here, if you're on the fucking clock. You just call or text me personally or whatever.
Okay, cool.
Kool-Aid.
Yes, Kool-Aid.
If you never watched the Robot Chickens of the Kool-Aid, it's fucking gold, man. Absolutely gold. Because the Kool-Aid thing is actually my Burning Man name, not and it just floated into everything else.
No, I did watch the Robot Chickens.
Dude, it's fucking gold, man. They're stop motion animation is a son of a bitch. Hard. No, not today, Satan work. So I respect them on that.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock here, so I'm just kind of dozing off and on. Honestly,
I remember when I first got into Hex, I used to sleep and listen to Richard's 12-hour streams, or the fuck it was, like way back in the day.
He used to stream for 12 hours?
Oh, there was all sorts of shit back in the day. There was all sorts of shit back in the day. But yeah.
I notice now on these streams, people ask such retarded questions. I wish you wouldn't even read the chat.
Yeah. Inherently, that's the problem, is that, like, let me save real quick. File save. We used to have declares on a label that allows you to fix your car on a manual. Now we tell you to not drink the oil. And so, like, that inherently has its own problem with streams, because how many times do you repeat yourself to not get angry or to say the same thing multiple times? I genuinely understand the problem, because that's why no one should ever use the term game theory if they never built the game. You need to get wrecked before you understand how things work. That's just how the cookie crumbles.
Hmm.
I mean, it sucks, but it's true. Same thing with games, right? Like, if it's your first game and you didn't have your entire company rug on you, you did good. After, 14 years of doing this shit, half my career has been rugged. So, there's that.
So are you up at this? You seem to come on Spaces around this time.
It's because I'm still awake. I work around the clock. I literally only sleep 4 hours a day, and I've been doing that for 16 years.
Wow.
Not pleasant. Didn't say it was. But yeah.
I do that often until I can't anymore. So it's like I'll do that for about 4 days in a row, but then I have to catch up.
Girl, I feel you. Like, call it fucking midlife crisis, call it being 40 and old, but shit's starting to catch up and shit be painful.
I think it's the building curse that you have, which is like when you build, you just gotta build until you're done. And you can't stop.
Well, can't stop, won't stop. It's a good term, right?
Yeah, it's a good quality to have.
No, I agree with you. But the question is, like, what continues it on that makes it worth it? Like, if you're just doing it for yourself, great. But if you're dealing with other people and their children and don't listen, then why? Right? I actually just got a text from one of my dear super DJ friends that used to throw Larry Palooza. So I had actually my own. Hold on. Sorry, my machine's being stupid. Fuck you. He used to throw Larry Palooza back when I lived in Austin, and I had my own festival after my name, and it was 12 hours of drum and bass versus house. But I put in a good stake for him because he tried to fuck around back in 17, lost his ass, didn't listen to me, didn't check shit, didn't cash out his Litecoin, blah blah blah. But apparently he just messaged me tonight and he's like, yo, me and my girl just watched the second Richard Hart video, and I'm just like, oh my God, fucking one of us again. Good for you. Good for fucking you. It just sometimes it takes a little bit for the children to come to roost, right? And that's all we want. We want our family and friends to not buy us. I've always said we don't teach why to buy, we teach why. And if you teach why, then you're going to teach fucking value. You're going to teach understanding, commitment, right? If you get me, you get game theory. If you get fucking Wales, you get finance. If you get Rory, you get blue collar. You know what I mean? Like, all of us have different cuts of cloth that we play. And we all have our different roles that we do. And we pop in and we do. And all the rest of that bottle do shit. But like when someone that you've been trying to get in for a long, long time actually being like, yo, I did my homework today. And I'm like, I was trying to get your homework for a year. Congratulations, dude. You fucking just won the lotto. Because I'm not trying to teach you. I'm trying to give you a regiment that you can learn, listen, and create with. That's inherently the real power, right? Nothing more, nothing less. All these fucking things get done. All right, all these things
One Jay-Z, Hexar, KDP, Eco. And I'm not going to go through all the names, but
yeah, you do great, Cation. You do fucking great.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, good evening, good night, and never sleep.
Yeah, I'll sleep when I'm dead.
That's what I tell you. The trick is to go to Georgia with a fiddle and dance to the devil, and then from there, you can't die, but shit don't get fucking more pleasant. You just can't die.
Just checking out some of these airdrops and collecting my free internet money. That's all.
Be very, very, very careful about that, sir. How new are you?
No, I've been around. Trust me, I know how to check contracts to make sure they're okay.
There you go. I was with Regal Coin, Hextra Coin, Daver Coin, USI Tech, absolutely everything.
Yeah, I know. I remember USI Tech. Oh my goodness, man.
You guys
You've been
are
around.
USI Tech too, man. That's awesome.
I have all of that nonsense tokens in my graveyard in my wallet to remind me to not be fucking stupid. I also have the 25 credit cards I took out all the money on a wall fucking like nailed in to remind me to not be stupid. So
Yeah, it's always fun. Like I'm like it's fun. Like I try to get the people that I onboard to kind of avoid all the lessons that I had to learn in my growing pains. And I'm like, hey, here's a GPS. Just stay on this path, you'll be okay. Oh, I heard about this. Did that again. Here's my GPS. Follow said directions, get to said destination.
So let me counter that argument with a tippity top of you. So I used to be a truck driver trainer. I rode out Hurricane Katrina in a semi truck. This one time I had a student, and I woke up, and I was next to a cornfield. And I asked the student, where the fuck did the road go? I went to bed, and you were on the big road. I woke up, and we're next to a cornfield. Where the fuck did the big road go? And he's like, I don't know. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? You got off the big road, and then you turned left or right, and then you clearly turned left or right again, and now we're next to a cornfield. Why am I next to a cornfield, and where did the big road go? Unfortunately, that's the problem we have to deal with when we're managing or helping manage people to educate them.
Oh, my favorite was one of my onboards who I was like, hey, look, whatever you do, just follow these steps that I gave you. That's it. This person ended up speaking with somebody on Facebook.
Oh God.
Trading platform, you know the drill, you know the routine. Oh yeah, they told me they quadrupled my Bitcoin stack, and I'm like,
2 ETH for 2 ETH for 1 Bitcoin or whatever the fuck it is.
And I'm telling them like all they're asking me for is money to process it so I can get it out, and then they kept on asking for more money, and I'm like, what did I tell you to do? Before you do anything, please run it by me first.
That's it. No, I know. I run a nursery as well, sir. I run a fucking kindergarten as well.
And I mean, before they knew it, they were out $2,000, and it was that was all she wrote. And like they're just like, oh, I don't want to get back this stuff. This stuff's too hard. How is it difficult?
You fucking had you to fucking answer the question. I didn't want to bother you. Like, I clearly gave you my cell phone so you wouldn't get fucked. Why didn't you fucking do the protocol?
I told you, like, call me. Just call me. I don't care what time it is. Message me. Send a recorded message, a voicemail, anything. Hey, this guy's messaging me on Facebook. And then they sent me the email that they sent to them in terms of, like, getting the payment, like how to get the money out or whatever. And I didn't even make it past the first sentence before I seen so many damn grammatical errors. I was just like, oh my God, this person they didn't do this. I pray to God they didn't do this. I was like, and even after I told them, hey, if you're already out 500, don't keep sending money to them. Please don't.
Oh, no. And that's inherently the issue. The thing is that, like, the reason why I know this, and probably the reason why you know this, is because both of us have fucked it up before. I literally have done every goddamn fucked up thing you could fuck up in the world. That's why for my day job, I say I bring my lube to work. I like to get fucked comfortably. And that's in the CG world. That has nothing to do with crypto. But you kind of have to go through the trial of tribulations, right? Dante's Inferno is Dante's Inferno for a reason. You have to know what level of hell your ass decided to not pay attention to.
All I can say to that is that yes, I did pay my tuition, but I learned fast. Like I learned fast. It wasn't
But you have to. You would literally if you did not, you are. It's better to lose 2K than 200K. It's better to lose 200K than 2 million. It would behoove you to understand why you will get screwed. Again, CG, I bring my lube to work because I like to be comfortably fucked.
gotta go in dry, man. Only way.
Well, I mean, eventually you're going to be a rag doll, and you don't want to be that. So.
But no, it's funny because my cryptocurrency journey was pretty nice actually. Until, obviously I got into a couple things that weren't too nice. But initially I made the funds that I wanted to make, like doing options trading. I was fairly good at it. I was actually pretty good at it. My year over year in what was it, 2018, 2019, I believe.
When everything crashed. 18 is when everything down.
It was 19 and 20 because
that was the rebound year.
Yeah, I was I caught the slide down due to the COVID. I had puts on for that. And then I found these like Bitcoin mining companies. You may have heard of them, like Riot Blockchain.
Yeah, USI Tech, fucking I did all the
But Riot Blockchain was actually a legit like Bitcoin mining company. They were trading at they're trading under $1 during right before the halvening and all that stuff. Sure. And they ran all the way up to like $70. So I went long with those particular companies, and I made a pretty penny. So I was like, hey, you know what? I did great here. Let me go ahead and move on to crypto. That was the end goal anyway. But I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go to crypto. Looking through everything. First, I was big on XRP. I bought into the hype and all that stuff, and
Cardano like fucking $1. Look at that, still $1.
Yeah. I bought into the hype with Cardano and stuff like that. I went through quite a few. VeChain actually still is on my radar, but it's
the whole thing about VeChain is what they're doing is the same thing that XYO is doing. What they're doing is trying to make an Oracle-based tracking device that if you never heard any of my streams,
like global supply chain type.
Well, no, it's the fingerprint of a wallet. The fingerprint of a wallet will also have a transactional ID on how everything works. And if the captain and Ken basically say I can't talk shit because I give away too much alpha. But like, if you think about the fingerprint of the future interaction, it's like understanding how a dial-up connection can have a DSL connection and everything can interoperate along that connected bandwidth and interoperability. It will happen. If, like, to say all EVM cars take all of their cameras and throw it into a DAO and it's actually decentralized, it will allow everyone to have the largest CCTV, which is what England does right now with their CCTVs.
Wild stuff, man. But I understand so much, like just because of my exploration of the the blockchain during those years.
Sure.
I ended up just me playing around with Ampleforth way back when it was just starting out. I ended up getting they had a airdrop of tokens called Forth tokens. I was like, okay, I claimed them. I think I came like 500 of them or whatever.
Mhm.
And I was like, all right, let me see what these things are worth. Turns out they were worth $50 each at the time.
Well,
Hey,
singing,
that,
yeah, free
it was
money,
a
baby.
win. It was a win. So for me playing around with like 200, $300 worth of Ampleforth, ended up turning into 25K.
Hmm.
I didn't mind at all. So it was like, and then I had fortunate things like using Uniswap before it was getting popular and all that stuff. Had multiple.
Yeah, no, all of us, the OGs did all that, and
Yeah.
there was a kerfuffle in between when it became profitable, when it didn't become profitable, when you could have bought in, when you could have bought out. But just and this is not for obviously you're a seasoned vet. Anyone else that, because apparently it's being recorded, and I don't like to be recorded. Be very careful. Wear your wallet, no touchy, because eventually it will fuck you. And if you are not a vet and have not brought your lube to work, it will be a very painful experience. And you want to fuck that up on $2,000, not
My
$200,000.
my short advice for anybody would be like avoid Tron Network like the plague and avoid BSC like the plague.
I
Like,
wouldn't trust any of it. Yeah, none. No. Like right now, even what is it? There's Hex B or whatever that's trying to troll you to go to their website and connect your wallet. Dude, I'm not gonna be like Richard. I call it on the day, but I called the OpenSea hack on X-Ray Vision stream. I think 3 weeks before it fucking happened, because like now it's simple mechanics. Like once they get in there, it's just a limited amount of time before they fucking pull the trigger on dumb shit. For
yeah, it's
example,
more so you don't know what sort of permissions you're allowing with the wallet.
well, MetaMask got better at that. Actually, it says it's a read only or all the rest of it, but that's new, right? Think about the OG days. We need to go to etherscan.io to figure out our shit.
Oh hell yeah, that was fun. Like
Ether Delta, how about that? That was even fucking worse than fucking crack on a horse.
Yeah, the thing is, that's why I think I have a greater appreciation for things like Etherscan, like overall, just because of how I learned like the whole space in general. Like I started from the bare bones. Like I was like, yo, like I went on YouTube and started from learning how blockchains operate, learning about DeFi, learning about all these things, like little by little, piece by piece. Like it was like a school of hard knocks lesson, because I don't like going into anything unprepared. But obviously, I wasn't prepared enough. I still made a couple of errors along the way that
That's how you learn.
nearly took me out the game for good. But like those airdrops literally came in clutch and saved my bacon. And I was like, okay, well, what am I gonna do with this new shot that I was allowed? Well, I think I found Hex mid 2020, if I'm not mistaken. I was playing around with the smart contracts because I just, learned about smart contracts and all that stuff. And I was looking at the APY, and I guess I did a number like that was beyond big payday, and I saw the APY that I was looking. I was like, hell no, this is some bullshit.
I had a friend at my onboard who was the shittiest onboard in the world. Good friend, great character artist. In fact, he convinced me to come back into the industry, and that's why I started to work on Vampire the Masquerade. But he was like, I was helping him again. I left Arcane to be a big wig fucking ICO influencer, and 17 rode that down to the bottom. Had to go back to work, and he's like, showing me this Hex shit, and he bought 1 million Hex for $80. And I'm like, dude, this looks like a fucking hard scam. I can't do with this shit again. And 143 days later, I started moving all my shit in. But I lost out on massive gains because A, I didn't do my homework. B, it looked too a little
Sounds
wacky.
about right. I had
Right? No. Yes, sir.
I had some pretty pristine position when I decided to, move some funds into it. I think it was early 2020, like ETH was like super friggin' cheap. And I was like, I think I had like I think I had like 5 or 6 ETH at the time,
Mhm.
and I think mid 2020 I moved about like 3 or 4 ETH into it, and then I
Mhm.
changed my mind and I came back. A couple months later, the price already moved on my ass like 40, 50x,
Sure.
and I was just like, you know what, screw it. Let me just put my money in.
Yeah,
Whatever.
well, I
See what
mean,
happens. I was like,
that's
oh
an
man,
exactly.
everything's looking great, fancy. Then big payday came. I mean, and the thing is, what made me like chill with the investment was because, started listening to Richard Hart. I was like, yo, this dude sounds like a pretty
It's not
bright
even
dude.
Richard
And
Hart, sir. It
so
was when
he's
Steph
not
made Faker
he's
app.
not really selling you on anything. He's pretty much was just telling you how it is. It's either you're gonna like it or you're not gonna like it.
Well,
And
no,
that's what got me.
the real difference is when you see the community build things that a scam wouldn't build. That is inherently when you really see the proof in the pudding, because people wouldn't build things on shaky footing. Steph, Googler, can read Solidity, can do all the work. Dev Kyle, very good friend of Discourse Syndicate, and helps us with all of it. Now, granted, he's family man and needs to take time for his family, but like all of those people that build that shit, it's like asking me to do fucking game dev. I assure you, I know more than anyone else can do because that's what I've done for the past fucking 13 years. I can look at something in a quackadoodle second and tell you if it breaks or not. And so, like, if I can look at that from my industry or my tier, obviously those of others with other tiers would be able to tell you the exact same thing. And once you see people actually building, then now what I call cooking with gas. We're actually building, and you can see it because no one with their gravitas or experience would fuck that idea up because they could read the goddamn shit. And so like, that's where I moved my 401k in, and that's where I actually got the majority of my OGX was doing that. But like it wasn't until the Staker app that I realized, or I've been talking to RG for a few months at that point, just to kind of like spitball. But it was that time when I saw other people building that I'm like, they understand the vernacular, they understand the bedrock, they understand the ground that it's being built on. Like I would do for a game engine. You know what I mean? Like you can't fuck around with a low res JPG and then think that you're a fucking game developer. You're not. Go home. You're drunk. But that's it. And, it's slowly but surely is what you learn.
Yeah, man. The early days when as I was watching Richard Hart videos, he put out the Telegram chat, whatever. It was hella early, man. I remember seeing Rackham, RG3. I remember seeing Hexo, the early Hexo videos.
You remember the captain video where he had the pirate ship behind him?
Yeah.
That's mine.
Oh shit.
No, I built the Captain Pirate ship.
No shit.
Also built Maddie's first fucking exchange background before he fucked me and all the rest of that nonsense. But like, no, I'm the CG guy in X, but no, it was a long, hard road out of hell, and that's all you can fucking appreciate and do.
Yeah, and and the thing is, I think people really don't really know, I think the newer individuals who've gotten into X don't really know the lengths that the early community had to go through and the amount of venom we had to go through just to get to the point that we are now.
Correct.
And essentially, we didn't even know how shit.
Yeah, we all had our dicks in our payday to be like, please God, you made a whole bunch of self-help videos. You were a long-haired fucking hippie that didn't drink. Please God, don't rob me. And it jumped down. Hexo bought the bottom, that little saucy bitch. And yeah, look where it went from there. No, we were all scared.
Yeah, because it was like because everyone, there was a consensus that there's going to be a huge drop, then there was the consensus that we were going to get a lot more than we did. Then the OA was like, let's go ahead and stop, bad parties from, crashing the entire product. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And actually, at first, I was like, damn, what the fuck? I thought I was going to get like 100% on my, I still ended up getting like about like 40 or 50% more.
It was 30% if you went slow.
Yeah, it was like
if you
30%.
were trying to play the day. But all of us that understood kind of quasi what happened, we technically emergency unstaked, lost the yield, corrected it, and then gained the premium by the bonus. But again, that chess. If you've listened to any of my goddamn streams, chess and checkers is vastly different. The middle ground is backgammon.
Yep. But it's wild because I know I remember when Big Payday was coming up. I had like I remember canceling my stakes because I had some ending. I remember having some ending the day before Big Payday. Was it the day before or the day after? No, the day before Big Payday. So I consolidated all of those stakes together just to throw a huge one out, whatever, 10, 15 years or whatever.
Sure.
And then I started making my ladder like based on that time frame. Like I had some go overlap over Big Payday, and then I had quite a few others that kind of extended out beyond Big Payday, and that's when I built my ladder. Like Big Payday, then I had year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, whatever. And then the drop came, and my regret is that I saw it get down to like 0.2 of a penny, and I hesitated. I had like 3-4 Ethereum still remaining, and I hesitated. I was like, because it didn't click to me. It didn't dawn on me like the true value of the the T shares yet. I knew that, hey, I can ladder something out, whatever. But when that math finally clicked, and I saw the value of, it actually stretched the value of my 3-4 Ethereum to more like, 6 to 8 Ethereum, relatively speaking, because of the longer pays better bonus. So I was like, okay. Now I see why people are like I saw what the hoopla was about. The light bulb went off in my head. Everything else beyond after that point was 10 to 15 year stakes. And the majority of my bag is 10 to 15 year stakes. I still have ladders for
like that majority 7 years. You look at my whole stack. But do you remember when Silver interviewed me and Steph, and then there was a kerfuffle because Silver charged a premium fee to keep the whales out?
Shit. I remember that.
So Silver, very, very good friend. Him and I were spitballing, and both of us were fucking drunk on whiskey. And I remember that he tried to convince me to stable out. And I shit you not, the universe hates me, and it makes me pay in pain that I stabled out, and then 2 minutes later, giant green cock candle, and I lost 100,000 hex in 2.5 minutes. You can't make this shit up, dude.
No, we had those candles that were coming in as like those buys. It was amazing to watch in real time, like 90% candle type shit. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? But I was there for it, shit. I was like, man, it was intense, man.
Sure. I mean, like the time in between good texture and now is like lifetimes of stuff that people listening to this stuff will be like, I don't know the word you speaky coming out of my mouth. But we suffered through it. Now, granted, I wished I would have had some liquidity coming out, but I've always said 2 years, no touchy. And it kind of sucked that at the end of my 2 years with the bottom of the bear. But I'm okay with that because I already played this game in 17, 18. So it just means I got to fucking hustle up on my fiat game and then be patient.
And it burns me to go, like I went on hexdailystats.com and I saw the days that I got in, and then I looked at the price per T-share. I cry every time now because I'm like, man.
Go into your pillow, man. Fucking tuck in tight.
Yeah, I'm like, man, my T-share count could have been like bare minimum 5 times more than what it is right now. Even though it is a respectable amount, it could have been anywhere between 5 to 20 times more. And I'm just like,
I told you my story, man. The dude that tried to onboard me got 1 million hex for $80. It took me 6 months to really understand it. And that's why I'm day 143, not to be confused with Dave 43 OG, who's also a good friend of mine. But situational values pay dividends in understanding.
Yep. I mean, can't agree with you more, man. Man, it's all about perspective. And the thing is, still in prime position because overall,
beyond a prime position, sir. Beyond a prime position, sir.
Because we're roughly just now getting to the 100K staker mark.
Or the fact that we have everyone on the fucking news now with Richard. That's where the shit get juicy. What is it? The dude that just interviewed him again, the Kiyako or whatever the fuck it is.
Kitco News, the Kitco News.
Yeah, but then there's
I like the way he interviews because of the format that he does. I mean, he went with a more free roaming, like not the same usual, hey, look, scammer, blah, 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 and this, that, and third. I mean, yes, he's like, okay, of course, obviously we gotta balance out the good with the bad. And like Richard was on point. Like, I mean, like he was as good as he can be, and then some.
Yes, sir.
So I was like, oh, I like the way that guy interviews because it's more of a calmer approach. Richard doesn't have to be on the defense all the time. It's just, hey, talk, conversation. And the guy, I mean, he knew how to direct the interview.
Homework. It doesn't matter if it's the most alpha homework in the world, but it's more than Tone Bays did. I was flipping through my phone, and it's the Protus thing that I almost fucking went off on Twitter about, but I'm in the middle of a kerfuffle right now with my job, so I don't have time to fucking deal with fallout or responding. But dude, like even that, the fact that the Protoss, whatever the fuck it is, quotes Tone Bays 3 times, but Tone Bays says Bitcoin isn't confiscatable, and it is. I have a friend that went to high school with Robert Ulbrich, Dread Pirate Roberts, and that motherfucker still won't fucking like look at anything. And I paid for, back when I was Ponzi rich, to get his fucking guitar out for $600. Like, you knew Dread Pirate Roberts. I already funded your guitar. Why are you not paying attention, sir? It's not my problem or my responsibility to help you be a better human. Remember, no profit from the work of others is actually profit and help others if you flip it on its head. And that's what inherently, besides like Steph making Staker happen on people actually building, which really triggered my game theory brain to actually make these things realities, because I understood people were building. But you have to look at the externalities. Otherwise, you're just a pleb that has no idea, nor manner, nor reason, nor inspiration to do something. When people actually build, it's actually different. It's, again, in the game theory world, or where I live, you can't randomly leave a Starbucks cup on a set of Game of Thrones. You actually have to build it yourself. And you have to build it for the real. So if it's actually there and it actually ships, someone actually did it. That's inherently the difference between Hex and not. Because people say Hex is immutable code. That's level 1 game theory. Real game theory is it's uncorruptible code because the only corruptible people are the ones that have the bag. And that's why the OA is important, because the OA doesn't do shit and gives zero fucks about your feelings also.
Yeah. You know, always a pretty neat little piece of work there. I like it.
It's delicious is what it is, because you remember back in the day when Richard Hart tweeted De Beers and everyone was all like, what's this shit? Well, most people don't know that precious stones is not diamonds. Diamonds is that someone kerfuffled the entire thing of the diamond mines and then closed their butthole. And then from there made the narrative that diamonds are a woman's best friend. And then made it that diamonds, if you're not a man, you can't propose to a woman without having diamonds.
The diamond monopoly.
That's it. It's all about the closed butthole.
Diamonds aren't as rare as we think they are. They're just
Well,
controlled.
no, the real thing is diamonds are as rare as the narrative is that you're not a man, not a woman. If you're a woman, you want a man to give you a good fat diamond on a ring to get engaged. It's an interesting narrative, but it is a correct narrative as far as like mechanics work.
Yeah, I mean the same analogy holds true. Not a single the OA or the daughter addresses haven't done anything nefarious, and we're closing in on day 1,000. So
Well,
far
the
so good.
crazier thing is that like the sacrifice addresses allowed liquidity and bonded merit to be moved to other things, so that way dilution could happen faster. That's exactly why, air quote, the sacrifice exists. But that's testing.
But the thing is, like, what actually has me so hyped and excited is the near 700 million in stables that are just like chilling. That makes me smile. Like, and the thing is, what was funny was I remember just recalling the Twitter Spaces where like Tone Base is like didn't know shit about shit relating to Pulse Chain, and he just like come in with the haymaker of like, yo, like we have nearly $700 million in stables. What the hell are you talking about? And they're probably like, wait, how the fuck did he get all that? Like, how is that possible? I was like, yeah, there's a big ass fucking tsunami coming your way. You don't even know about it.
Correct, sir. Ugh.
Like, just you can tell like the more he didn't even really want to talk about Hex per se. Like he was just talking. He was just talking.
But like he just wants. Here's the one thing that I realized about Richard. Again, like my job is a visual storyteller. My job professionally for the $250,000 education and the same pedigree is to understand the difference between a fox and a foe. Richard cares about one thing: glory. Period. End of story. He will do nothing to not get that glory. Period. End of story. And he says that he's owed it. Period. End of story. It doesn't matter because I don't dox myself, but if you actually know who I am and do the research, there's an instance in Prey where you're in a fake helicopter and the looking glass flickers. I probably spent 400 hours trying to fix that, and I couldn't. But the community said that it was a serendipitous tip of the hat to the Trolley Project, which is technically the whole game. And at the end of the day, was my 400 hours worth anything? No, it wasn't. But because I built that, I can see between the lines. Because I can see between the lines, I can tell you when someone else is fucking with the lines. And that inherently put Richard on the radar because he does not give a fuck about what other people say. And they take the outrage marketing all away, right? You have to look to OG Richard, where he used to call people a retard, or he used to be like, y'all fucking stupid. And like all the rest of that to truly understand the man. And then when you understand the man, you understand the message.
What makes me chuckle every time is when it's like he's doing he's doing this whole Jedi mind trick thing. He's like the whole entire time inside that Twitter space, he's like, dude, like I don't want to talk about Hex. I want to talk about the state of Ethereum and BTC. And
or how it works. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And they just played right into it. Like, no, we're gonna talk about your Ponzi scam. I'm like, so you want to talk about the thing that you don't want him to talk about, so he can get more airtime to a new audience about the thing that could potentially save all of those people who lost hundreds of thousands of dollars playing the leverage BTC game. So it's weird to me that's how they really don't know. They don't understand like human behavior, human psychology. And you can see when somebody's playing chess and not checkers.
Well, I talk about this a lot. Let me ask you like some question. You don't have to answer it right. Doesn't really matter. What is game theory? And then after this, I do have to fly. I really do need to sleep a little bit. But what is game theory?
You tell me, sir.
No, just off the cuff. You have no wrong answer. I appreciate your mind.
It's pretty much game theory is pretty much just different scenarios that people can come up with to kind of quantify the potential outcomes in any given situation.
Sure, but that's also like saying I am going to use Google Maps to figure out when I need to leave and arrive by because there's a button that says that, right? So proper game theory, which is why I'm the game theory god, is mechanics. Mechanics are how rules work. They're how the plumbing actually hooks up. Now, mechanics are divided by systemic design. So that paradigm is encapsulated in parentheses. And then from there, it's multiplied by social consensus. So let me rope that back. So let's just say we have something like chess. The pieces on chess are mechanics. A horsey can go up and left. A pawn can go forward. A king can go one hop. And a queen can go everywhere. But yet, the board, the social consensus of the chessboard, that is something that's divided by the mechanics. So mechanics divided by mechanics divided by systemic design can be flipped. So if I change the pieces from being chess pieces to checkers, the board doesn't change. The board's the same. A checker only knows how to go forward. And if you happen to get a checker to the very end, it gets kinged and can come backwards. Now, if you take the systemic design and change the board and go to backgammon, which is the same piece as checkers, right? It can only go forward and go to the end and turn hard right. A checker only knows how to go forward, both in checkers and in backgammon. It can only go forward, and when it gets to the end of its row, it goes hard right, and then it flips back around. So understanding the difference between game theory, mechanics, systemic design is one tier. Understanding social consensus, which is air quote times that means that your opponent understands the same gamification of mechanics divided by systemic design as you do to play the best game that they can. Again, the Queen's Gambit, if you watch that movie, is this chick that basically got hopped up on acid or Adderall and then saw the game in her head. And that game infused her ability to be able to play the social consensus against each other. That's exactly what Richard is doing. So you have to digest those commonalities. Otherwise, you're what I call a no homework Hexican. And that shit pisses me off. Because I arrive with full homework, full bag, and full utility to teach. If they listen, if they do not, why am I here? Why am I teaching? Why do I hop onto a random thing on a fucking phone thing on a random phone thing? Because it's important to actually have people transcend, evolve, build, and understand the shit that I did not have with an iron hammer when I should have had an onboard that smashed me in the fucking face. If you watch American Gods, fantastic movie, fucking stellar of light. They had the Scandinavian god was the one with the hammer that basically heckled the protagonist that eventually his chess game, he was going to hit him with his hammer and kill his life. You have to understand how the idea inflates, builds, evolves. If you can't understand that, you don't even understand what a bubble is. Remember, like anything that I said about petrock.com, which is basically NFTs, you have to understand how it inflates. Otherwise, yeah, a fucking fax machine maximalist. Go home, you're drunk. If you can't put the parable to the paradigm, you have no business speaking. Now, we want everyone to speak in our community. Everyone. If you're new, please, come Kamala. We'll teach you some homework. But please don't be an idiot and then have the paradigm that you think that you have the parable attached to what you say. That is an idiot fucking statement. It's what bothers me more than anything.
Yep, that's why there's some things that still rub me the wrong way just because of having to going through the trenches with it, how everything like started out and where we are now. To have individuals, adoption is one thing, but like I felt in a sense that the community in terms of the knowledge base, like just knowledge centered, was a lot further along. And the more people that's getting onboarded, it shouldn't be such a rapid like regression of sorts.
Sure.
In terms of just the baseline knowledge in relation to how the smart contract works and just understanding the nuances with the T-shares and how the rates actually affected and what factors actually go into like the end stake penalties and all that stuff. I believe that's overall just a failure to continue that same level of information sharing. I would say. I
Sure.
I wish it was better, but I mean,
Well, let's take that. I do have to go there. But like, let's take that exact extrapolation to Huddle Dog, the dude that did up 2 points and confirmed red team go. How many stakes does he have daily that's worth pennies that has ETH fees? Now, granted, today where ETH is low, but he was the front runner on fucking staking every day, 0.1 ETH, and confirmed, yes, sir, go. Now, that's a lot of loss that he had to take on top of his head. And a Huddle Dog pulled me out of a bind, what, a year and a half ago? Dude's a gentleman and a scholar. Love the fuck out of the guy. But there's a lot of shit that fucking comes out. And if you don't understand it, that is not the creator, the propagator, nor the protector's job to do that for you. We all told you the fucking signs. Do your fucking homework. Do your own research is a shitty fucking statement because you don't know what you don't know. But ideally, you'll listen to Coffee, Hodl. We have the new generation of Hexkins, fucking Crypto 7, Jake from fucking 777 side. Like, we have a lot of people now that are new on the fucking block.
the thing is, like, some of the newer Hexkins that I actually enjoy. I like Crypto Heartbeat. Crypto Heartbeat's pretty nice.
Well, then he's your grandpa, right? And so, like, I called Rags when I saw what was going on with Texit, and I was like, I was trying to, like, and I'm not gonna say anything because, like, I appreciate what they're doing, but, like, I'm trying to protect them from my game theory point of view. But it was CC Crypto, his first interview, I believe, with Crypto Heartbeat, that really set the two grandpas together that allowed a homogeneous, interesting, beautiful coagulation of ideals. But Matt is fucking a badass. Fucking Crypto Heartbeat is a badass. And that's what we need. We need everybody, all hands on deck, to do shit for the reals.
Yeah, I feel that way too. I mean, I think a lot of times, like during the bear market, I think a lot of the longer tenured Hexkins should be getting back to basics and like teaching the right way to go about looking into Hex. And just because of the simple fact that we're in a market that has seen quite the pullback. This is the perfect opportunity for individuals to actually talk and actually like peel back the layers. It's really,
yes, sir.
it's
Dude, I
really,
remember when Patrick, Wave 3, gifted Gerardo the looking into hex.com because Gerardo was making more steam with that IP, essentially. And Patrick is a goddamn good friend of mine as well. Again, all of them. Anyone that's in the OG ladder, I know all of them have their cell phones. That's why. But, like, now I remember when Patrick gifted Gerardo looking into hex.com because Patrick had it way before. I mean, fucking, he did. He's my lobster fucking taco motherfucker. He's a great fucking human. And that's why we all do this, is because we're all trying to be good humans to be good humans. People forget that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we got to get. I would say a lot of people, I guess, just because everything is, I guess the euphoria is over. That they, I guess, they're under the impression that, hey, you know what? Let's just wait until everything recovers, then begin talking about Hex right now. That's honestly, I feel that's a little selfish overall. Like, I guess because with adoption means more people stake, more people stake means less APY, but with more adoption, then the price goes up anyway. So you
Sure.
can't have it both. You can't have it both ways. People.
Correct.
So I guess I guess I got to pick up. I said I was gonna actually pick up the slack and actually start creating content and all that stuff. Um, Even if I don't, I'll probably start onboarding people a lot more because people are looking for places to park their money. I mean, why not park it in an asset?
Exactly.
That, yeah, why not park it in an asset that's going to be like probably arguably one of the better, if not best, performers of the next bull market.
Well, so I can't get into too much around it. Roy and Ken will like fly down from the Airhawks and smash me to like I'm not allowed to talk. When you build on top of a T-share, which is what Alex did with Hedron, that everybody got the little dick in a fucking kerfuffle, and then Icasa came out that made a Pac-Man eater, which Ken quoted the other day, and he finally quoted me, but I really don't care if people quote me. If you know me, you know me. You really don't need to hear anything I say. I speak ad nauseum, and I talk to everyone that's in our community ad nauseum. But when you can build a hedge, which is what I talked with, if anyone new is looking, Google Discord Syndicate with Kool-Aid, you'll find my talk where I talked about seesaws. So if you take two seesaws, right? Win up, win down. Seesaw, easy. And you put trampolines on the end of them. All right, easy. You put a fat kid on one end, and you put a skinny kid on another. All right, I understand that. The skinny kid jumps up and down on his little seesaw, but it's a trampoline, so it pushes up the fat kid 6 inches. Well, the fat kid's fat, clearly, because he's a fat kid. But he pushes up the skinny kid 6 feet. Now the skinny kid has velocity to come down and push the fat kid up instead of 2 inches, 3 feet. Guess what that fat kid does? He pushes that skinny kid up 30 feet. And when you build that concept of velocity and bonded liquidity, now you're fucking cooking with gas. Everything else is stupid ass children bullshit. Go fuck with your own bullshit. Because you know what you didn't do? Yeah, homework. Nothing angers me more than a no homework hexagon. If you're going to come to MIT Calculus 5, don't come up to the teacher to be like, teacher, I don't understand numbers. Please, what is an algebras? The teacher would be like, go home, you're drunk. What we are building has bonded liquidity, bonded asset, bonded utilitarian utility. That is my job. That is what I'm doing right now when I should be sleeping. And I do have to go soon. But what? You didn't realize how to use a 3D program and now you want to go make a photoreal scene? Go home, you're drunk. Don't show up to MIT Calc 5 if you didn't graduate geometry, algebra, basic numbers, and then be like, I have a problem. I'm confused on why the numbers come out of your mouth. No, I'm done with you. Go home. You're drunk.
It's
but
fun.
Yeah, I know. Sir, I do agree with you. I agree. I mean, I called Hedron with Roy before he even built his pirate background. I was just like, how about we make a trading card game wrapped in t-shirts when t-shirts were $30 a t-shirt? We didn't go through with it because I had other problems and parameters, and
No, but didn't no, but I heard that Dev Kyle actually talked about there was already something in place for like encapsulated shares.
Firebun did it. Firebun did it.
Firebun, it was fun. Yeah, it was Firebun.
They didn't know again. Like all of them are in the private fucking pirate chat. Like I can talk to Kyle, I can talk to Firebun, I can talk to Steph. Why? Because all of us were here before. And what do? We build. We don't break. We don't bitch on Twitter. Like again, I told you today, like I was gonna fucking bitch at that email, the Proton thing that like, Jesus, you understand zero about what you're doing, and it says right on your fucking Twitter profile, informational crypto analysis. I'm like, yeah, I did zero intro. I just don't have time right now. I'm busy building.
I hear you. I hear you. Like overall, I believe the I believe with some of the things that have been built on top of Hex, I really love.
Sir, you gotta phrase it right.
Yeah.
T-share.
T-shirts, I should say.
When you go to a bank, you open a checking account. A checking account is not a hex. A checking account is an availability to use a certain thing. When all these children, and I already know you understand this. I'm just like, for the people listening, hex is the utility to access a T-share. Nothing more, nothing less. When both of us got in, I mean, you maybe got in before me, a T-share was what, $30?
Yeah,
at its
roughly around
peak,
there.
at its peak, it was what, 10 grand? You have to pay attention to the variables.
Yeah, don't remind me of that, man.
I told you that I was late to the game. I told you like what fucking like I had a shitty onboard. I'm an onboard with a giant fucking fist and a giant hammer. So I basically crush people till they fucking commit. Because I wish I had a me for me. But
I'm definitely fond of Hedron, Nakosa, and Maxi, just because of what they bring to the table.
The cell phone number, Alex, is a brilliant motherfucker. Here's the thing. So I talked with Roy way back when about how we should do all the rest of this. And Alex said two things that was the most smartest words in the world. He said the word B shares and he had said the word fucking NFTs. The first Hex convention when I was on with Steph, who the fuck was I on? Steph, not Gary, a couple other people, but I talked about making your wallet as a character. And then suddenly, Alex of Hedron comes on and he says B share and NFT. And I'm like, fucking brilliant. And like, I even got in a kerfuffle with Blue Bum about this for, I don't know, a couple weeks. And suddenly he's the biggest fucking Hedron fucking bro in the world because he figured it out. It's not that complex, but it is that important. Hedron zeros will be deleted. So if you look at a steam engine, right? Simple mechanics, right? You have a steam engine that pulls a caboose. A caboose is at the end of the steam engine. How long does it take the caboose to reach where the steam engine started? Well, If we're looking at a T-share took 2 years to go from pennies to $10,000. Mathematically, if you're not a fucking idiot, that would mean that a caboose would need 2 years to reach where the steam engine started. That's simple comparison of analysis, isn't it? Yes, yes it is. So to poo-poo on something that needs 2 years to come to fruition would be ludicrous. Now, what Alex builds is a Pac-Manator that will rapidly eat the time of commonality to reduce those zeros. If you don't grep all the rest of that, you should probably go back to algebra class. If not, please don't ask why it hurts when in a year you don't realize why you just lost all your monies. But that's it. A caboose cannot reach a steam engine with the same stride. That's why it's the front of the house and they call the back of the house.
Boom. There it is, man. Yeah, definitely appreciate that perspective. That's a beautiful way to put it.
Dude, a pleasure, sir. I'm just here to help the people, man. I'm a student loan debt slave. If you know anything about my story, it's a thing. But I just don't want people to suffer the way I suffered, so I try to give what I can. And that's it.
Sir, man. Get some damn rest, man.
Dude, I need to sleep, but fucking, I still have like 100 hours to do in fucking 2 days. So, I mean, I know how to do that. Fucking CGI. By the way, who am I speaking to? I don't use the damn thing.
Oh, random guy. A random guy.
No, but what is your name?
Oh, just a random guy. So
that is not what your name is. Do not make me open up my phone to track you down. I do triple encryption method in crypto. Do not make me hunt you down.
I mean, it's gonna be nice to do. I mean, I am behind a few.
His name is a random guy.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, you are a random guy. All right,
yeah, I'm behind a couple of firewalls and proxy servers. It's all relative.
You're good. It's just, again, I've said it before. I build games for a living, so like the UI sucks ass. So it annoys me. But if you are
the UI sucks here. That's a given. But
correct.
No,
so I don't want to pop open my phone and hunt for who actually has a purple wiggle diggle next to their name when they speak. So a random guy, a pleasure. I just wanted to know who I was talking to.
I mean, hey, it could be the OA for all you know.
That is actually correct. That is why you ask questions, to get answers.
Hey, I don't know. I mean, would the OA actually tell anybody he's DOA? Because no one would ever believe him. And then he'll be like, hey, watch this. He moved like 1 hex out of the OA address.
I mean, that's the whole chess game of chess checkers.
That would literally ruin the whole thing.
Backgammon, the trick.
That would ruin the whole thing.
That'd be like earth-shattering news if the OA moves like 1 hex.
Like, think about it. If you really thought at the end of the day that Richard wasn't the OA, wouldn't that change your perspective in a way?
Yeah, no. Here's the whole thing. If you didn't understand Richard's perspective, remember, it's the man, not the message. The man means nothing. The message means everything. And those that poo-poo don't understand the message. They focus on the man. And that's what we had before. Oh, BitBoy is now dreaming about Richard Hart while his wife fucking takes notes. What?
It's just weird. But But no, I mean BitBoy's okay. He's kind of sort of coming around. I guess when he lost all his hundreds and thousands of dollars in Celsius, I guess that that he just probably started having nightmares about Richard Hart telling him about these centralized exchanges and all that jazz.
Yeah, everyone done told you. Remember, Markable, my student, Markable's the god. I love Mark. I told him he's sacrificed up his third twin to make shit work, but like Markable did the everyone done told you. Well, in Wales also very good friend of mine, but we all build together. That's where everyone forgets. Richard wants all of us to build together. Why? Because we get paid nothing to do this. Why are you here? You didn't get paid a referral link. That's the whole damn fucking gambit.
Yo, don't get me started on the referrals, man. Like I saw the referral links there, and I'm just like, I could have self-referred myself for all these damn hex buys that I had. I'm like, Jesus.
I know it. Believe me, I know all of it. And it annoys me because that's my life, right? Well, you want to go deep down the rabbit hole, sir, for a leaf?
Sure, why not?
What is the first human commodity that the humans ever actually created?
Good ass question.
One more time. The first human commodity that actually mattered.
It wouldn't be gold, would it? I don't know.
No, because you couldn't have
People were trading. Yeah, people were trading rocks and shells and shit.
Beer.
Beer. Oh, alcohol. Okay.
That's
No,
not
it's not that. It's not that. I know what it is. I just wanted to shout that.
Yeah, you're cheating over there. You know the answer. You're cheating. What is the first human commodity that actually ever mattered to human civilization?
You got me stumped.
You're wrong. You just throw something out. Trust me. Like, hold on. Most people will say fire. Well, you can't travel with fire.
Yeah.
Some idiots will say the wheel, but you can't drag a wheel by yourself. A wheel needs 4 different places to make it actually usable.
Livestock.
Yeah, that's a good one. Whoever said that is correct. It's beast of burden, which I call horses. Now, where are horses in modern commodities?
On the racetrack.
But
No.
you said man-made. Horses aren't man-made; they're natural.
No. Commodities acquired. So essentially, at the end of the day, if you get a beast of burden, call it a camel, a horse, a goat, you can use it to till a field. You can use it to travel. You can use it to pay tithe to a dowry. You can use it to do anything because it was the first real commodity.
I see where you're getting at. I see what you're getting at. People used to.
No, here's the fuckery, right? Where do we deal with horses now? Horse-powered machines. When you turn your car on, you're dealing with horsepower. But do you feed a horse? No. A horse turned into an exotic thing that you can use. It's no longer a commodity. It's an export. You can ride Gundam style on your horse all you want. It really don't mean shit to you. Because a real horse is an exotic. It's no longer a commodity. So, you take that ideology and compound it against itself. Where is crypto in the fax machine maximalist stage, or petrock.com. Did I say it? Remember, the first Bitcoin wasn't Bitcoin. It was fucking EverQuest mining gold. The first NFT wasn't an NFT. It was an attachment on an email back in AOL, CompuServe, and all the rest of that days, because it actually attached data that you could send, that you could distribute, that you could commoditize. Everyone deals with horses when they turn on their car. It's just no longer a commodity, it's a luxury.
The NSA wants to know your location.
What's that again?
The NSA wants to know your location.
I mean, like, I'm in Playa del Rey, but I really don't care about my location. But
all jokes aside, but I see where you're going with that.
And well, the thing is that I was an old phone freaker, right? I hacked phones, hacked computers, all the rest of the nonsense. But like, let's say the Hackers movie, right? My favorite movie in the world. I duped 3 VHSs when I was a kid, like 13 years old, to watch that fucking thing. If you understand the tools, you'll understand the means. It's not the man, but the message. That's the most important thing. You have to gravitasly understand that. Otherwise, me saying that Richard Hart's playing StarCraft with finance means jack and shit to you. You don't even understand what StarCraft is, nor what Richard Hart is playing.
Yeah, I was an avid StarCraft player, so.
Sure. More pylons are needed, sir. Again, my first art director is now the current art director for Diablo 4. More pylons are needed, sir. If you don't understand that, it's not my place to tell you why you're wrong. You will just be wrong. Let me correlate it a different way. When I was an ICO influencer in 17, I had some friends that tried to show me their Bitcoin transactions that they bought in the Robert Oberk days, right? Dread Pirate Roberts, Silk Road. And I'm like, why didn't you keep going? You figured it out. You got the money in. Why didn't you keep learning? Why didn't you? We didn't have Twitter Spaces then. We didn't have fucking anything back then. Why didn't you keep learning? And they'll look at me with glass eyes and be like, And I'm like, that. That's why you don't understand Gundam style. What a horse is. But you still use a horsepower machine every time you turn on your car, or your tractor, or your diesel fucking truck. Remember, I'm a retired truck driver. I understand very well how horse-powered machines work. So I can understand how we got here, which is, again, the part of the education, right? All of us are here to educate and give someone a moniker of hope that they can hold on to, and that they can ride their own Gundam style horse into infinity. Because the only people that have the liquidity to own horses are for luxury, not a commodity.
You been up all night,
Which is
Kool-Aid? You been up all night? What are you doing?
I'm working. I gotta go to bed. I'm still building this goddamn stupid ass world. I do have to go to bed.
Mango Junkie, what's up?
Oh, is that Mango Junkie?
Yeah, dude. What's up, man?
Oh, my fucking boy. Yeah. Mango Junkie is a lord. Fucking a lord of fucking kicking ass and taking names. But that's what we all are, right? We all come to the booth of fucking trying to teach. That's inherently the message. We teach, we build, we do, we create. That's inherently the rule. Those that don't fucking forget where they came from. That's inherently why you got to go back to fucking horses. Because that's inherently where all of us came from. Our messages, our stories, our creations, our ability. It is the core component. Those that don't will suffer the fate of those that do.
Bro, how high are you right now?
No, dude, if you really want me to be hilarious, I'll actually smoke some weed and I'll be high and hilarious at the same damn time. But the difference is I'm not wrong. I don't have to be right. But what I have to be is not wrong. There's a very, very different paradigm. If you look over across the street from you and you yell fire, it can be fire from anything. Propane fire, fucking any other damn fire. Fire is fire. You don't have to be wrong about fire. How to solve it is a very different thing. That is being right. Not being wrong is the most important thing that you can look at. That is the paradigm.
When's your party coming up, Tangent?
1 week.
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Yo, that's seriously fucking exciting, man. That's like really cool that you're doing this whole thing, man. It's like for real exciting. I can't wait to one day party my ass up with you.
At Mango Junkie, I think it's the first time I ever heard your voice live on stream after what, a year and a half, 2 years, whatever the fuck it's been.
Oh, really? Yeah. I thought we were on stream with each other on effing Hangouts or something like that.
I mean, it very well could have been. Like, you know my life. I'm always the crazy man. But, like, if it's not, tip of the hat to you, my dearest of old friend of the Mangoes and the Junkies.
Yes, I have relations with both. Yes, I have relations with both.
All right, gents. I really, 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 really have to go. I really, really, really have so much to do. All you all be well. Remember, horse-powered machines is fax machine maximalism. I saber rattled this shit for almost 2 years. Remember, building is the most important thing that you can do. And if you build, you create. If you create, you identify. And if you identify, you can expand. Everyone else is fucking around on everyone else's fucking dick hole. That's why it's funny with the whole Richard Big Peepee thing. But we have the ability with our yield to do what we want, to create what we want, to actually encapsulate what we want. That is the future. So go be a badass fucking human. That is the only thing that goddamn fucking matters. Again, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, it was the man, not the message. But once I understood the message, I understood the man. That's how you definitely understand Richard Hart. And that's how you definitely understand the community. Because why else would all of us be here on some stupid ass phone with some stupid ass UI that literally I can't even describe how hard it makes me angry. But we are here. So even though it makes me angry, it's worth my time to pop in and say hello, which is what all of us do. Whether you're a reg or you pop in every now and then. Whether you pop in to chat on a YouTube or you pop in to chat on anything else, We all are here because we understand the reg. So, all be well, all do good, all kick ass and take names. And because you do that, you will onboard the best because they know you're what? For real. So, everyone, have a fantastic evening. Go kick ass, take names. Onboard where you can and challenge people to have a good conversation. If they can't understand it or you can't understand it, find someone here that can. And we will help you because why? We care. That is the most important part of this ecosystem. That everyone from Mashinsky to fucking Vase to everyone else fucks off and doesn't pay attention is that our bare bone bitch onboards can actually talk more articulately because they did their homework. And I have zero respect for a no homework Hexagon when we have so many people kicking ass and taking names. And anytime I see someone kicking ass and taking names, I tip the fucking hat them. And that's what we have to do. We have to continue on. That's exactly how we win.
And for those who have never saber rattled, I highly suggest you saber rattle. Get a large machete with a saber, and it is very exciting.
Mango Junkie, you are my boy. Anytime you ever need anything, you know how to get a hold of me, sir. You are a legend. Anything you ever fucking need, sir, you contact me. All right, guys.
Yeah,
I really do have to go to bed. So everyone be good. Be a badass. Understand what you're doing and kick ass and take names. And again, I forgot to hold on. A no man name. What is your name that you be hiding? Hold on. I'm actually opening up my phone. So you. Oh, we have Magic Carpet right in here. We had all sorts of people. Where the fuck are you hiding? Oh, a random guy. You just got followed. All the fucking love. Fantastic conversation. Go be a badass. And Mr. Mango Junkie, all the fucking love. Do we still have Famous is a listener, but the Famous, a god amongst men. Hexacation, always a pleasure to chat with you, love. Everyone else, go be a fucking badass. That's what we do. All right, guys, I have to go. All the love. Be good.
All right, man. Take it easy.
See you, dude.
See you, man. And if anyone's unclear about horses, Hex Bowler has got a background picture of a horse.
He is a good guy.
Awesome stuff, man. Oh shit. Now the sun's coming up. Vampire. I'm like a vampire right now. I'm like sunlight. But
Yeah.
it's all good.
Sun is up and sun is very bright right now.
Probably end up going to the beach later on today.
I'm actually going there right now.
I'll see. Beat me to it. Sip something nice and fancy on the beach.
So what were the topics of subject tonight?
All I know is that he talked very much. So no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Pretty much covered a lot of, like, shoot, where do we start? Just basically the gist of everything is make sure that, you're not, during this bear market, should be reading up on everything on with the asset that you hold. Like, figure out the nuances, peel back the layers, and some of the the newer hexagons, they are just here for the ride. And obviously you're gonna have people like that in any community that you go to. It's a matter of learning what you actually hold instead of, just treating it as any other token.
Yeah, yeah. I actually went through it again yesterday. I was actually talking to my brother, and I'm like, dude, if you got like a couple $100 just to throw away, throw into the wind, I'm like, dude, like Hex is still super cheap right now. I'm like, you might as well do it right now, because when I started buying last year at 7 cents, it topped out at 56 cents, and now it's back down here at 5 cents. So I'm like, and he's like, oh, I gotta look into it. I'm like, yeah, I get it. But like, if you got a couple $100 just to throw away, you might as well just toss into here and then hold on to them. Like, you don't gotta stake it. Like, all these people getting crazy about staking and shit like that. That's like even watching Trayvon yesterday. And I actually rewatched it again for a second time, and I tweeted out about I timestamped where Trey basically said what I was thinking too, is like on the stream yesterday, part 2 with David Lynn on Kiko News. Richard did a great job, part 1, part 2, but he didn't go over like a rudimentary understanding of how like the shares, like how T shares work and stuff like that. So that was kind of a little bit of a downfall to the interview, but not really, because it was still a good interview. And I tried talking to people about this, but it's still kind of get the whole glazed over eyes, kind of like Joe Biden eyes looking at the teleprompter.
Yeah, dude, I think he has recited his pitch so many times that it would be hard for him to, you know what I mean? Like, to cast his mind back to the full noob pitch.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But that's where I'm good at. Like, especially like being in like the Hedron room, and when like before Hedron was launching, like me myself like learning about Hedron and talking to whoever I was talking to about like learning about Hedron and stuff like that. And then teaching other people about Hedron, it's like I have personally the ability to talk to people in a very simplistic way without getting technical, to get the rudimentary understandings of how the system works. And sometimes people with a higher intellect forget that there's dummies like me and other people who need that very base understanding of how things work out without like the technicalities and the 50-cent words. You know what I mean?
Honestly, you gotta adjust your approach to whoever you're talking to. It's some things you can use to your advantage. Well, I wouldn't say use to your advantage, but there's some nuances and terms that you can present to different people that you wouldn't be able to present to others. Because if you have, like, say for instance, a no corner who doesn't really understand like blockchain in general, then you have to relate it to something that they know. You can't be throwing out all sorts of buzzwords. They'll just look at you like you're speaking fucking Chinese. You have to relate it to something they already know.
Yeah, for sure.
Sometimes I think people who aren't really too keen on crypto to begin with, they're able to grasp Hex a lot easier than
You're muffling out.
I was saying, people who are no coiners, I find them easier to onboard to Hex than individuals who have been in this space for a while, because a lot of them are influenced by, the YouTubers who are calling the next 1000x gem and all this stuff, and they end up being exit liquidity for everybody. Like, they end up being exit liquidity for the people who are telling them the new 100x gem. And it's sad, but some people have to go through those growing pains.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, not connected to my earbuds.
Yeah, but ultimately, like right now, honestly, this is probably the most relaxed I've been in a very long time. Just because I'm in a position where I don't mind waiting because irregardless of the market conditions, I'm still DCAing every single day. Just due to my smart contract hex stake. So it's like bring on the bear market. I could wait it out. Every single day that goes by, bags grow a little bit more every single day. And I mean, my cost basis goes down every day as well. Every year that goes by, my cost basis goes down around 38, 39% on average. And I mean, what more else do I want? Like, I really don't need much else. Like my cost basis my cost basis is still going down. If I decide I want to go ahead and put more fiat into Hex and accumulate more T shares, I can. And yeah, I mean, it's a nice little system in place. It makes my dollars go a lot. It makes my dollars go a lot further than if I were to just, do absolutely nothing with them. Yeah.
I love that attitude. But can I just highlight a slight difference between what people usually think of as DCA and the style of DCAing that you're getting from owning T shares is that normally when the price goes down a lot or at all, when you're DCAing, if you're DCAing with fixed dollar inputs, as the price goes down, you get more and more units per each time that you're buying. Whereas with T shares, it doesn't change, right? It varies a little bit, but not based on price. And so you don't end up with the same advantage, like as much of an advantage from the actual price declining, because it's actually a payout in Hex and it's sort of fixed-ish in Hex. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got what you're saying. Me personally, I would say it's advantageous in my position per se, just because of the simple fact that the asset itself, obviously, we pay for the volatility. That's our stick. I could wait out a bear market and use that as my barometer of DCAing. Obviously, if you're doing the fiat route and it would be a lot easier for you to lower your dollar cost average. But it's pretty much like a supplemental like cost averaging where if nothing changes with the amount of fiat that you put in, you're still going to be at the end of the year, depending on how long you staked, it could range anywhere between 15% all the way to 36, 38% a year that your cost basis is going to go down.
Yeah, you're definitely getting an advantage from time going past, which is better than most assets.
So I don't mind doing that at all. People, they can, pick and choose what they want to buy during a bear market. My options are pretty limited on what I'm going to be stocking up on in the bear market. And a lot of them deal with, Hex related services, like, Maxi and I don't know. I would say out of Maxi, Hex and Hedron's probably like the lowest on that list, but because I'm already getting it for free off of my Hex stake. So it's like Hedron more is like hey, you know what? I want to do something silly. I have all this Hedron sitting here. I can either A, use it to buy more Maxi, or B, throw a couple more stakes out and just lather, rinse, and repeat for the next 15 years.
Yeah, especially at these lower prices, it makes more sense if you have like the sizable stakes to mint the quantity of Hedron off of that.
Yeah. And if you you did the claim phase and you got, the 10x claim bonus, you kind of you accumulate hedron at a stupidly absurd rate. And if my honest opinion about hedron overall would be like there's just infinite sell pressure with it. I don't see it like growing by leaps and bounds. But the concept of having those HSI stakes and everything is, I mean, it's notable. I don't think there's going to be much of a market of it until Hex's individual market matures a lot more. But it's nice to have something like that in place. Again, like we're only 1,000 days. I mean, we're like, if we want to look at everything, we're only just about 1,000 days into Hex. Like the ecosystem itself is very young, like very young.
We're so early.
So I'd rather have Hexicans like build out these protocols and things like that than to have some random person who doesn't really have the same values or vision go ahead and build these protocols on Pulse Chain or whatever the case may be.
Bluebum was also saying that eventually you'll be able to stake Hedron in that ICOSA protocol or whatever. I don't know much about it, but that's another possibility for how you can use your Hedron.
Yeah, I've skimmed over it. I haven't really dug deep. I haven't dug too deep into it, but that is another thing that's a part of it.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple conception. It's like there's 3 pools. You got the Hedron pool, ICOSA pool, and then the WATSA pool. WAA-TSA. We are all the SA. So it's like you can like stake your Hedron in the Hedron pool, and you can get Hedron back from that. And then the second pool is the ICOSA pool, to where you can create an HSI or sacrifice an HSI, then basically sell that to the contract, and then that HSI automatically gets burned, just like how a liquidated stake, liquidated HSI would happen on the Hedron contract, and then that HSI will automatically start the 90-day process, go into the liquidation market in order to get bid on. And then the WATSA is you can like throw in either Hedron, USDC, Hex, and then I think it's one other asset in order to mint yourself an NFT of a pool, to where it's basically like a game of who can hold on the longest. So in order to get out of that pool, the WATSA pool, whenever you want to get out, you burn the NFT and then you claim the yield from that pool, and then you can't get back in. Like you can sell that NFT to somebody else, OTC, but there is no more adding to the pool once that 14-day grace period is over. So now people ask, like, how do you get the yield in all these pools? So the yield happens from when you burn the Hedron and the HSIs going into these pools. So that Hedron gets burnt, it goes to liquidation market, and then the Hedron that gets burnt, it gets newly minted into these pools. So I've been totally obscure from ICOSA because I've had like crypto fatigue for the last couple of months. I've just been fucking fed up with all the bullshit coming out, and I'm like, I'm just not going to give a fuck about anything. I'm just not going to pay attention to anything. So, but then the last 2 days, I've actually been in the ICOSA room, and the one guy Kismet has been telling me about it. So it made sense to me more now. So it's like anything that gets burnt going into these pools gets reminted into the yield that these people will eventually be able to claim whenever they come out of the pools. So it's kind of cool. So it's kind of like it's kind of almost like a transfer. It's like when you're going into a pool, the stuff's getting burnt, but then when you exit, that's when it actually gets reminted, and then you're able to take the yield from it. It's pretty interesting. So I know Tangent, one of your streams a couple weeks ago was fucking hilarious, and I love watching you on stream, especially when you're on there with fucking 43 and Blue Bomb, and you guys were like arguing with each other, and I had no clue about any of this shit. And then I love it how you're like, give me one compelling argument for the for the whole, the value of this whole thing. And then the last 2 days talking about with a couple guys, I'm like, oh, okay. Because I was always under the assumption that this yield was minted out of thin air, but apparently it's not. Apparently it's the coins that are getting burnt, which would actually get burnt into, it would just get burnt. It wouldn't be no longer, but then gets reminted to the staking pools who are involved with these 3 different pools: the Hedron, Icosa, and then the Watsa NFT pool.
Yeah, man. Like with the number of projects that are coming out on Pulse Chain, I've reverted to a more sort of BTC Maxi style attitude on these key attacks or these key criticisms or demands on making sure that the projects are actually, that there's actually a point and that it's not just a circle jerk of, so for example, and I'm not saying that this is necessarily applied to Icosa, but for any project where it's like, yeah, the use case is like you stake some shit and then you get some more shit. I know that sounds dangerously close to what Hex does, but you get what I mean. Like there needs to be something more to a project than just like, yeah, it's cool because it's another ticker that people can speculate on. Like it has to be more than that. It's like what is it that this project actually does, and where is the utility, where is the yield? So yeah, I've been going pretty hard on basically everything.
Yeah, dude, 100%. That's like actually just put back in my profile. I'm like I'm just gonna put back on there like Richard Hart Maxi, because I'm just fucking sick and tired of it all. It's like, all right, I still got a job. I plan on working literally for the next 14 years. So I'm just gonna sit back, relax, and just keep injecting fresh capital into the system, and then we'll take it from there.
Yeah, I like the projects that are simple, right? Like, so Hex super simple, Bitcoin super simple. There's once projects start getting really complicated, if someone has to sit there for like 20 minutes explaining to me how the shit all works, that's typically too much. Like that's typically too much complication for it to fit within the criteria of what I look for in a project, because it makes it harder to explain it to other people. So when you're like, if people are onboarding or thinking about getting involved, it's going to scare off a lot of people who are not tech savvy, who are not crypto natives, that sort of thing. And also in that complexity creates risks. It's additional risks, because every added complexity is another thing that can go wrong, something that people didn't see coming. And so, yeah, I think simple is better.
Yeah, dude. I was just saying, dude, watching you last week, I'm pretty sure it was last week, maybe the week before, on the morning show, the late night show, Aussies. Dude, you were like just fucking slack-jawed, staring at Blue Bum, just like, what the fuck? And I was honestly laughing my fucking ass off, because I had no idea about Icosa, but dude, I was laughing very hard just watching you staring at the screen. And then it's almost like a trademark of like a signal for when Tangent is like, what the fuck is going on? It's like you put your hands over your face and you're just like, are you not understanding what I'm fucking saying right now?
I've got no poker face, bro. I just like
Yeah, it makes sense to me. And I understand it fully, and it's really not that hard to understand. But believe me, I understand exactly what you're saying, and that's like even like in the chat room last night in the voice chat, in like goes a voice chat with Kism and a couple other people. I'm just like I don't even know what to fucking do. I don't even know what to do right here because it's like I'm like stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's like I have the biggest liquid bag of hex in my entire life since last June. So I've been buying this whole entire time since last June, and my stakes are set up. I'm fucking straight with my stakes, and then I'm just like, like what am I gonna do here? It's like I don't even know what to do now.
Do you mean that you don't want to restake until the fork happens so that you can have different strategies on each chain?
Yeah, pretty much for the most part. It's like I'm trying to figure out exactly. I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do. Yeah.
I have actually found that being a liquidity provider on the Hex USDC pair in the 0.3% fee pool has been making ridiculous coin. And that basically that keeps you liquid because you can pull out, like, so it's not like a hex stake where you're actually locked because you can pull out of that liquidity pool whenever you want. And you are being the market so that as people are buying and selling hex, you're just making fees. You know how Richard Hart himself in that most recent interview said that basically when shit is chopping sideways, it's market makers and exchanges that are making all the money. You effectively become the market maker by being the LP. Now, I think there's a myth going around within the Hex community that if you're in an LP when the fork happens, when the Pulse Chain fork happens, that somehow you just get your shit busted. Like you either lose your coins or like, the bot comes along and like takes all your coins, like Richard's fix a bot thing. But as far as I have assessed it, or like what is logical to me is that fixer bot only messes with the pairs that are linked to ETH because they're the only ones that are going to be out of ratio once Pulse Chain launches. All the other pairs, like unless there's some weird shit going on that Richard hasn't told us about, all the other pairs should just be copied over as they are.
So even while in the liquidity pool, so say if I go into LP on V3, that wouldn't really affect anything.
Actually, that's a good point because V3 is not being brought across, is it? Oh, no, sorry. No, V3 probably will be brought across in terms of system state. It's just that there's not going to be a V3 style liquidity on Pulse X. I think Pulse X only has currently, he actually did say that they're looking at having that extra functionality of what V3 did. But I think currently Pulse X is only going to be at the technical level of V2.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I'm actually about to get back into my truck, so I'm gonna dip out for a second. Then I'm about to connect back on in my truck in a second. I'll be right back. So I want to ask you a question.
That's all good. But basically, all I'm really saying for everyone else's benefit is like, I guess it would be great if Richard could give us some clarity because I think there is some confusion surrounding that. But I would assume that just because your shit's in an LP does not mean your shit gets nuked at the fork, because he has stated that it's full system state. So everything should be getting copied over, including people's. So in my opinion, worst case scenario is that to get your shit out of the LP on the other side, you may have to either wait for a Hex community member to create a front end that allows you to do it, or interact directly with the contracts using the Pulse version of Etherscan. I think that is the worst case scenario. I don't think there's going to be a possibility here for people to lose funds where it just gets like deleted or stolen by that fixer bot of Richard's or whatever like that. So if that's the case, I've found that to be, and also let's be honest, it doesn't really look like Pulse Chain is going to just like suddenly launch within the next few days or weeks or whatever. There possibly will be a large period where it's not launched and then possibly some warning. But obviously don't quote me on this shit. Don't rely on it. Don't cry to me if I'm wrong about this and you put shit in an LP and then your shit gets nuked. That's not my fault. But yeah, it'd be great if it would be great to get some clarity on this because it is lucrative as fuck. Like it prints money.
Yeah, so like let's just play a game real quick of let's pretend Eric, the Mango Junkie, puts in 10 G's into an LP at kind of a wider range of where we're trending right now. Like I've never LP'd before, so like what type of fees would someone expect at that kind of range?
It's really variable because it, you know, like you said, it depends on how tight you make the range. And then if you make it too tight, then the price is actually going to go outside of the range. And when it's outside of the range, you're not earning fees. So it is, so I've done multiple. And so it's much higher than I expected. I'll try and do the math for you to get some like general answers to that question, but it's hard to give an answer because it depends on the volume of the day as well. So on a certain day, there's a lot of trading going on Hex and the price is getting pushed around a lot. You're going to make more fees than if the price is not moving around as much. So it's like there's multiple factors that the fees will depend on. It's not just the range that you select and the fee pool that you select. And from my testing, the best fee pool is the 0.3% one. That's the one that was most profitable in the days I was testing it out.
Yeah, so I remember you were saying that. Cause like, yeah, I watch all your streams, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, because I'm definitely gonna want to get into Icosa at either the Icosa pool or I was thinking of maybe making like you know like a 1 to 5 T share HSI to throw into that or something like that, and then it's like, you know, maybe it's still unknown when Icosa is even going to launch. So, you know, obviously I'm still working, so it's like, okay, you know, I'm still working. You know, maybe I'll throw, you know, yada yada into the Watsa because for me, I'm into it for the long term anyway. So it's like for me, if we're gonna play a game of who can hold on the longest, which in my mind that is like the most lucrative game is who can hold on the longest. So if we're gonna have a pool in Icosa for who can hold on the longest and getting yield from other Hex stakes and Hedron that are burnt, then that makes the most sense to me. And that's like a very simplistic way of looking at it.
Yeah. Something to give you some idea, just so that it's not just completely unknown. Higher than what you would earn by being staked in Hex is what I've found so far. Like much higher. So like say 2-3x, sometimes more, sometimes less, more than what you would earn just from staking. However, the risk is that you're kind of betting on a sideways market. You're going to perform better in a sideways market being an LP than if you were staked in Hex. Because obviously, if you actually just staked, then when the price goes up, you're benefiting much more because you've still got all the Hex. Whereas if you're in an LP, as the price goes up, you're effectively selling. So
yeah. No, yeah.
So
I understand. Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying too. Because that's the only reason why I'm actually holding a liquid bag right now, is because as far as I'm concerned, my stakes are set up. Like I'm out Quattro Cinco. I got multiple HSIs, Quattro Cinco, and like a single, 36, 41, blah blah blah, and then I have a couple ladders coming down from there. So like the brunt of my stakes are far out. And then now that the price is fucking obviously shot, gone to shit, like now it just gives me more opportunity to build this liquid bag, which I have already, which is incredible. And I'm lucky for this happening. So now it's like, all right, well, my stakes are set up. I'm very, very, very happy with the stakes and the HSIs. So that's why I'm just like, okay, I have this liquid bag now. Am I just going to hold it steady now, wait for the next run up, do the whole Icosa thing, yada, yada. You know what I mean?
yeah, that sounds good. It's hard to it's hard to optimize perfectly without having some level of prediction of what the future's going to hold in terms of prices and stuff.
Yeah, that was something else I wanted to ask you too. When I hear people talking about entering and exit liquidity pools, what the like even on like a low gas day, like even like last night is like, dude, Gwei was out like 6 Gwei, 7 Gwei, 8 Gwei. Like, what's the determination of pulling out of a liquidity pool? Like, what's the kind of prices you're looking at to pull a liquidity pool?
Yeah, I did actually notice that. Like, fortunately, when I was doing all my testing, the Gwei prices were tiny. So often I was dealing with like single digit Gwei prices, which is virtually unheard of. And that actually is something to consider that I probably should have mentioned, that, you know, depending on how large you're going into those LPs, those fees, and especially if we get some kind of like increase or spike in the Ethereum fees, you could end up getting your profits eaten up or damaged by the fees to get in and out of the LP. However, I guess you could make the same argument against directly staking in Hex as well, that there's fees involved in that side of things as well. So yeah, it's a tough one. You certainly wouldn't be doing it with tiny dollars. Like, you certainly wouldn't be creating, you know, I mean, like some of the testing I did was with probably smaller than what you would do, because I wasn't trying, you know, I didn't care about the profitability. I just wanted to learn. But yeah, if you were like, you certainly wouldn't be throwing into LPs with like under a G. Do you know what I mean? Because the fees would just smoke.
Okay. Yeah, that was kind of like what I was gonna ask too. Is like, if we're talking like 5 Gs or over, that's cool. And then anything under a G is like
fine.
anything under G is like, what are you doing?
Yeah. If you're looking at, so, and remember, it's kind of like everything gets doubled, right? So if you're putting in 5G of Hex, it's probably 10, but just so depending on whether you're looking at it like that or not. But so yeah, something like that would be fine. As soon as it's around that kind of coin, you would expect to make more than the fees of what it would cost you, unless we get some crazy increase in gas fees. So yeah, there definitely are risks involved here, and so this is not like a rookie strategy that should be executed by people who don't know what they're doing. You need to understand all of these issues like impermanent loss and fees and all of that noise. But I've just found that Hex is surprisingly good at the moment, because it just seems like people are scared to be LPs. So the ratio of how much volume is actually being traded each day compared to the amount of liquidity that's within the pair. I mean, Hex has always been considered to be a fairly low liquidity pair anyway. So it's got an enthusiastic community and quite a lot of volume that gets traded each day relative to the size of the liquidity pool. So that ratio is what makes it quite profitable.
Yeah, true. And like on like your assessment of risk, like what would you what types of ranges would be like, you know, moderate to like, you know, like high risk? Like what, like cent wise, like, well, like right now, I'm not looking at a chart. I don't know what it's like where it's at right now. I'll just assume it's like 5 cents. So at like a safe level, not too wide, but like what's your opinion of like what's a wide range compared to more of a narrow range?
So I'll look at a chart to see where I think the support and resistance is likely to be, but I'll also look at the liquidity pool and see, because you get a plot of where people are providing the liquidity. So you see it usually looks a bit like a bell curve, and I actually like to be outside of the range. So I'm like the whole range that everyone else is providing liquidity, but also a bit outside. So if the price moves really suddenly up in those edges, I'll be one of very few people who are actually providing the liquidity, and then you would make even more bank, because percentage wise you have to be used. Do you get what I'm saying? If you're one of these people who is wider than average, and if the price moves suddenly, you win.
Yeah. Makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah.
And then that also protects you against, then it's less likely that the price is going to move outside your range as well if you're like a little bit wider than most people. But yeah, it's pretty interesting to see how the liquidity on Hex moves around, because you see that bell curve and you would assume that if the price moves by a bit, it's basically going to be outside. But obviously the people who do provide liquidity, they are actually quite actively managing their shit, because the liquidity does move with the price. So there's always reasonably fat amounts of liquidity at and around the price point.
Yeah. Did Brad Mills ever DM you? So I tagged you on one of his posts. I don't remember exactly what it was. It was like 3 or 4 days ago. And he's like, Brad Mills. You know who Brad Mills is?
Yep. Yeah, I know him. Like, I know of him.
Yeah, I tagged you on one of his tweets. I like him a lot. He's funny as shit. Like, that's actually like my number 1 or 2 favorite streams that Richard did was on Christmas in 2019, I think it was, with Brad Mills, and it was funny as shit. Like, it was just a really hilarious stream. And then Brad Mills made a post talking something about like Bitcoin, like maxis, or who am I not following that I should be? Who's a Bitcoin maxi or something like that. I tagged you in it, but I said, because this guy, I tagged your name. I said, this like Tangent is like a Bitcoin OG who's also a hexicant. And I commented, I was like, yeah, and he actually debated Richard a couple weeks ago. So I posted, I think I posted from Value Brand's channel, the audio that he posted up about it and stuff like that. I was just curious if you ever got in touch with me or not.
I remember that. I saw that tweet that you made, and so he didn't DM me, but I'm gonna scroll through and check to see whether he like interacted or replied or liked the tweet or any shit like that. That would be pretty cool. I agree. I like Brad Mills. I like his attitude. He's not one of these Bitcoiners who has this sort of, superiority complex. You can see he has a genuine desire to learn within the space, and he, obviously he is a bit leans towards being a maxi, but you can tell he's got a bit more of an open-minded attitude than most.
Yeah, and especially when it comes towards his politics and freedom, he's definitely on the right side of history.
Yeah, did you see that he had an interview with a guy that used to work at the Fed?
No, it was recent. No.
So fairly recent. It's this guy. I think his Twitter handle's like Fed guy or something, or like Fed guy with like a number or some shit. And this dude basically used to work at the Fed and has written a book now about, like how money works and shit. So it's like he's giving that inside perspective. And it was actually quite interesting because he was actually breaking some of the myths. Like, I mean, assuming that the dude is being honest, but he did seem pretty legit. Like he didn't seem like he was trying to actively defend the Fed or shit on it. His answers were very down the line, like they sounded very factual. And there were some things that Brad was raising, which are kind of like Bitcoiner myths about what goes on in the Fed, that he was saying like, no, that's not how that shit works. Like, it's actually like this. So, but then in other cases, he was admitting that there were the things that Bitcoiners say.
True. Yeah, I don't think Brad Mills actually has I don't think he even has like a YouTube channel. I think he actually streams from the website from actually like Raoul Paul's service that he has on online. Like I think it's like an online service, like an online streaming thing that he has. I don't think he necessarily has like a YouTube channel. Like I can't fucking think of it right now. I forgot the name of like Raoul Paul's website that he has. But it's like a service. It's not necessarily a subscription service, but kind of is if you want premium stuff. You know what I mean? Where was that interview that you saw it on? Where was it on? Was it on YouTube or where did you see it? Do you remember? Who speaks for Magic Carpet Ride? That's not Ty, is it?
Yes, sir. It is.
Hey, brother, how you feeling today, man?
I'm still pretty wrecked. I've just been mostly listening. Throat's pretty sore.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, rest up. Don't speak. Don't speak, please.
Need to eat more mangoes.
Yeah, dude. Yo, fruit is the answer, dude. More fruit, more water. You're good. Maybe a little bit of root tail.
Rude tail. You're funny, man.
Yeah, I know I don't really want to speak too much, but I'm sure all these delays, like with Polshian, I'm sure it's really helped out Power City much, huh?
just giving us time to rethink some processes and the way we want to do things to make things, I guess, more optimized and better. It's a blessing in disguise, really, as much as everyone wants it to launch. But yeah, just like Richard delaying it and moving part of the protocol to like Golang, just to make it overall better. So it's just a good opportunity to revisit everything and see where what you can do, what you could potentially make better, or maybe implemented ideas that we're going to do later.
Yeah, that was like I haven't like checked in with PowerStage in a long time, but like dealing with like all the VR stuff. I'm not sure if you're aware. I don't know the name of like all like the different platforms and stuff like that, but I know like I forgot the name of the guy who used to always work with Joe Rogan, but the comedian, he's like huge on like certain 3D platforms. Like they love doing all the VR stuff, like for meetups and stuff like that. Do you know what I'm talking about, or something like that? Like I know like in the future that's more or less going to be like another focus of Power City. But is there any kind of like a step in the direction of dealing with, like, I know there's numerous different amount of like VR platforms, like that's going to be kind of like along the lines of like another step in one of the directions that Power City is going to be going into, correct?
It's the idea down the track. I mean, the whole meta thing is a down the line scenario. I mean, still, even though Unreal Engine 5 is good, and Kool-Aid can speak to that because he's a master of his domain in that area, but and our guy talks to him as well as a few other guys. He's a specialist in Unreal Engine as well, but there's still a lot of other restrictions with blockchain. Everyone wants the Ready Player One experience. Most people deliver a Minecraft experience.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, the whole space is still, even still after all these years, is still at infancy.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, it's even though we have a guy that's his passion and full-time sort of thing that he does. He still does a lot of other Power City stuff, but the meta is still down the line. We've got so many things that we got to get done and right before we dig into that one. All right, guys and girls, I'm gonna check out.
See you, man.
Peace.
How we doing?
Doing good, man. It's a beautiful day out. How's the weather near you?
Good, man. I was going through Fat God's stuff, and 3 hours ago, I think a Lambo crashed. One of the Hex Lambos.
Where was that at?
Hey?
So where was that at? Who crashed?
Well, I don't know. One of the Lambos went bye-bye. So he's saying, wait a minute, let's see who this is. Top Cat. Top Cat's racing. So one of the Lambos, which had the Hex, I think number 3 went down.
Oh, on the racing team you're talking about. Oh, okay.
Yeah, or maybe number 9. I don't know. One of them. Totaled.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I mean the pictures he posted them on Instagram. So if you follow him on Instagram, you can see those photos of the Lambo completely totaled. I just hope the driver, like apparently the driver's okay too. So
Morning.
Morning.
morning, buddy.
What's in the school for today?
I don't know. Hey, Parkway, was there video of the crash or is it just photos?
It's just a picture, man. The side's completely torn. I don't know. I think he went into a wall or something.
I know Hexican Girl was saying that on her tweets that they're actually ranked up there too. I think they were like up in, like the top 3, whatever class they were in too.
Yeah, I mean racing brings a whole different crowd, right? Which is good. Like initially the what is it called? The Daytona one? I didn't
NASCAR, yeah, NASCAR.
Yeah, the NASCAR one. I was like, yeah. And then I realized that it actually took effect of me, right? Like when I'm surfing, I see NASCAR, I did like stop for a few seconds just to check if I see a Hex logo or not. And
Yeah,
yeah, man.
NASCAR is way bigger than most people think it is.
NASCAR what?
I said NASCAR is way bigger than most people think it is.
For sure it's big. I mean, but it's just about like if it fits in your taste of sports, right? But it's cool, man.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
car racing is dope. It's dope. Yo, so McDonald's reserves the right not to serve people under 18 after 5 p.m.
All right, that's okay. All right, that's a weird one. I wonder. It's like I wonder I wonder what they're gonna base that off of. It's like, does this person look like they've had too much Mickey D's today? I don't know.
Here, I can give you the breakdown. It says a McDonald's restaurant has banned all under 18s from entering after 5 p.m. in a bid to reduce instance of antisocial behavior. The ban has been introduced at the McDonald's on Church Street in Liverpool, with the fast food giant saying its decision was not taken lightly. So it's not all McDonald's. It's a McDonald's
That's
in
a weird one.
Liverpool.
Yeah, that's a weird one too. It's like to get antisocial behavior, but it's like if you're closing down a social area, otherwise known as Mickey D's, isn't that kind of antisocial?
Controversy lives its day by day in our lives, man. It's like we see it every day. Everything is controversial. Like
It's like clown world. It's like the upside down.
it's like Bitcoin maxis. Like knowing but still thinking that it's okay. I don't know. I stopped eating McDonald's, man, a long time ago. Like if it happens maybe once a year or twice a year, if that I touch McDonald's. There was another post the other day. It said McDonald's pays you what, 1,500 or 1,200 bucks for eating McDonald's in an advertisement.
Yeah, even like in New Jersey right now too. Like, dude, they're paying people like fucking like $15 or $16 an hour just to work at McDonald's. Like, shit. Like when I was 16, I remember starting at Mickey D's for a minimum wage. I think it was like $7.25. It's like holy shit.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I mean, McDonald's is based on real estate, right? Food business is secondary. But yeah, man, I mean, what I'm trying to say is like they got to keep the restaurants open, right? In order to provide value or, yeah, so that the real estate can go up. But other than that, like, I don't know. It's not like some that I call some that you should be eating.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
But hey, each their own, right? If you love McDonald's, man, go at it. Have like 2 fucking Big
Yeah,
Macs.
dude. Definitely.
But yeah.
Did you have a plan set and ready to go, Parkway, for the fork?
Sorry, if I have any plans for the fork?
Yeah, like do you have like a plan set, like what you're gonna be doing, like when the fork happens?
Yeah, I do.
Anything nonchalant you want to share?
Sure. Don't fucking do anything. Hold position.
Yeah,
Don't eat into
same for
shit.
me.
Yeah, if you don't want to get wrecked, if you don't want to lose, if you want to win, stay put. Be a pillar. Because this fucking like it's gonna be a shit show. There's people gonna be the paper hands gonna go off first with their 2x, 3x, 10x profits. They're gonna jump ship, which is good. We don't want them anyway. And then we're gonna have a bunch of new incoming buyers that were waiting for the opportunity, which the paper hand's gonna provide. So we're gonna do a swap there. And then from there, I think it's a new symbiosis because the community will change as well. We're gonna have new people joining us, and from there on, it's just like fucking going AWOL, man.
Yeah, man. Sounds good. I like that plan. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same way too. It's like one of the things I'm gonna be doing too is like deciding what I'm gonna be doing with like my liquid hex bag now. And then on top of that is just build a like X amount size USDC bag in order to bridge over on like the second or third day, however long it takes to get the bridge open, and then take it from there. Hold steady over there too, not bum rush into something.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
man. If
gonna be like
you
different.
want to, like, yeah, for the people that didn't have the opportunity to sack up front or get positioning, like, it's fine. You will have an entry window right when we go live. Right in the first month, I would say is like a good entry point. But yeah, as you mentioned, like aping in, we should have done that during sacrifice stages. When
Yeah,
projects come up and say, hey, we're doing some on Pulse Chain, like that would be another secondary entry by, doing your own research, understanding what's available in the market. And if it's a good market fit, who the devs are, how long they've been around, what they're aiming to do, how fast will it go, what's ready, what's not, stuff like that. Just do your own research, and then when you see the opportunity, take a shot at it. Why not? But again, do your own research, right? This is not financial advice, man.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, this is me on my free time doing stupid shit. Maybe I should add, I do stupid shit with low risk tolerance. So it's fun shit, I would call it, not stupid shit. So what else is up in your neck of the woods?
Not much, really, man. You know, summertime here on the East Coast.
Yeah, you're on
Weather's
the
nice
East
right
Coast
now.
too. So
Yeah,
me
I'm in
too.
I'm in Central Jersey. I'm heading down towards Point Pleasant right now.
We're in the same time zone.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I'm up in Canada.
Canada, eh?
Canada, buddy. Hey, bud.
Sound like you're more from like New York or something, huh?
Well, no, man. Montreal sits, I think, more above New York. Well, yeah, state of New York, yeah. I'm in Ontario. I mean,
Oh,
it's not a secret.
okay. Cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty much semi-doxed.
Yeah, eventually I would really love to land myself in either northern Maine or northern Vermont.
Bro, I'm Ontario too.
Word up, bro. Sup, buddy?
What's up?
So what's going down, man? What is Canada up to? What are we doing?
Hopefully adopting more blockchain technology and making it fucking bigger and bigger.
We just had like 2 months ago, like a crypto show somewhere in Toronto.
I don't know, but I do know that there's actually a lot of blockchain companies that are actually operating in Toronto. I think Toronto's quite a hub for it. But I haven't been to any shows. I actually want to meet some people like that are in the Toronto area, man.
Yeah, but I'm Simcoe County. Sorry, I'm Simcoe County, man. I woke up at 6:30, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The coffee hasn't kicked in yet.
I'm actually in the same county.
Oh, you're in Simcoe too?
Yeah, brother.
Nice, bro.
It's quite a nice little spot.
Oh man, it's beautiful, man. I got out of the city because it was just too much. I don't know, like too much frequencies, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little crazy down there. I head down every once in a while just to go fuck around and spend some cash down there. But yeah, man, it's way better up north for sure.
Yeah, man, fresh air, fucking lakes, you know.
Not that many people, the further you go up north, are down for crypto though. Like, or they just don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
the literacy, crypto literacy, like drops heavy. It's very volatile.
People look at you like you're crazy. You're just like, oh my god.
Oh, bro, yeah.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Yo, I'll DM you, man, and we'll keep in contact here.
Yeah, man, sounds dope for sure. Yeah, I told my local weed store, I'm like, yeah, man, CBDCs will take over. They're like, what? You guys are not aware what's happening, eh? You guys busy counting money.
Yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild. Like, I try to tell everybody at my work, and they all think I'm fucking nuts, bro. They're all just like, yeah, you and this crypto, it's gonna you're gonna lose it all. And I'm like, oh, I'm so deep, you have no idea. You gotta fucking get into this shit.
Yeah, people will sooner or later come back to you and say, hey, you know what? The stuff you were saying, shit, man, fuck, I should have listened to you.
Yeah, not until you actually, until they see, like, I don't have shit now. You know what I mean? All my stuff's wrapped up. But once they start to understand passive income and fucking see me with things, then they would say stuff, But until then, which, fuck, who knows when that will be. But, yeah, man. There's definitely a few Canadians, though, around. Like, there's another one in this chat, I think.
Yeah, Famous is from Montreal.
Yeah, there's
Well, he lives in Portugal now. He tries to be European, but they don't want him. So he's fighting that off right now.
Yeah, I think ProFX is Canadian too.
Profex is Canadian, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's somewhere outside of Toronto too.
He's from where?
Somewhere outside of Toronto.
Oh, could be GTA, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Did you check out that latest Richard Hart that interview there on Kitco or whatever news?
Nah, man, he's just doing promos. I'm not like gonna listen to every promo he does, but I'm just waiting for the big news. Or the big news would be 11K Bitcoin, and then we're gonna see post chain run.
Yeah, I just keep watching just for fucking. It's always good to hear him talk about how amazing crypto is, and once the bulls start to run, how shit's gonna fucking fly, and just how it's the best asset ever. You know, I don't know how people don't see it, but whatever.
Dude, not everyone likes chocolate, bro. Some people like vanilla, some like strawberry.
Yeah, true.
You know, champagne is not made for everyone.
That's good, man. Well, I better get back to work here. I'm just gonna listen in, man. Good chatting, and I'll drop you a message. You're Parkway, right?
Yeah, bro. Look me up for sure.
Okay, cool.
Cool. Later. I see we had where is he? Elgato. Did he leave? Oh, he left. What to say? Wheezy Wazzy.
Hi, you everybody.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
How's it going?
Hello.
What's happening there, Roy?
Is everybody sitting in silence?
I think silence is sitting with us.
So I came in the room like 60 seconds ago and spoke. Did you guys hear me?
No, I didn't. I didn't have my headphones connected, to be honest with you. I just connected them.
No. Okay. I shut down Twitter and restarted it. I was like, okay, something's going on here. There can't be as many people sitting in this room in total silence. I guess I was wrong. Everybody's just sitting in silence.
Yeah, it made sense to me. I had my headphones on and I wasn't hearing anything. So I was like, oh, shit. My headphones are not connected.
So I was in here earlier and Kool-Aid was talking. But then I switched to a in real life conversation here at the house. And so I pulled up about an hour ago. I don't know how it all ended.
I don't know either. I've been busy.
Were you saying that there hasn't been any rain in Portugal in quite some time?
Yeah, since I got here, since May 18th, there hasn't been a day of rain.
Wow.
Every day sun, every day sun, every day sun. Maybe once, actually 2 Sundays it was cloudy, but still, like, still go to the beach.
Did you see the what happened in Vegas over the last 2 days?
No, what happened?
Damn, bro. Okay, so
Please don't tell me a shooter.
no. Weather related. So Las Vegas doesn't really get a lot of rain at all, ever. And sometimes they can go like forever without any rain. And they just had these massive torrential downpours the last 2 days, flooded out all the tunnels, flooded the streets, flooded into hotels and casinos. It's been pretty crazy over there.
No way, that's horrible.
Have you ever seen the documentaries on the tunnel people that live in Vegas?
The tunnel people? No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, there's entire communities of literally hundreds, at least hundreds, maybe thousands, I don't even know, hundreds of people that live under the streets of Las Vegas. They live underneath the buildings in these tunnels. There's this tunnel system that's designed to prevent Vegas from flooding when they do have these strange weather events that pop through there infrequently. And so these people most of them are, some sort of drug addiction, or they're running from life. Maybe they have a criminal background or whatever. There's a whole series of different reasons why they don't want to be seen as in the public, but they just literally just live in these tunnels. They have like full setups with like rooms they built. They all live in the dark. They just live by like candles and cigarette lighters and stuff. The documentaries are pretty crazy, but they're all hoping that it never rains, because whenever it rains, they have to start over from scratch. So all the stuff that they've collected from dumpsters and all the different places and built these little quote unquote homes in these tunnels completely get washed away when these big rain events take place. It just wipes out everything. Like their entire little home thing they built underneath the city is gone, wiped out.
That's crazy. It's like a movie. It sounds like a movie. I'm not gonna lie.
It's real, man. Yeah, check out some of the tunnel people documentaries on YouTube when you have a break. It's pretty crazy. There's literally, and they all have stories, right? They're all running from. Some of them are literally on the run from. There's warrants, and there's they're being sought out, and they're hidden underneath the streets, living underneath these streets. Anyway, I feel bad for them. I hope they're okay. The onslaught of weather event just literally just came out of nowhere and just ripped through Vegas Thursday and Friday. I was watching, like I said, I was watching some of the live updates coming out of there. So I bet Cajuns probably fell asleep, huh?
I don't know.
I was on here
It is 10 in the morning though. Usually she's up.
Well, I was on it, so I'm on her same time zone, so it's 8:30 here.
Oh, 8:30. Oh, shit.
Yeah, and 8:30 in the morning. Yeah, so it was when I was on earlier. It was around 5 a.m. and she was getting super tired, like she was going to doze off.
So she's sleeping.
100%. I'll wake up for 10.
Yeah, she was starting to do it. So I feel like she pulled it all nighter.
Yeah, she could have.
What about Hex Day? Was he up all night too?
I don't know. I don't know him. He gets up early to go to the gym, so I doubt it.
Oh, maybe working out. Yeah, I'm about to do my workout here in a second.
Enjoyment, get a pump.
Yeah. Yep. Gotta keep the old man body moving. Gotta keep it moving, man.
Yeah, it's about time to go swim some laps.
Yeah, on the weekends is when I get my better exercise in because I'm not as busy. Typically, I'm not as busy with work stuff. I mean, I still work on the weekends, but it's not as much. Like I get up at 4 a.m., do all my reports, all my updates on active projects I'm working on, and then I get to switch gears. Most of the time. Sometimes I have really crazy projects where I just work, I don't know, 15, 30 days straight without a day off. I just, because there's so much happening. So, you never know.
Yeah, Saturdays and Sundays the gym doesn't open until 7 o'clock here. But the nice thing about Saturdays, it's like 7:40 right now. But I'm actually running a little late for the gym. But the nice thing is on Saturdays there's nobody in there but the diets.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Saturdays I get my Saturdays I get the best of my most of it during the week. So I look forward to it. So it's kind of like decompress, if you will. Helps me a lot. Kind of get my head straight. All right, dudes, I'm going to drop down to a listener and I am going to go start my exercise routine.
Fuck, sorry, Jesse, if you hear me, man. Have a good one. Get that burn on. And see you soon, bro. Fuck, it's early for everyone, man. Well, if anyone wants to talk, you can come up. What's up, Top Gunna? Top Gun Hex again. What's up, everyone? What up, Shillet? How's your lasers going, bro?